Chapter 191. Alright, all I can do for you is to submit this application. As for whether or not it will be approved, that is beyond the scope of my ability. Long Chen actually wanted the green abyss soul fruit. This caused Xian Yun, who wanted to help him, to feel somewhat helpless. You've just arrived, so you don't know how important a year's reward is. Long Chen, are you sure about this? Are you going to risk being left behind by others? I've made up my mind. Dongfang Xianyun couldn't do anything about Long Chen. After settling the registration, Long Chen left the Black Cloud Pavilion. As soon as he left the pavilion, Lingxi couldn't help but want to say something. Lingxi, don't say anything. Since I've already decided on something, it's useless even if you tear your mouth. Lingxi really didn't know how to reply to Long Chen's shameless way of speaking. She could only hide her emotions in her heart. Stop. Not far away from the Black Cloud Pavilion, Long Chen was walking on a narrow path surrounded by a fresh forest. At this moment, a group of young men suddenly rushed out from the forest and blocked Long Chen's path. Long Chen took a closer look and realized that it was the group of young men who had just left the Black Cloud Pavilion. There were a total of 7 of them, and all of them were looking at Long Chen with arrogant eyes. The leader of this group was a young man who was about the same age as Mo Xiaolang, and his cultivation base was at the initial Earth Core realm. He was a level higher than the current Long Chen. This young man's appearance was not bad as well. He had sharp eyebrows and fierce eyes, and he had an imposing appearance. Despite his young age, his body was already quite tall and sturdy. The only thing that showed his age was the childishness in his eyes. Kid, are you that outsider Long Chen? Being surrounded by a group of young men, Dongfang Tianya felt that he was very impressive. At this moment, he raised his chin and said to Long Chen coldly. Hee, little brat, shouldn't you be calling me brother? This is the first time you've met him, yet you've already stopped your own brother. What's going on? Don't tell me you still don't know how to respect your elders. Long Chen didn't put these little guys in his eyes at all. Just now, he had clearly heard that these children wanted to find Dongfang Tianyu. Now that they had appeared here and even stopped him, it was very likely that Dongfang Tianyu had sent them here to make Long Chen look bad. What? Long Chen wasn't being submissive to him, instead, he was even more arrogant than him. This made Dongfang Tianyu so angry that his nose almost exploded. He took a few steps forward and unleashed his Earth Core aura, suppressing Long Chen. Kid, you've just arrived at the inner clan, do you really think you've become an inner clan member? You actually dare to be arrogant in front of me, Dongfang Tianya, you really deserve to die. You've just entered the inner clan and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. If you want me to call you brother, then you'd better kneel before my feet and call me brother first. After saying that, he didn't allow Long Chen to argue any further. Under the admiring shouts of the young men behind him, he threw a punch towards Long Chen's head. He's attacking just like that? This kid really doesn't put me in his eyes at all. He must have been tricked by Dongfang Tianyu. In Long Chen's heart, although he knew that this was Dongfang Tianyu's doing, he was still a little unwilling to be looked down upon by a group of little brats. Fine, I'll teach you bunch of idiots a lesson. Long Chen sneered. Instead of advancing, he took a step back and threw out a punch as well. It collided with Dongfang Tianyu's fist. This was a clash of pure strength, and both of them were forced to retreat. In the midst of the uproar, Dongfang Tianyu took a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. What? Didn't he just enter the Earth Core stage? Dongfang Tianyu couldn't believe this result at all. Originally, he thought that he could show off his might in front of his younger brothers and sisters, overshadowing the other Earth Core stage brothers besides Dongfang Tianyu. However, the first move had already made him lose a bit of face. Because, Long Chen's footsteps were also about the same as his. Kid, you do have some ability. No wonder you could pass through the inner clan selection. However, the strength of the inner clan is not something a country bumpkin like you can imagine. Flustered and exasperated, Dongfang Tianya furiously circulated his true qi, and his whole body shot towards Long Chen like a cannonball. At the same time, his true qi surged, and he threw out another punch. This time, he used a combat skill. Dragon breaks the heavens. With a punch, a huge fist mark immediately rushed towards Long Chen. This fist mark actually had a faint shadow of a divine dragon, and it was very extraordinary. From the looks of it, it should be a middle mystic rank combat skill. Dealing with this little guy, Long Chen was actually very easy. Right now, he didn't even need to use his dragon soul transformation, and he could already suppress his opponent. Fine, I can also test the power of the true dragon 9 flashes. Thinking up to here, the corner of Long Chen's mouth curled up into a trace of an evil smile. True dragon 9 flashes, activate. At this moment, Long Chen was like an arrow that had left the bow, and with a speed that was much faster than Dongfang Tianya, he instantly appeared in front of Dongfang Tianya. Ah! Seeing that Long Chen was actually courting death by directly charging towards Dongfang Tianya's attack, the youth behind him thought of the tragic scene that would happen next, and immediately let out cries of alarm. Courting death. Dongfang Tianya, who was already furious, saw that Long Chen was courting death, but he didn't hold back. Who asked Long Chen to make him, who had always been mighty, lose face in front of his younger brothers and sisters? Die, are you joking? Just at this moment, Long Chen, who was about to be buried under Dongfang Tianya's fist, suddenly disappeared. This situation stunned Dongfang Tianya. His fist continued to strike forward, but unfortunately, he hit nothing but air. How could this be? Dongfang Tianya was shocked, and at this moment, he suddenly felt the hairs on his back stand up. Watch out! His younger brother and sister's voice rang out at this moment. Dongfang Tianya's face turned pale, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Just as he was about to punch behind him, he was still one step too late. Long Chen used the true dragon 9 flashes, and before Dongfang Tianya could react, he had already arrived behind him. At the same time, he kicked Dongfang Tianya's heel heavily. Dongfang Tianya lost his balance, and his entire body fell backwards. As he fell, Dongfang Tianya suddenly saw that Long Chen was right behind him, smiling evilly at him. This smile made Dongfang Tianya instantly afraid. You dare to provoke me with this level of strength? Long Chen directly grabbed Dongfang Tianya's neck with one hand, spun him around, and directly threw him to the ground. Smack! Dongfang Tianya let out a blood-curdling scream. That intense pain instantly caused his face to turn the color of a pig's liver. At this moment, his body felt like it was falling apart. To be honest, this injury wasn't actually that serious. However, ever since he was born, he didn't think that he had suffered a more serious injury. Therefore, that blood-curdling scream immediately frightened everyone. You actually dared to injure Brother Tianya? A few young boys and girls glared angrily at Long Chen. Just as they were about to rush forward, Long Chen coldly looked at them and said, "Do you all want to lie down like him?" He had experienced more killings than all of them combined. These words, which were filled with killing intent, immediately frightened them. Although their eyes were filled with anger, no one dared to be the first to move. After all, their strongest, Dongfang Tianya, seemed to have been defeated by Long Chen's light shift. Long Chen walked to Dongfang Tianya's side and squatted down. He looked at this young man who was about to cry from the pain and smiled innocently. "Little fellow, did you just want me to kneel down and call you brother?" Hearing this voice, Dongfang Tianya was so frightened that he hurriedly shrunk his body to the side. Trembling with fear, he said, "No, I didn't say anything." Long Chen's miraculous methods just now had really frightened him. From Long Chen's point of view, this young man had only just reached the initial completion of the Earth Dan. Compared to the young man from the Red Clan, he was slightly weaker. With Long Chen's advanced mystic level movement technique, coupled with his rich combat experience, it was only a matter of time before he could kill him. Then what do you think you should call me now? Long Chen smiled faintly. Brother, you're my brother. At this time, Dongfang Tianya still harbored resentment towards Long Chen. However, he knew that a wise man did not fight when the odds were against him, so he hurriedly said, "Your comprehension is not bad." Long Chen stood up and let him off. "Remember to tell Dongfang Tianyu not to play these little tricks and make me look down on him. Isn't there a battle for the Blue Dragon Halberd? At that time, I will let him know how powerful I am." After saying this, Long Chen directly left, leaving the young men and women looking at each other in dismay. Let's go find Aunt Xianyu and let her take care of this outsider." Dongfang Tianya climbed up from the ground in grief and indignation. His eyes were completely red. Back at his residence, Long Chen first gave the 2 stalks of soulgrass to Lingxi to refine. With these 2 stalks of soulgrass, Lingxi's life force soared. Long Chen continued to study the true dragon's 9 flashes. Today's small actual combat allowed him to have a new understanding of this high mystic level movement technique. It seems that if I want to cultivate this combat skill to the highest level, I'll need actual combat. Only through actual combat will I be able to better hone my agility combat skill. Long Chen continuously practiced. The goal that Xian Xiao gave me was to reach the 4th flash in a month. However, will this be my limit? While he was studying the true dragon's 9 flashes, an hour had passed. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Someone must have come. Long Chen, come out. When Long Chen heard this ice-cold roar, he immediately recalled who it was. When he walked out to take a look, he saw that it was indeed the graceful and charming Dongfang Xuanyu. Right at this moment, Dongfang Xuanyu had a cold expression on her face. She looked at Long Chen, who walked out as if nothing had happened, and the anger in her eyes became even stronger. She took a few steps forward and unleashed her late heavenly core aura towards Long Chen. She said with a cold voice, "What a good young man. You've just joined the inner clan, and you don't know how to respect the old and love the young. How dare you beat your own brother? You're really hopeless. If I don't give you some punishment today, my name isn't Dongfang Xuanyu. One more, VIP, phone PK." Chapter 192. When Long Chen heard what the woman said, he knew that it must have been those brats who went back and complained about him. It was Dongfang Tianya who stopped him, and he was the one who attacked first. In the end, no matter how unreasonable Long Chen was, Long Chen couldn't be blamed. Besides, Long Chen had only taught Dongfang Tianya a lesson. Beating me up? Long Chen was fearless as he said indifferently, "You think too highly of me. At such a young age, he has already reached the initial Earth Core realm. How could I be his opponent? You still don't want to admit it?" Looking at Long Chen's indifferent expression, Dongfang Xuanyu became even angrier. If it wasn't for the fact that she still had some scruples, she might have already beaten him up. Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. He looked straight at Dongfang Xuanyu as he slowly said, "I do not wish to speak of this matter. Today, Dongfang Tianya and a few other brats obstructed me in an attempt to embarrass me. I was merely defending myself. As for what nonsense they wish to spout, it has nothing to do with me. You still dare to argue?" The more she looked at Long Chen, the more she hated him. All the other juniors treated her with respect, but Long Chen dared to talk back to her as soon as he arrived at the Dongfang family. Now, no matter what happened, Dongfang Xuanyu would not let him go. "You've just arrived at the Dongfang family, and you dare to talk back to me because of Xian Zhao's love? What will you do in the long run?" Thinking up to this point, Dongfang Xuanyu's powerful energy locked onto Long Chen. She said word by word, "Long Chen, not only did you beat up my brother today, you also talked back to me. This is too much. I will punish you to kneel in the ancestral tomb for 10 days and 10 nights, right now." 10 days and 10 nights? Long Chen squinted his eyes and stopped talking. "You're not going? Are you waiting for me to do it?" Dongfang Xuanyu's voice was filled with coldness. Long Chen was speechless. All women were like this when they reached a certain age, completely unreasonable. However, this did not mean that Long Chen would submit because of fear. This was the way of the world. A kind person would be bullied, and a kind horse would be ridden. If he showed weakness now, he would have to rely on Dongfang Xuanyu in the future. "Even if you kill me, don't even think about making me move half a step. Right and wrong will be decided. I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I kneel?" Long Chen said indifferently. You're courting death." Dongfang Xuanyu was enraged. Just as she was about to attack, a cold snort came from behind her. "Enough." Dongfang Xuanyu couldn't be more familiar with this voice. She turned around and saw Dongfang Xianxiao walking over with a frosty expression. "You want to stop me?" When she asked this question, Dongfang Xuanyu was a little uncertain. Dongfang Xianxiao wasn't her biological brother, but he was extremely powerful and had an eccentric personality. "Let me tell you, don't wait for me to tell you to scram before you leave," Dongfang Xuanyu said coldly as he walked over to Dongfang Xuanyu. His words were extremely domineering. Long Chen originally thought that he was tough enough, but compared to Dongfang Xianxiao, he was just a child's play. "You." Dongfang Xuanyu's expression instantly became very interesting. She was extremely conflicted. If they were to fight, she wouldn't be Dongfang Xuanxiao's match. If they were to bicker, she had already lost. In the end, she could only throw out a sentence and leave in a hurry. "Xianxiao, you humiliated me today. I'm going to look for my big brother and have him punish you." Dongfang Xianxiao couldn't be bothered with her. Instead, he looked at Long Chen and said with a stern expression, "Why did that bitch come looking for trouble with you?" She was clearly his cousin, but he called her a bitch. It could be seen that Dongfang Xianxiao didn't have a good impression of her. "A few kids tried to stop me when I went out today, so I beat one of them up. Then, she came looking for me." Long Chen smiled bitterly. Dongfang Xianxiao didn't care about this matter. Instead, he looked at Long Chen and shook his head. "What's going on with the Azure Nethersal fruit?" "Exchanging a year's worth of rewards for the Azure Nethersal fruit, Long Chen, should I call you a fool?" Long Chen knew that Dongfang Xianyun would definitely tell him about the Azure Nethersal fruit. From Dongfang Xuanxiao's point of view, Long Chen's actions were impulsive and idiotic. Therefore, he asked Long Chen about it as soon as he arrived. "Foster father, this thing is extremely important to me. It's more important than any reward. I know what I'm doing." Dongfang Xianxiao looked at him for a while before he chose to trust Long Chen in the end. Thus, he continued, "All right, then we'll see how the approval goes." Dongfang Xianxiao was the one who resolved the crisis for him today, and he chose to trust Long Chen despite his seemingly impulsive actions. This made Long Chen feel a little grateful toward him. Long Chen had always been a person who repaid kindness with kindness, and he would never treat his own people badly. Just like now, he was working hard for Xiao Lang, who had once given him the astral battle body while he was improving. "I wonder if I can go to the Star Demon prison right now?" Long Chen asked directly. "I'm here mainly to bring you to the Star Demon prison. There's still about a month left before the battle for the Blue Dragon Halberd begins. You'll only need to stay in the Star Demon prison for about half a month." "All right." Long Chen nodded. He was a little excited when he thought about how he was about to go to the legendary Star Demon prison to find out more about Xiao Lang. Let's go. Dongfang Xianxiao was never sloppy. There was an entrance to the Sky Martial Realm in the Dongfang family. Long Chen arrived at the Sky Martial Realm through this entrance, the legendary Heavenly Pill Realm. There were demonic beasts above the 7th rank of the profound rank here, and the strongest of them could even fight against Dongfang Xianxiao. Dongfang Xianxiao had been to the Star Demon Prison many times, so he was very familiar with the safe route. The two of them didn't encounter any demonic beasts along the way before they arrived at their destination. This is the Star Demon Prison? Long Chen was stunned. There was a huge pit in front of him that formed a small basin. There was nothing in the basin except bare rocks. Look at the center. Long Chen followed Dongfang Xuanxiao's direction and saw a vortex that looked like a black hole in the center of the basin. The vortex was spinning continuously, and the space around it was a little distorted. He could vaguely see light being swallowed up. A world within a world? Long Chen didn't say anything when he saw the black hole. Lingxi, who was in Lingxi's sword, was pleasantly surprised. I didn't think that there would be a world within a world in a minor cosmos world like this. How strange. Because Dongfang Xianxiao was present, Long Chen didn't dare speak to Lingxi. He could only ask Dongfang Xianxiao about the world within a world after he left. Through this black hole, we will arrive at a transfer point. After that transfer point is the Star Demon Prison, Dongfang Xianxiao said as he approached the black hole. Before this, Long Chen had been paying more attention to the black hole. It was only when he followed Dongfang Xianxiao that he saw 4 people standing guard outside the black hole. These 4 people were all wearing heavy armor. The armor was green, red, white, and black. Long Chen guessed that they were the Blue Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Xuanwu. When they saw Dongfang Xianxiao, the 4 young men in heavy armor immediately walked up to him. Judging from their appearances, they seemed to be in their 20s, but they were at least at the Heavenly Core Realm. If Long Chen was not mistaken, they should be at the initial Heavenly Core Realm. These are the battle armor guardians that were personally nurtured by the inner clan. Their strength and talent aren't inferior to the top geniuses of the outer clan. Dongfang Xianxiao calmly transmitted this information to Long Chen even though they were still quite a distance away. The inner family is really strong. Long Chen was shocked, but he didn't say anything. At this moment, the 4 combat armor guardians walked up to Dongfang Xianxiao and knelt down on one knee. With a loud and clear voice, they said, "Greetings, Master Xianxiao. Rise." Dongfang Xianxiao went straight to the point. He pointed at Long Chen and said, "This is Long Chen, who passed the inner family selection. He is now my foster son, and he has come to Star Fiend Prison. Yan Honghai, I'll leave him to you. Bring him to Star Fiend Prison's shattered star realm and let him cultivate there. At the same time, tell him some things he needs to pay attention to in Star Fiend Prison." Among the 4 combat armor guardians, the one in green armor quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, Master. If that's the case, I'll take my leave now. Long Chen, if you want to leave this place in advance, just tell this big brother Yan, understand?" Long Chen nodded his head. Dongfang Xianxiao gave Yan Honghai some more instructions before leaving with a peace of mind. At the same time, the 4 combat armor guardians looked at Long Chen with great interest. Yan Honghai said, "Young Master Long Chen, you've just entered the inner family, and you're already here in Star Fiend Prison?" From this, it can be seen that young Master Long Chen is very hard-working, the red-armored youth praised. On the path of cultivation, diligence is the foundation. After entering the inner family, I felt even more pressure, so I didn't dare to slack off. Big brothers, I hope you'll give me some pointers in Star Fiend Prison. Long Chen cupped his hands at them. Long Chen was already an inner family member, but he didn't have any arrogance. Unlike the other inner family disciples, it was very easy for him to mingle with Yan Honghai and the others. They guarded the Star Fiend Prison day and night, and it was rare for it to be so lively. Therefore, with the addition of Long Chen, the four of them started chatting with Long Chen for a while. "Alright, everyone, don't waste young Master Long Chen's time. Young Master, come, I'll take you into Star Fiend Prison right now." Yan Honghai smiled faintly and pointed the way for Long Chen. The Sky Martial Realm was a minor cosmos realm, and the Star Fiend Prison was within the Sky Martial Realm. As the name implied, it was a world within a world. However, to Long Chen, there were many wondrous things in this world, so he didn't pay too much attention to them. After passing through this black hole, you'll reach the middle turning hall. Young Master Long Chen, when you enter the Star Fiend Prison, you'll feel a little uncomfortable, but don't be afraid. It'll be fine. Taking care of Long Chen was Dongfang Xuanxiao's mission. Moreover, Yan Honghai liked Long Chen as well, so he explained it to him carefully. "It's fine. I can naturally endure a little discomfort." Long Chen chuckled as he followed Yan Honghai toward the black hole. He felt a powerful suction force acting on his body, and he was about to be forcefully pulled in before he even got close. "Don't move, don't panic." Yan Honghai's eyes transmitted over. At this time, he was already gradually submerged into the black hole. More accurately, he was submerged. Long Chen took a deep breath and strode into the Star Fiend Prison. Chapter 193. In the Dongfang family, the four pavilions were arranged in four corners. Long Chen had been to the other three pavilions, so he quickly figured out the general location of the Xuanyu Pavilion. Because he was worried about Yin Mengyao's safety, Long Chen walked a little fast. Not long after, he saw the Xuanyu Pavilion in the distance. Compared to the other three pavilions, the Xuanyu Pavilion was more exquisite. Long Chen walked into the Xuanyu Pavilion without saying a word. As soon as he entered, he saw a group of people gathered together and cheering. Long Chen quickly rushed over. Surrounded by the crowd, Long Chen could vaguely see two people fighting. From afar, Long Chen only knew that there were two women. One of them was obviously Yin Mengyao, but Long Chen didn't know the other one. This was a young girl who was about the same age as Yin Mengyao. Her beauty was not inferior to Yin Mengyao at all. At this time, she was wearing a light yellow dress. During the battle, the dress fluttered like a colorful butterfly. It was very beautiful. Yin Mengyao's appearance was cold, but this girl's eyes were cold, and there was a great deal of arrogance hidden in the depths of her eyes. Upon closer inspection, Long Chen realized that this woman's cultivation was much higher than Yin Mengyao's. Rather than saying that the two of them were sparring, it would be more accurate to say that the woman was toying with Yin Mengyao. People from other clans are useless. Sister Tianxian just casually attacked and she was played around. Of course. In a place like the other clans, everyone works for us. How could there be any decent experts? The people outside the arena talked unscrupulously and pointed at Yin Mengyao's embarrassing situation. At this time, Yin Mengyao was in danger under the threat of the other party. However, the other party didn't directly defeat her. Instead, she used her as a training target and tried out various combat skills. At this time, Yin Mengyao was sweating profusely. She was a little out of breath and her body was very tired. However, she was not someone who would easily admit defeat, so she persevered. Being able to persist until now, it seems that your flowing water holy physique has already begun to take shape. Not bad, try this move of mine. As she spoke, she threw a light punch towards Yin Mengyao's head. If Yin Mengyao's beautiful face was hit, she would become an ugly monster. Since Long Chen was here, how could he allow this to happen? He was just about to attack when a wave of hearty laughter suddenly resounded, and then a figure pounced swiftly towards Yin Mengyao. The figure grabbed Yin Mengyao's waist like a bolt of lightning and protected her as they retreated, allowing her to escape from the woman's attack range and allowing Yin Mengyao to escape danger. This was a young man who was extremely handsome. His skin was white and his nose bridge was straight. However, his eyes were smiling, making him look somewhat evil. I say, little sister Tianxian, you've already tortured her for an hour. Shouldn't you let it go? The man was still hugging Yin Mengyao's waist, enjoying the softness of Yin Mengyao's body as he smiled evilly. Dongfang Tianqing, are you going to meddle in other people's business? The girl named Dongfang Tianxian smirked coldly. All right, my dear sister, please give me some face in front of this beauty. How about that? Dongfang Tianqing said quickly. Seeing his excited expression, it seemed that this target was very much to his liking. Dongfang Tianxian knew what kind of person this cousin of hers was, but Yin Mengyao didn't seem to have much of a relationship with her. Now that her opponent had been snatched away by Dongfang Tianqing, she was no longer in the mood and turned to leave. However, she was suddenly hugged by a stranger. Furthermore, Dongfang Tianqing's words made her feel very uncomfortable. Yin Mengyao's expression turned cold as she reached out her hand to push Dongfang Tianqing away. Little thief, let go of me. Who are you calling a little thief? Little girl, you're really pretty, and you've even joined the Dongfang clan. See, what kind of fate do we have? Dongfang Tianqing reacted quickly and grabbed Yin Mengyao's fair hand. He lowered his head and looked at Yin Mengyao with a faint smile. Long Chen knew that he was powerful, but he couldn't take liberties with Yin Mengyao right under his nose. After all, Yin Mengyao was still his adopted sister. No matter what, Long Chen wouldn't allow anyone to bully her. Get lost. Suddenly, an explosive sound shocked everyone. Then, they saw a young man dashing towards Dongfang Tianqing at high speed. Without saying a word, he threw a punch at Dongfang Tianqing. Who's that? Dongfang Tianqing's expression changed. He didn't expect someone to attack him here. For a moment, he lost his elegant demeanor and let go of Yin Mengyao in a fluster. He took a few steps back and only managed to dodge Long Chen's attack. Long Chen took the opportunity to catch Yin Mengyao and protect her behind him. At this time, the others finally reacted and looked at Long Chen in shock. Which bastard are you? As he looked at Long Chen, Dongfang Tianqing, whose image had been ruined, instantly had a sinister look in his eyes. Who are you cursing, bastard? Long Chen yelled at Dongfang Tianqing fearlessly. Seeing that this young man still dared to yell at him, Dongfang Tianqing's expression darkened as he shouted coldly, Bastard, I'm cursing you. So it's the bastard who's cursing me. Hee hee, no wonder. Long Chen suddenly burst out laughing. He had played this little trick countless times since he was young, and it always worked. The crowd didn't really understand Long Chen's smile. However, they soon figured out the reason behind it, and their faces twitched. Dongfang Tianqing scolded him as a brute, and Long Chen retorted, who is a brute calling a brute? Dongfang Tianqing was provoked, and Long Chen immediately managed to trick him into saying that Dongfang Tianqing himself was a brute. You're courting death. After being tricked by Long Chen, Dongfang Tianqing's expression darkened. He was about to make a move, but Long Chen said coldly, Dongfang Tianqing, if I tell my adoptive father about you harassing my big sister Mengyao, you know my adoptive father's personality. Touching his daughter is equivalent to slapping his face. If you have the guts, you can try. After hearing Long Chen's words, Dongfang Tianqing thought of Dongfang Xuanyu, and his expression darkened. Dongfang Xuanyu's personality was unpredictable. If he found out that he had bullied Long Chen and Yin Mengyao, his fourth uncle would definitely give him a good beating. Dongfang Tianqing's mother was Dongfang Xuanyu. He knew that even his mother couldn't do anything to Dongfang Xuanyu, and could only rely on his eldest uncle's authority. Therefore, he stopped himself from teaching Long Chen a lesson. So you're that Long Chen? Dongfang Tianqing looked at him coldly. I'll never change my name, Long Chen said. After learning that he was Long Chen, who had performed the best in the inner tribe selection, the crowd sized him up. No one else had the guts to go against Dongfang Tianqing. Meanwhile, the young girl, Dongfang Tianxian, was also looking at Long Chen. She didn't care much about this young man at first, but after seeing how he dared to confront Dongfang Tianqing and force him to stop, Dongfang Tianxian was quite impressed by his courage. However, how could Dongfang Tianqing reduce the anger in his heart? It was impossible for Dongfang Tianqing to swallow his anger. He rolled his eyes and said with a cold smile, "Since you dare to insult me, it seems like you're quite strong. Do you dare to fight me in the ring of life and death?" Both the outer tribe and the inner tribe had their own ring of life and death. In the ring of life and death, as long as both parties agreed to it, they could have a real battle with their lives on the line. However, even so, most of the participants would not fight to the death. After all, they were all from the same tribe. There was no need to form a grudge. Ring of life and death? I'm not interested. I've just broken through to the Earth Core realm, and you're already a Heavenly Core warrior. Don't you think it's funny and embarrassing to fight me in the ring of life and death? Long Chen teased. Quibbling? Dongfang Tianqing's lips curved into a mocking smile. You don't even have the guts to accept my challenge? Long Chen, are you still a man? I don't think you're a man. Otherwise, why wouldn't you have the guts? Dongfang Tianqing's words caused the crowd to burst into laughter. Long Chen dared to offend Dongfang Tianqing, but at the same time, he didn't have the guts to accept the challenge. Dongfang Tianxian had thought Long Chen was a tough guy, which was why she was interested in him. But, when she saw that Long Chen didn't have the guts to accept the challenge, she lost her interest. Right now, Long Chen's expression didn't change. He didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "If I accept your challenge, not only will I not have the guts, I won't even have the brains. As for whether I'm a man or not, I'll have to test it on the bed." So? Do you have any good girls that you're familiar with that you'd like to recommend to me? As long as they're presentable, I definitely won't reject you, haha. You. Dongfang Tianqing was once again at a loss when it came to bickering. If you don't have the guts to accept the challenge, then you're a coward. You're looking for an excuse to shirk your responsibility. Long Chen, you're even more of a coward. Long Chen didn't want to waste any more time with him. He held Yin Mengyao's hand, and without saying another word, they left the mysterious rain pavilion under the gazes of the crowd. During this process, Yin Mengyao was frightened by Long Chen. She was on tenterhooks, as she thought that Long Chen would be beaten up by Dongfang Tianqing. However, Long Chen used the pressure from Xian Shao to defuse the situation. This made Yin Mengyao feel admiration for her younger brother. Even though Long Chen's talent in cultivation is slightly weaker than Xiao Lang's, his willpower and intelligence are much stronger than that silly kid Xiao Lang. Looking at Long Chen, Yin Mengyao was a little dazed. Long Chen seemed to have grown a lot stronger compared to the first time they met. When they arrived at the entrance of the mysterious rain pavilion, they coincidentally bumped into Dongfang Tianyu. Long Chen exchanged glances with Dongfang Tianyu, and a ferocious spark was ignited between the two. However, Long Chen didn't dare to stay any longer, and quickly left the place. After Long Chen left, Dongfang Tianyu arrived. When he saw the atmosphere, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. He hurriedly approached Dongfang Tianqing and said, "Brother Tianqing? How was it? The Yin Mengyao that I recommended to you is to your liking, right?" Dongfang Tianqing's gaze darkened as he said, "She's tasty enough. However, she's fourth uncle's adopted daughter, so it won't be easy to make a move on her." Dongfang Tianyu suddenly had an idea. He pulled Dongfang Tianqing to the side and said, "Fourth uncle is indeed difficult to deal with, but you don't have to make a move on him in public. Now that the two of them are in the clan, we have plenty of opportunities." Dongfang Tianqing's eyes lit up. "Little brother, you sure have a lot of ideas. I still want to kill Long Chen, what ideas do you have? Long Chen. Dongfang Tianyu smiled, when we fight for the blue dragon halberd, I'll kill him. Chapter 194. When Long Chen heard what the woman said, he knew that it must have been those boys who went back and complained about him. It was Dongfang Tianyu who stopped him, and he was the one who attacked first. In the end, no matter how unreasonable Long Chen was, Long Chen couldn't be blamed. Besides, Long Chen had only taught Dongfang Tianyu a lesson. Beating? Long Chen was fearless, he said indifferently, you think too highly of me. At such a young age, he has already reached the initial Earth core realm. How could I be his opponent? You still won't admit it? Looking at Long Chen's indifferent expression, Dongfang Xuanyu became even angrier. If it wasn't for the fact that she still had some scruples, she might have already beaten him up. Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. He looked straight at Dongfang Xuanyu as he slowly said, I do not wish to speak about this matter. Today, Dongfang Tianyu and a few other brats obstructed me in an attempt to embarrass me. I was merely defending myself. As for what nonsense they wish to spout, it has nothing to do with me. You still dare to argue? The more she looked at Long Chen, the more she hated him. All the other juniors treated her with respect, but Long Chen dared to talk back to her as soon as he arrived at the Dongfang family. Now, no matter what happened, Dongfang Xuanyu would not let him go. You've just arrived at the Dongfang family, and you dare to talk back to me just because you are protected by Xian Xiao? What will you do in the long run? Thinking up to this point, Dongfang Xuanyu's powerful energy locked onto Long Chen. She said word by word, Long Chen, not only did you beat up my brother today, you also talked back to me. This is too much. I will punish you to kneel in the ancestral tomb for 10 days and 10 nights, right now. 10 days and 10 nights. Long Chen squinted his eyes and stopped talking. You're not going? Are you waiting for me to make my move? Dongfang Xuanyu's voice was filled with coldness. Long Chen was a little speechless. When women reached a certain age, they would all be like this, completely unreasonable. However, this did not mean that Long Chen would be afraid and submit because of this. This was the way of the world. Kind people would be bullied, and kind horses would be ridden. If he showed weakness now, he would have to rely on Dongfang Xuanyu in the future. Even if you kill me, don't even think about making me move half a step. Right and wrong will be decided. I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I kneel? Long Chen said indifferently. You. Courting death. Dongfang Xuanyu was enraged. Just as she was about to strike, a cold snort came from behind her. Enough. Dongfang Xuanyu couldn't be more familiar with this voice. She turned around and saw Dongfang Xianxiao walking over with a frosty expression. You have to stop me. When she said this, Dongfang Xuanyu was a little uncertain. Dongfang Xianxiao wasn't her biological brother. He was powerful, had an eccentric personality, and his temper was hard to understand. Let me tell you, don't wait for me to tell you to scram before you leave, Dongfang Xuanyu said coldly when he arrived beside Dongfang Xuanyu. His words were extremely domineering. Long Chen originally thought that he was tough enough, but compared to Dongfang Xianxiao, he was just a child's play. You. Dongfang Xuanyu's expression instantly became very interesting. She was extremely conflicted. If they were to fight, she wouldn't be Dongfang Xuanxiao's match. If they were to bicker, she had already lost completely. In the end, she could only throw out a sentence and leave in a hurry. Xianxiao, you've humiliated me today. I'm going to look for my big brother and have him punish you. Dongfang Xianxiao couldn't be bothered with her. Instead, he looked at Long Chen and sternly said, why did that bitch come looking for trouble with you? She was clearly his cousin, but he called her a bitch. Clearly, Dongfang Xianxiao didn't have a good impression of her. A few kids tried to stop me when I went out today, so I beat one of them up. Then, she came looking for me. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Dongfang Xianxiao wasn't bothered by this matter. Instead, he looked at Long Chen and shook his head. What's going on with the azure nethersal fruit? Long Chen, should I call you a fool for exchanging a year's worth of rewards for the azure nethersal fruit? Long Chen knew that Dongfang Xianyun would definitely tell him about the azure nethersal fruit. From Dongfang Xuanxiao's point of view, Long Chen's actions were impulsive and idiotic. Therefore, he immediately asked Long Chen about it when he arrived. Foster father, this thing is extremely important to me. It's more important than any reward. I know what I'm going to do about it. Dongfang Xianxiao looked at him for a while, but he still chose to trust Long Chen in the end. Therefore, he continued, all right, then we'll see how the approval goes. Dongfang Xianxiao was the one who resolved the crisis for him today. Furthermore, he chose to trust Long Chen despite his seemingly impulsive actions. This made Long Chen feel a little grateful toward him. Long Chen had always been a person who repaid kindness with kindness, and he would never treat his own people badly. Just like now, he was working hard for Xiao Lang, who had once given him the astral battle body while he was improving. I wonder if I can go to the Star Demon prison right now? Long Chen asked directly. The main reason I came here this time is to bring you to the Star Demon prison. There's still about a month left before the battle for the Blue Dragon Halberd begins. You can stay in the Star Demon prison for about half a month. All right. Long Chen nodded. He was a little excited when he thought about how he was about to go to the legendary Star Demon prison and find out more about Xiao Lang. Let's go. Dongfang Xianxiao was never sloppy. There was an entrance to the Sky Martial Realm in the Dongfang family. Long Chen arrived at the Sky Martial Realm through this entrance, the legendary Heavenly Pill Realm. There were demonic beasts above the 7th rank of the Profound rank here, and the strongest of them could even fight against Dongfang Xianxiao. Dongfang Xianxiao had been to the Star Demon prison many times, so he was very familiar with the safe route. The two of them didn't encounter any demonic beasts along the way before they arrived at their destination. This is the Star Demon prison. Long Chen was stunned. There was a huge pit in front of him that formed a small basin. There was nothing in the basin except bare rocks. Look at the center. Long Chen followed Dongfang Xuanxiao's direction and saw that there was a vortex that looked like a black hole in the center of the basin. The vortex was constantly spinning, and the space around it was a little distorted. He could vaguely see light being devoured by it. A world within a world. Long Chen didn't say anything when he saw the black hole. Lingxi, who was in Lingxi's sword, was pleasantly surprised. I didn't think that a world within a world would exist in a minor cosmos world like this. How rare. Because Dongfang Xianxiao was present, Long Chen didn't dare speak to Lingxi. He could only ask Dongfang Xianxiao about the world within a world after he left. Through this black hole, we will arrive at a transfer point. After that transfer point is the Star Demon prison, Dongfang Xianxiao said as he approached the black hole. Before this, Long Chen had been paying more attention to the black hole. When he followed Dongfang Xianxiao, he saw 4 men standing guard outside the black hole. These 4 men were all wearing heavy armors. They were green, red, white, and black respectively. Long Chen guessed that they were the Blue Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Xuanwu. When they saw Dongfang Xianxiao, the 4 young men in heavy armors immediately walked up to him. Judging from their appearances, they seemed to be in their 20s, but they were at least at the Heavenly Core realm. If Long Chen wasn't mistaken, they should be at the early Heavenly Core realm. These are the battle armor guardians that were personally nurtured by the inner clan. Their strength and talent aren't inferior to the top geniuses of the outer clan. Dongfang Xianxiao calmly conveyed this information to Long Chen from a distance. The inner family is really strong. Long Chen was shocked, but he didn't say anything. At this moment, the 4 combat armor guardians walked up to Dongfang Xianshao and knelt down on one knee. With a clear voice, they said, "Greetings, Master Xianshao. Rise." Dongfang Xianshao went straight to the point. He pointed at Long Chen and said, "This is Long Chen, who passed the inner family selection. He is now my godson, and he has come to Star Fiend Prison. Yan Honghai, I'll leave him to you. Bring him to Star Fiend Prison's shattered star realm and let him cultivate there. At the same time, tell him some things he needs to pay attention to in Star Fiend Prison." Among the 4 combat armor guardians, the one in green armor quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, Master Honghai. If that's the case, I'll take my leave now. Long Chen, if you want to leave this place in advance, just let Brother Yen know." "I understand." Long Chen nodded his head. Dongfang Xianshao gave Yan Honghai a few more instructions before leaving in peace. At this time, the 4 combat armor guardians looked at Long Chen with interest. Yan Honghai said, "Young Master Long Chen, you've come to Star Fiend Prison as soon as you've entered the inner family. From this, it can be seen that young Master Long Chen is very hard-working," the red-armored youth praised. "On the path of cultivation, diligence is the foundation. After entering the inner family, I felt even more pressure, so I didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Brothers, please give me your guidance in Star Fiend Prison." Long Chen cupped his hands in greeting. Long Chen was already a member of the inner family, but he didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance. He was different from the other inner family disciples, so it was very easy for him to get along with Yan Honghai and the others. They guarded the Star Fiend Prison day and night, and it was rare for it to be so lively. Therefore, with the addition of Long Chen, the 4 of them started chatting with Long Chen for quite a while. "Alright, everyone, don't waste young Master Long Chen's time. Young Master, come, I'll take you into Star Fiend Prison." Yan Honghai smiled faintly, then pointed the way for Long Chen. The Sky Martial Realm was a minor cosmos realm, while the Star Fiend Prison was contained within the Sky Martial Realm. As the name implied, it was a world within a world. However, to Long Chen, there were many wondrous things in this world, so he didn't pay too much attention to them. After passing through this black hole whirlpool, you'll reach the middle turning hall. Young Master Long Chen, when you enter the Star Fiend Prison, you'll feel a bit uncomfortable, but don't be afraid. Taking care of Long Chen was Dongfang Xuanxiao's mission. Moreover, Yan Honghai liked Long Chen as well, so he explained it to him in detail. "It's fine. I can naturally endure a bit of discomfort." Long Chen chuckled as he followed Yan Honghai toward the black hole whirlpool. He felt a powerful suction force acting on his body, and he was about to be forcefully pulled in before he even got close. "Don't move, don't panic." Yan Honghai's eyes transmitted over. At this time, he was already gradually submerged into the black hole whirlpool. More accurately, he was submerged. Long Chen took a deep breath and strode into the Star Fiend Prison. Chapter 195. Long Chen felt his vision go black and his body sink. He felt as though he was falling rapidly. There seemed to be a strong tearing force acting on his body, making him feel numb and painful. This feeling didn't last long. Soon, Long Chen realized that his condition had returned to normal. He opened his eyes and found that he was in a pitch-black hall. The hall was empty and seemed to be made entirely of metal. "Big Brother Yen, this is the transit hall." Long Chen realized that Yan Honghai was standing beside him. "Yes. From this transit hall, we can go to 2 large areas of the Star Demon Prison. Let's not talk about the giant star zone first. The fragmentary star zone you are going to is closer, so you can reach it through the transit hall," Yan Honghai said. "What are the fragmentary star zone and the giant star zone?" Long Chen had no idea what the Star Demon Prison was. The giant star zone is a place to imprison criminals. It is not a place we can set foot in. The fragmentary star zone is a place for family members to cultivate. Young Master Longchen, you probably don't know anything about the Star Demon Prison. Follow me. Under Yan Honghai's beckoning, Longchen was filled with curiosity as he walked towards the outside of the transit hall. However, the further he walked, the more shocked Longchen was at the pitch-black void outside. When he exited the transit hall and arrived at a plaza outside, Longchen was completely dumbfounded. He discovered that the transit hall was a building embedded in a mountain wall. This was the only place where he could see the mountain wall. In front of him was an endless void. This is a starry sky. Longchen couldn't calm his emotions. The scene he saw was too shocking. He could tell that the Star Demon Prison was located in a huge underground space. However, he hadn't expected that this underground space would be so large that it could transform into an entire starry sky. No wonder this place was called the Star Demon Prison. Do you see that? Those stars shining in the darkness are the fragmentary star zone stars. Yan Honghai pointed at the stars in the sky and said emotionally. You mean, I'm going to these stars? Longchen knew that this starry sky was just a small starry sky. The distance between the stars was not very far. When one reached there, it was estimated to be about 100 to 1,000 meters in diameter. It was definitely not as big as the real starry sky world outside. Yes, but you don't have to worry. I will bring you there. Do you see those iron chains? Yan Honghai nodded, then pointed to the edge of the square. Only then did Longchen see that in the endless void, there were actually two extremely thick iron chains extending over, firmly locking onto the transit hall. This iron chain was the thickest chain Longchen had ever seen, and it was probably quite hard as well. Although it was already rusty, it still exuded a vigorous strength. Just the diameter of the oval ring of the iron chain was about half a meter. One ring of the iron chain was probably bigger than a few beds combined. How could such a thick iron chain be weak? These two iron chains are connected to those stars, asked Longchen. Right, the one on the left leads to the giant star area, and the one on the right leads to the broken star area. Longchen, do you see the 5 brightest and largest stars behind the broken star area? They are the blue dragon, the vermilion bird, the white tiger, the Xuanwu, and the Sirius 5 stars of the giant star area. Looking at this magical area, as a member of the Lingwu family, Yan Honghai also felt proud. Blue dragon, are these 5 stars where the criminals are imprisoned? I wonder which star Mo Xiaolang is imprisoned on, thought Longchen. At this moment, Yan Honghai suddenly became serious. He said seriously, Young Master Longchen, I will follow Master Xian Zhao's order and take you to one of the stars in the broken star area. However, I have something very important to tell you. What is it? Seeing Yan Honghai's serious face, Longchen hurried to ask. Do you see this space? It's not real space. We are walking on these iron chains. If we aren't careful and fall into this endless space, no one will be able to save you. Because up until now, no one in the Lingwu family knows where they will go if they fall into this space. Fall. Longchen was a little speechless. It seemed that the Star Demon Prison wasn't without danger. However, they were all warriors, so they had strong control over themselves. Moreover, these iron chains were so thick. As long as they didn't fight with others on them, they would be able to walk steadily. Of course, we are all warriors. Normally, this kind of situation wouldn't happen. I'm just reminding you. Yan Honghai smiled brightly and continued, let's go. Follow me and stay focused. You're new here, so I will take you to a broken star to train. Then, Yan Honghai jumped onto the iron chains leading to the broken star field. Longchen hurried to catch up. Mo Xiaolang should be in that broken star field. I came here to find out more about him. However, Yan Honghai is Xian Zhao's man. If I ask too much, will I expose my identity? Long Chen thought as they hurried. The space below them had a shocking power. When Long Chen looked down, he felt his heart palpitate. It was as if there was a giant mouth waiting for him, its prey. Be careful. With our speed, we will arrive in about an hour, Yan Honghai turned around and said with a smile. Thank you, big brother Yan, Long Chen said. No problem. Right, I heard that you defeated the top genius of the outer race, Jin Sheng An, in the inner race selection. Did you do it? Yan Honghai was obviously bored along the way, so he asked with interest. Indeed. But Jin Sheng An is not the top genius of the outer race. The one before him of the Yin clan is the real genius. Originally, Long Chen didn't know how to ask. Coincidentally, Yan Honghai mentioned the inner race selection, so Long Chen successfully changed the topic to Mo Xiaolang. That's true. With Mo Xiaolang's talent, even the genius of the inner race would feel inferior. However, we don't need to talk about it. Yan Honghai shook his head. He didn't want to talk about Mo Xiaolang anymore. After all, it was a taboo in the Lingwu family. I heard that Mo Xiaolang was imprisoned in the Star Demon prison. It should be one of the planets in the broken star field, right? Long Chen asked tentatively. Yes. At that time, I saw him being taken to the Blue Dragon planet with my own eyes. Long Chen, you are very interested in him. I advise you not to mention him in front of others. After all, the 4 clan leaders don't allow us to mention Mo Xiaolang again. Nothing else. I'm just curious. Geniuses always have admirers, don't they? Long Chen grinned. Yan Honghai couldn't tell that Long Chen was tricking him. He smiled faintly and continued on his way. As he walked on these metal chains, there was nothing in front of him and in front of him. This endless darkness gave Long Chen a bone-chilling feeling. Is he trapped on the Blue Dragon planet? I thought it was the Sirius planet. Long Chen secretly thought of a plan. Although he wasn't far from the Blue Dragon planet, the problem was that he didn't understand the mysteries of the Star Demon prison at all. How could he save Mo Xiaolang? We're almost there. Time passed slowly. Although the stars in front of him weren't as bright as before, they were much bigger. Some of them looked like they were almost within reach. At that moment, the metal chains in front of them branched off into dozens of small forks. Yan Honghai identified them and then walked onto one of the chains. Each of these forks leads to a small gravity planet. There is a sign. Look, the one we are walking on now leads to a fragmentary planet with 5 times the gravity, Yan Honghai said seriously as he pointed at the small sign on the metal chain. If 5 times the gravity isn't your limit, you can totally return here and choose a planet with a higher gravity. However, I suggest you do it step by step. Don't enter a planet with too much gravity all of a sudden. That will probably crush you to death. Taking care of Long Chen was Xian Zhao's mission. Plus, Yan Honghai liked Long Chen, so his instructions were very detailed. I know. Haste makes waste. Long Chen grinned and remembered Yan Honghai's words. I can't stay here with you all the time. After I take you to this fragmentary planet, you'll have to rely on yourself to enter and leave the fragmentary star field. Under Yan Honghai's guidance, Long Chen could see that one of the fragmentary stars was getting closer and closer to him. In front of Long Chen's eyes was a small, earthy yellow star that was only about 200 meters in diameter at the end of the chain. The ground on this fragmentary star wasn't flat. Instead, it had a wide range. When Long Chen stepped on this fragmentary star, he felt like a tiny bug stepping on a head-sized ball. Below this broken planet, besides the slight curve of the ground, there was no difference from the real ground. The only difference was that it only had yellow soil. So this is 5 times the gravity. As soon as he arrived on the broken planet, Long Chen suddenly felt like a boulder weighing almost 500 kilograms was pressing down on his head. Although it wasn't enough to make him feel any pain, this sudden change was hard for him to adapt to. This really is good stuff. Not only was it inconvenient for him to move, but even circulating his true qi was extremely difficult. Looks like you really do have an advanced mystic class body tempering technique. This bit of gravity isn't a threat to you, but I suggest you do it step by step and increase the gravity bit by bit. Young Master Long Chen, I still have to guard the Star Fiend prison, so I'll take my leave first. If Yan Honghai wanted to leave, there was nothing Long Chen could do. He could only let him go. He had 2 goals in coming to the Star Fiend prison. One was to find out more about Mo Xiaolang, and the other was to really cultivate. It was rare for him to come to the Star Fiend prison, and this was a place that would be of great help to him. Long Chen had no reason to let go of this opportunity. Now that I know Xiaolang is on the Blue Dragon planet, I need to find out more details in order to come up with a perfect plan. But right now, I need to use this opportunity to cultivate. I accidentally posted tomorrow's chapter. This chapter is for tomorrow. There are still 9 more chapters after midnight today. Chapter 196. After Yan Honghai left, Long Chen went around the fragmentary star, which was only about 200 meters in diameter, under the pressure of the gravity. He found that there was nothing but yellow soil. This really is a place where even birds don't shit. Following that, Long Chen began to truly calm down and cultivate in silence. This was something he had to do every night. Only by circulating and controlling his true qi could he absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, strengthen himself, and increase his control over his true qi. The difficulty of circulating true qi has increased by 5 times. However, this is not my limit. Under Long Chen's will, the light red true qi crazily rushed out from the earth core, flowing through the 9 dragon veins and other small veins. Compared to before, this speed was much faster, and Long Chen had to spend more effort. During this process, his true qi became purer and purer. Because of the heaven-defying quality of his blood-refining qi, Long Chen's unstable foundation was not obvious. However, with the tempering in the fragmentary star field, his true qi would become even purer. He believed that when he finished tempering all his true qi, there would be unexpected miraculous effects. Thus, Long Chen's days finally stabilized. During his time in the fragmentary star field, the first thing he did was to temper his true qi. After a period of bitter cultivation, his earth core true qi had become purer, and he could even release a stronger force. At the same time, Long Chen was also cultivating the true dragon's 9 flash. Although they were both high-level profound rank combat skills, the true dragon's 9 flash was more complicated than the demon spirit sword finger. However, with the help of the fragmentary star gravity, Long Chen's progress in this area was tremendous. Soon, he surpassed the target that Dongfang Xianxiao had set for him and reached the 5th flash. 10 or so days later, Long Chen was on a broken star with 20x gravity and a diameter of around 500 meters. He was using the true dragon 9 flashes. Because of the immense pressure, it was very difficult for him to use it. His footsteps and body movements all looked very slow, as if he were a child playing. However, if he removed the gravity, Long Chen's true dragon 9 flashes would be dozens of times faster. Flash, flash, flash. Although his movements were slow, his silhouette still gave off a slightly unpredictable feeling. Twinkle. After completing 5 transformations in a row, Long Chen was a little tired. Today's cultivation mission had lasted for an entire day, so he had no choice but to stop and rest. The mysterious dragon jade was increasing his comprehension ability. Long Chen's understanding of the true dragon 9 flashes had already reached an extremely deep level. What he needed now was to put it into practice under immense pressure. Since his theoretical foundation was very solid, he would not take any detours. During the process of cultivating the true dragon 9 flashes, because he directed his qi to his legs, he was able to refine his qi. My strength is improving at a steady pace, very good. However, the 15 days that Xian Xiao gave me is almost too much. Fine, I'll finish cultivating for the last 2 days and leave this place. After resting for a while, Longchen resumed his cultivation mission. After a while, Longchen felt some movement outside. He opened his eyes, and it turned out that someone else had come to this broken star with 20x gravity from the iron chains. It was a young man with tanned skin and a muscular body. He was wearing a piece of beast skin, and he had an innocent smile on his face. When he saw Longchen from afar, he immediately walked toward Longchen. He stared at Longchen with a passionate gaze and said, "Not bad, you're able to cultivate under 20x gravity. My name is Nangongcheng, can we be friends?" When he got closer, Longchen could see that although he looked muscular, he was only 14 or 15 years old. As for his strength, he should be at the initial success stage of the Earth Core realm. With this level of strength, he should be one of the best among the inner Lingwu family. The young man's face was bronze in color, but his teeth were white as snow. He was looking at Longchen with a smile on his face. He was obviously a happy idiot. This kind of person was not scheming, and was the perfect candidate to be friends with. Longchen knew the importance of networking, so he stood up. "My name is Longchen." "Ah, you must be from an outsider family, right?" After knowing about Longchen's background, he did not show any arrogance, but a curious expression, to be able to stand out from tens of thousands of people. "You're really something. No wonder you're able to cultivate under 20x gravity without any pressure. Which family are you from now?" "Dongfang family." The young man in front of him seemed to be quite talkative, and Longchen felt that he was quite interesting. "Oh, I'm Nangongcheng, I'm from the Nangong family, Nangong Zhuke." Nangongcheng touched the back of his head and let out a smile, revealing his white teeth. "Nangong, I do know Feng Wutian who just joined your family." Longchen started to talk. "Feng Wutian, let's not talk about him. He's just an unimportant guy, and he's only at the initial success stage of the Earth Core realm. When I first joined the inner family, I already challenged him." "Oh right, Longchen, since you're able to join the inner family, I'm sure you're quite strong. Why don't we have a friendly match?" "Don't overthink it, my hands are just itchy, and I'll challenge anyone I meet. My brothers and sisters have given me a title, Martial Maniac." Speaking of this title, Nangongcheng wore a satisfied look on his face, as if he was extremely proud of himself. This idiot, a martial maniac. Longchen cursed in his heart. The truth was, his way of challenging someone as soon as they met was extremely impolite and idiotic. However, since this guy was indeed a bit crazy, Longchen did not dislike him. On the contrary, Longchen agreed with his straightforwardness. "How about it, do you accept?" Nangongcheng looked at him with a look of anticipation. "I do accept, but I have a condition." Longchen let out a smile and said. "Condition, just tell me, I'll give you whatever I can." Nangongcheng instantly became excited after seeing a glimpse of hope, like a calf that could not stay still. "It's not too troublesome, you just have to answer a few of my questions. Don't worry, my questions won't involve any secrets, and it won't involve your privacy either." "Questions?" Nangongcheng was startled. "Feel free to ask, there's not much I know, and I don't have any privacy either." Longchen was left speechless by this idiot. That being said, he could use him to find out more about the Star Demon Prison. "Are you familiar with the Star Demon Prison? Have you been to the Supergiant region?" Longchen asked. "The Supergiant region, I've never been there. It's a place where important criminals are locked up. Normally, only the leaders of the 4 clans are allowed to enter. We are not allowed to enter. My dad said that if we were to go any closer, we would be sucked in by the gravity of the supergiant. Without the help of the leaders, we would never be able to leave. Long Chen shuddered, before he asked with a calm gaze, why are the leaders allowed to enter the supergiant region? Because they are very powerful. I don't think so. I heard that it's because they have 5 godly weapons, which can eliminate the gravity of the supergiant region. However, the 5 godly weapons can only enter their respective supergiant planets. In other words, with the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd, one can enter the Blue Dragon planet. After hearing this, Long Chen was extremely surprised, as it meant that he still had a chance, as Xian Xiao had arranged for him to take part in the contest for the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. That should be the case, he. Although he had no idea why Long Chen was asking these questions, Nangong Cheng let out a chuckle and did not overthink it. All he cared about now was whether his questions could satisfy Long Chen. After receiving this important information, Long Chen had learned a lot. He was initially planning to ask where Mo Xiaolang was imprisoned on the Blue Dragon planet, but on second thought, this idiot before him would surely have no idea. Therefore, he immediately said, "All right, I'm done." However, Nangong Cheng, you can't tell anyone about the questions I'm going to ask you, how's that? Of course, I, Nangong Cheng, am a real man, how could I simply say such things? Nangong Cheng patted his chest and said, before glancing at Long Chen cautiously, can we start now? Right here. Long Chen was startled, but on second thought, under 20 times the gravity, it would be the real thrill. Yeah, I'm ready. Nangong Cheng took a few steps back and clenched his fists, staring at Long Chen with a strong battle intent. This kid. Long Chen was speechless toward him. However, Nangong Cheng's ability to maintain his battle intent at all times did make him worthy of the title, Martial Maniac. This kid's experience in real battles must be countless times more than Dongfang Tianya's, not to mention that he's familiar with the gravity. I can't afford to be careless and lose to him. Long Chen thought to himself. Let's do it. Long Chen said calmly. Take this. Without hesitation, Nangong Cheng's face turned fiery as he lashed out a punch toward Long Chen. At that instant, a scorching heat wave swept toward Long Chen's face, which then formed a few seals of fists, trapping every part of Long Chen's body. Vermilion Bird Art, Heavenly Flame Fist. Under 20 times the gravity, Nangong Cheng's speed was greatly reduced, but it did not affect his execution of his skills. His strength is much stronger than Dongfang Tianya's. Long Chen was shocked in his heart. Following this, his gaze turned dull, and under Nangong Cheng's astonished gaze, he increased his speed. 9 flashes of the true dragon. Nangong Cheng was shocked that Long Chen's speed could still reach such a level under such circumstances. However, it did not affect his determination to defeat Long Chen, as he continued to throw out punches. However, right at that moment, Long Chen's figure changed as he charged towards him. He's gone, over here. Nangong Cheng was able to locate Long Chen's first transformation in no time. It was extremely exciting for him. However, he was dumbfounded after that. After Long Chen's transformation, he did not stop there, he continued to transform, causing Nangong Cheng to lose track of him. I'm here. Chapter 197. Taishian Dragon Seal. The attack at such a close distance instantly landed on Nangong Cheng's defenseless back. Long Chen controlled his strength well, and only knocked him flying. You've lost. Long Chen stopped his attack and said. How is this possible? Nangong Cheng stabilized his body and turned his head around, staring at Long Chen in astonishment. I didn't even use any other powerful skills, and I've lost just like that. If it were a real battle, you would have died in my hands by now. Isn't that considered a loss? Long Chen let out a smile. Can you tell me how you defeated me? After losing, Nangong Cheng was filled with disappointment. Don't be discouraged, I've executed an advanced mystic ranked movement skill, which was why I was able to suppress you in terms of speed. If it were just a single cycle of qi, I would still be no match against you. It seemed like he had dealt a significant blow to this young man, thus Long Chen explained. An advanced mystic ranked movement skill, could it be the famous 9 flashes of the true dragon of the Dongfang clan? Nangong Cheng stared at Long Chen in astonishment. You've only just entered the inner tribe, and you've already acquired the 9 flashes of the true dragon, and mastered it to such a level. Initially, he did not think Long Chen was powerful. He was only slightly shocked when he saw him moving freely under 20 times the gravity. He did not expect this outsider to be a peerless genius. It's indeed the 9 flashes of the true dragon. Long Chen did not expect this guy to recognize it. Alright, I'm convinced that I've lost to the 9 flashes of the true dragon. Long Chen, you're impressive. I'm definitely going to befriend you, but I won't lose to you. This is only the first time, you will be the target of my cultivation. I will surpass you sooner or later. As he said this, Nangong Cheng's eyes were filled with the will to grow stronger. With this will, he would definitely become a great expert in the future. Is that so? To catch up to me, you'll have to increase your speed, haha. Nangong Cheng was quite amusing, causing Long Chen to burst out laughing. His strength had improved, and he had more or less learned about Emo Shaolang. Long Chen's trip to the Star Demon prison this time had been perfect. In the following 2 days, Long Chen continued to cultivate on the fragmented star, while Nangong Cheng stayed behind. What made Nangong Cheng excited was that Long Chen would challenge him to a duel every once in a while. Although he lost every time, Nangong Cheng was still excited about it. Through the battles on the fragmentary stars, Long Chen's understanding of the true Dragon 9 flash increased day by day. By the 15th day, he could already use the true Dragon 9 flash to the 7th flash. If Dongfang Xianxiao knew about this, his expression would definitely be very interesting. Long Chen, you're leaving today. Nangong Cheng was filled with disappointment. Don't worry. I will come back when I have time. This is a treasure trove, said Long Chen with a smile. I heard that the Dongfang clan's Blue Dragon Halberd contest is about to take place. Are you going back to compete for the Blue Dragon Halberd? Nangong Cheng asked all of a sudden. Yeah. Long Chen nodded his head. That's going to be difficult. I've challenged Dongfang Tianyu before, and he was countless times stronger than me. I couldn't even withstand a single attack from him. I believe you're no match against him now. Nangong Cheng said. Not necessarily. Long Chen said confidently. As a matter of fact, he was not that confident, but didn't he still have 15 days left? During his cultivation in the Star Demon prison, Long Chen could feel that he was about to reach another breakthrough point. After bidding farewell to Nangong Cheng, it took Long Chen almost an hour to arrive at the middle conversion hall from the Shattered Star Realm. He then arrived at the Heaven Martial Realm through the black hole inside the middle conversion hall. Yan Honghai let out a sigh of relief after seeing Long Chen. If Long Chen were still not here, he would have to search for Long Chen in the Shattered Star Realm. After all, the Star Demon prison was dangerous too. If Long Chen were to fall from the chains, he would surely die without a trace. How was the loot? Yan Honghai glanced at him with an indifferent smile. Not too much. Long Chen said in a humble tone. A few days ago, Master Xianxiao was here, but he left after seeing you focusing on your cultivation. Young Master Long Chen, I heard that you're going to participate in the contest for the Blue Dragon Halberd. Yan Honghai was quite interested in the Earth-ranked halberd of the Blue Dragon. That's true. That's why I came to the Star Demon prison. It's just a temporary opportunity. Long Chen nodded his head and joked. That's a good thing. However, it seems like the blue dragon halberd has been reserved by Master Xuanfeng's son, Dongfang Tianyu. Long Chen, you have to perform well and help Master Xianshao gain some face. Master Xianshao doesn't have any descendants, and his parents died when he was young, so he isn't really welcomed by the other Xian elders. Yan Honghai whispered to Long Chen as they walked to the side. In the last few contests for the Blue Dragon Halberd, the other 3 Fengyu Yunshao elders all had their juniors get the chance to touch the Blue Dragon Halberd, except for Master Xianshao. This time, besides Dongfang Tianchen and the other 2, the strongest among them is young Master Dongfang Tianyu. He has reached the advanced Earth Core realm, and ordinary early Heavenly Core warriors are no match for him. If he doesn't pick on you, you might be able to perform well and help Master Xianshao gain some face. But, I heard there's some conflict between you and Dongfang Tianyu. There's indeed a conflict, Big Brother Yan, and it's not a small one either. I'm guessing he will try everything he can to cause me trouble in this Blue Dragon Halberd competition. Long Chen smiled bitterly. This is going to be troublesome. Yan Honghai frowned. He was worried about Long Chen. Right at this moment, Dongfang Xianshao walked over from afar. Big Brother Yan, I'll be leaving first. After bidding farewell to Yan Honghai, Long Chen followed Dongfang Xianshao and walked around the Heavenly Pill region. How's your cultivation going? Dongfang Xianshao asked. In terms of true qi, I've already refined it to a very high level. My foundation has stabilized quite a bit. I guess I'll have a breakthrough soon. Long Chen could vaguely feel that the opportunity for a breakthrough was almost here. What about the 9 flashes of the true dragon? Dongfang Xianshao was delighted to hear that Long Chen was about to make a breakthrough. He was a person who didn't show his emotions on his face, so his tone was still calm. Good progress. I've already achieved the goal you set for me. Long Chen didn't say that he had already reached the 7th flash. If he did, Dongfang Xianshao would definitely think that his talent in combat skills was too heaven-defying, and he might ask more questions. Long Chen didn't want to cause trouble, so he just said it directly. Very good. Dongfang Xianshao smiled faintly. In his heart, he thought that Long Chen had already reached the 4th flash. This way, the true dragon 9 flashes will play a great role in your battles. Combined with your beast soul transformation and demon spirit sword finger, it should be very good. If you can make a breakthrough before that, you'll have at least a 30% chance. Keep working hard. The battle for the Blue Dragon Halberd was not only related to his future, but also to Mo Xiaolang's life. Therefore, in this battle, Long Chen would definitely risk his life to defeat Dongfang Tianyu and obtain that spot. In addition, Dongfang Xianshao was protecting him and giving him face. This was also what he should do. Dongfang Xianshao had been taking care of him since the start of the inner clan selection. Even when Long Chen was cultivating in the fragmented star realm, Dongfang Xianshao went to see him but didn't disturb him. For Long Chen, this was a kindness that must be repaid. On the way, Dongfang Xianshao suddenly said, "Let me tell you some good news." What is it? The good news from such a big shot was naturally not simple. The family's elder Xian has discussed it and decided to give you the cyan nethersal fruit. However, you won't receive any rewards within a year. I argued with them for a while and shortened the time to 9 months. This is my limit. Dongfang Xianshao was a little helpless. Long Chen looked at him. He really didn't know how to express his gratitude. Foster father, now that things have come to this, I can only tell you that I'll do my best to complete the Blue Dragon Halberd. That's good. Dongfang Xianshao was gratified to hear Long Chen's confident words. He took out a dark cyan jade box from his cosmos sack. This jade box was emitting dense spiritual energy. It was completely made of divine jade. This is the cyan nethersal fruit. Dongfang Xianshao handed it over to Long Chen. This was something that could allow Lingxi to live for 5 years. Even Long Chen was excited, not to mention the little girl in Lingxi's sword. If Dongfang Xianxiao wasn't here, she would have run out excitedly and started cultivating with the cyan nethercell fruit. Long Chen put the cyan nethercell fruit into his cosmos sac. When he saw Dongfang Xianxiao looking at him, he hurriedly asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face? I suddenly realized that you felt pretty blissful when you obtained the cyan nethercell fruit. Long Chen, you have a woman you like. This cyan nethercell fruit should be given to her." Dongfang Xuanxiao's voice was a little hoarse as he said this. Such a quiet and solemn person would actually mention such gossip. Long Chen was truly speechless. He hurriedly said, "No, absolutely not. Isn't that Lulan? She's not, all right." Dongfang Xianxiao shook his head. He could tell that Long Chen was just teasing that mature woman. The two continued walking. "Long Chen, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Long Chen asked. Dongfang Xuanxiao's eyes were filled with pain. He forced a smile and said, "Just a small piece of advice. If you find a woman you like in the future, you have to work 10 times harder to protect her." He walked in front and didn't look back as he spoke. Ah! Long Chen had no idea why Dongfang Xianxiao would tell him such a strange thing at this moment. No matter how smart he was, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. Soon, the two left the Sky Martial realm and returned to their residence. After sending Long Chen back, Dongfang Xianxiao was about to leave as well. Before he left, he told Long Chen, "Tian Chen, Tian Xing and Tian Xian have returned from their training. They are all Heavenly Core warriors, so you better not provoke them. Old Xian and the family chief love them, so if they beat you up, I can't be too obvious about it." "I understand." Long Chen nodded his head. He wasn't a man who didn't know what to do, and he knew the importance of forbearance. Before he was strong enough, he had to keep a low profile. Chapter 198. As soon as Long Chen returned, Yin Mengyao came out to welcome him. It had been a long time since they last met, and Yin Mengyao seemed to have improved. Her personality had always been rather cold, but she was much gentler when it came to Long Chen and Dongfang Xianxiao. After Dongfang Xianxiao left, Yin Mengyao asked eagerly, "Long Chen, how was it? Did you get any news?" Long Chen told Yin Mengyao everything he had learned in the Star Demon prison. Yin Mengyao frowned slightly when she heard that. Her face was as cold as ice as she said, "That's why we must obtain the Blue Dragon Halberd to have a chance. Yes, there are still a dozen or so days before the battle for the Blue Dragon Halberd begins. This time, I will do my best," said Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen's resolute gaze, Yin Mengyao also said, "This time, I will work hard with you. I have been fighting with the wooden puppets in the martial practice hall these past few days, and then I practiced the flowing water sage body. I have already made some progress." The martial practice hall and the wooden puppets. Long Chen had never heard of these two things. The martial arts hall is in the Profound Rain Pavilion. Most of the younger generation disciples train there. It was foster father who brought me there. There's a region in the martial arts hall with a total of 99 wooden puppets. As soon as we enter that region, all of the wooden puppets will swarm us. Yin Mengyao also felt that the wooden puppets were miraculous. How does the wooden puppets compare to the steel puppets? From the name, the steel puppets seem to be a bit stronger. You participated in the outer tribe selection, so you must have thought that the steel puppets are stronger, but that's not the case. Yin Mengyao shook her head and continued, "The steel puppets are rigid, but the wooden puppets are more agile. Moreover, the wooden puppets are made of high-quality wood, which is even tougher than steel. They can even use simple combat skills. A formation made of 99 wooden puppets isn't easy to deal with either." Long Chen finally understood. It seemed that the Lingwu inner tribe had put in a lot of effort to nurture the next generation. After chatting with Yin Mengyao for a while longer, she started today's cultivation mission. Lingxi had already urged her many times through the Lingxi sword. Now that she had the azure nethercell fruit, she wanted to immediately refine it, but Yin Mengyao was still there. When Long Chen returned to his residence, Lingxi's small figure had already flown out from the Lingxi sword. She was extremely excited, and her fair face had bloomed into a peach blossom, making her look a bit charming. "Long Chen, give me the azure nethercell fruit," she said. As Chen saw Chen, she as he as she could. "Long Chen Chen, Chen, long as I, Chen, long Chen, she, Moss. Big brother Chen, big brother Chen." Ling she suddenly had an idea. In front of delicious food, there was no way she would make things difficult for herself. "That's a good boy." When he saw the little girl looking at him with a fawning expression, Long Chen took out the azure nethercell fruit as he said, "On account that I've given up a year's worth of rewards for you, you can call me that in the future." "It sounds great." Lingxi was so touched by the green nether soul fruit that she felt a little apologetic. She nodded her head like a chick pecking at grains and sweetly called out to Chen a few times. Long Chen felt a tingling sensation in his heart. "Little she, you're really scary when you're gentle." Long Chen curled his lips. "You, humph." After receiving the green jade box from Long Chen, Lingxi couldn't be bothered to fuss about it with him. However, when she recalled how Long Chen didn't hesitate to use a year's worth of rewards to exchange for this for her, Long Chen's status in her heart rose to a very high level. "He calls me little she, yet I still call him Long Chen. It seems very distant. He's indeed older than me and treats me so well. I'll just call him Chen in the future. I won't suffer any losses." Lingxi thought in her heart. This residence also had a basement for Long Chen to cultivate in. Long Chen brought Lingxi to the basement and closed the door before he said, "Little she, start refining it now. I'll stand guard for you." "All right." Lingxi nodded obediently. Her tiny body dragged the huge jade box and placed it on the ground. She then opened the jade box with a face full of anticipation. In an instant, a soul-stirring sensation surged toward Long Chen. Long Chen merely took a breath and his consciousness instantly cleared up. It seems like this green nethercell fruit is very useful for cultivation. No wonder it's worth 10 million god jades. If I were to sell it, nestled in the jade box was a translucent green fruit. The shape of the fruit was similar to that of an apple. Its body was glowing brightly, and its translucent body was filled with countless translucent veins. A green liquid that looked like blood was flowing within the green nethercell fruit. "It's really the green nethercell fruit." Lingxi couldn't remain calm after seeing the fruit. Even her voice trembled as she spoke. "Little she, hurry up and refine it. A long night is fraught with trouble." Long Chen reminded her as he looked at the green nethercell fruit. Lingxi nodded. She looked at Long Chen with eyes filled with gratitude and said, "Thank you, big brother Chen." After that, she executed a secret technique and started to refine the azure nethercell fruit. The green nethercell fruit was quickly enveloped by her soul force. Bored, Long Chen started to ponder the last 2 flashes of the true dragon 9 flashes. As long as he could master the last bit, his true dragon 9 flashes would reach greater mastery and reach Dongfang Xuanxiao's level. As time passed, Long Chen could feel that Lingxi's strength was slowly increasing. This strength should be the life force of her soul. The soul grass was a mid-grade mystic spiritual medicine. Although the green nethercell fruit was a high-grade mystic spiritual medicine, it was close to an earth spiritual medicine. How could a spiritual medicine worth 10 million divine jades be simple? Therefore, Long Chen estimated that after refining the green nethercell fruit, he wouldn't have to worry about Lingxi's life for a long time. At the same time, Lingxi could also provide some help to Long Chen when her life was in danger. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. It was already dusk. Long Chen had already stopped cultivating and was sitting to the side, guarding Lingxi. At this moment, Lingxi was completely enveloped by a white mist, and her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. At this time, the white mist started to dissipate, and Lingxi's appearance was revealed. At this moment, her eyes were still closed. However, Long Chen discovered that she seemed to be a little different. Lingxi's skin was completely no different from warm and smooth white jade. This was not her true physical body, but the power of her spiritual soul, which was even more condensed. However, the degree of condensation did not seem to be much different from a real body. This little girl seems to have become even more beautiful. Long Chen was a little envious as he watched. Such a beautiful little beauty had actually been destroyed by that lousy sword. It was really a sin. At this time, Lingxi opened her eyes. Instantly, a divine light that made even the soul palpitate shot out from Lingxi's eyes, giving Long Chen a fright. Lingxi had just woken up, and saw that Long Chen had been frightened by her. Instantly, she giggled, and said, "Chen, you're really timid." "Who said so?" Long Chen's expression was stern. He sized up Lingxi, and asked, "How are you feeling now?" "I've already completely absorbed the medicinal effects of the green nethersal fruit. If I don't fight, I can at least survive for more than 5 years outside. If I fight, I estimate that I can take on a battle technique from a first-level Heavenly River tier cultivator." Lingxi stretched lazily. Although her figure was small, she already had beautiful curves. First level of the Heavenly River tier. Long Chen wasn't very familiar with the Heavenly River tier. He only knew that above the Divine Core tier was the Heavenly River tier, and in the entire Yuanling city, there weren't many cultivators who had surpassed the Divine Core tier. In the Lingwu family, it was rumored that the 4 patriarchs were Heavenly River tier experts. As for the Beast Soul Palace and Kingdom of Dawn, Long Chen had no idea. However, at the very least, the Beast Soul Palace's Emperor Yuan should be an expert of the Heavenly River tier. There are a total of 18 heavenly rivers in the starry sky of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, and each heavenly river is formed by countless stars. Of the 18 heavenly rivers, 9 appear during the day, and 9 appear during the night. Every Yang river corresponds to a Yin river. Heavenly River tier warriors absorb the power of the heavenly river stars and open up a starry sky within their bodies, forming 18 heavenly rivers within their bodies. Among them, every Yin river and Yang river will fuse together, and the 2 rivers will run side by side, forming the first level of the Heavenly River tier. There are a total of 9 levels in the Heavenly River tier. Knowing that Long Chen wasn't familiar with the Heavenly River tier, Lingxi explained to Long Chen. Heavenly River stars. Power of stars. Yin-Yang galaxy. There are a total of 9 levels in the Heavenly River tier. Little Shi, what level of the Heavenly River tier do you think those 4 old farts from the Lingwu family are? Long Chen was a little shocked by this information. He had just entered the Earth Core tier, and was still very far away from these things. There aren't many experts in Yuanling City. They're probably only at the first level of the Heavenly River tier. Lingxi said indifferently. Long Chen was speechless. Those 4 patriarchs were existences that Long Chen couldn't touch right now, but Lingxi actually said that there weren't any experts. Don't be discouraged, Chen. Little Shi believes that you'll surpass them very soon. Lingxi clenched her small fist and encouraged Long Chen. Oh right, you said that those experts at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier, where will they be? Long Chen asked. Yuanling City is a county of Zhangyang Country. The experts of Zhangyang Country are concentrated in the Zhangyang Imperial City, so there should be such experts in the Imperial City. The center of a country must be much bigger than Yuanling City. The Imperial City. Long Chen had heard of this before. This huge Yuanling city was a county that belonged to the imperial city. The current mayor's office of Yuanling City was only a branch of the imperial city, just like the Yang family of Baiyang Town, which was a branch of the Lingwu family. The imperial city is not a place you should think about now. Chen, you should think of a way to get that blue dragon halberd. Lingxi said. Long Chen nodded. The green nether soul fruit had been successfully absorbed. The two of them left the basement. At this time, Long Chen saw that Yin Mengyao hadn't returned. Mengyao Sis said that she would usually return at dusk. Now that night has fallen, could it be that something happened to her? Thinking of this, Long Chen frowned and walked towards the Xuanyu pavilion. Chapter 199. In the Dongfang clan, the 4 pavilions were arranged in 4 corners. Long Chen had been to the other 3 pavilions, so he quickly figured out the general location of the Xuanyu pavilion. Because he was worried about Yin Mengyao's safety, the Long Chen walked a bit fast. Not long after, he saw the Xuanyu pavilion in the distance. Compared to the other 3 pavilions, the Xuanyu pavilion was a bit more exquisite. Long Chen walked into the Xuanyu pavilion without saying a word. As soon as he entered, he saw a group of people gathered together and cheering. Long Chen hurried over. Surrounded by the crowd, Long Chen could vaguely see 2 people fighting. From afar, Long Chen only knew that there were 2 women. One of them was obviously Yin Mengyao, but the other one was unknown to Long Chen. This was a young girl who was about the same age as Yin Mengyao. Her beauty was not inferior to Yin Mengyao at all. At this time, she was wearing a light yellow dress. During the battle, the dress fluttered like a colorful butterfly. It was very beautiful. Yin Mengyao's appearance was cold, but this girl was cold. Her eyes hid a lot of arrogance. Upon closer inspection, Long Chen realized that this woman's cultivation was much stronger than Yin Mengyao's. Rather than saying that the 2 of them were sparring, it would be more accurate to say that the woman was toying with Yin Mengyao. People from other clans are really useless. Sister Tianxian just casually attacked and she was played around. That's natural. People from other clans all work for us. How could there be any decent experts? The people outside the arena were discussing without restraint and pointing fingers at Yin Mengyao's sorry figure. At this time, Yin Mengyao was in danger under the opponent's threat. However, the opponent did not directly defeat her. Instead, she used her as a training target and tried out all kinds of combat skills. At this time, Yin Mengyao was sweating profusely. She was a bit out of breath and her body was very tired. However, she was not someone who would easily admit defeat, so she persevered. Being able to persist until now, it seems that your flowing water holy physique has already begun to take shape. Not bad, try this move of mine. As she spoke, she threw a light punch towards Yin Mengyao's head. If Yin Mengyao's beautiful face was hit, she would become an ugly monster. Since Long Chen was here, how could he allow this to happen? He was just about to attack when a wave of hearty laughter suddenly resounded, and then a figure pounced swiftly towards Yin Mengyao. The figure grabbed Yin Mengyao's waist like a bolt of lightning and protected her as they retreated, allowing her to escape from the woman's attack range and allowing Yin Mengyao to escape danger. This was a young man who was extremely handsome. His skin was white and his nose bridge was straight. However, his eyes were smiling, making him look somewhat evil. I say, little sister Tianxian, you've already tortured her for an hour. You should just let it go. The man was still hugging Yin Mengyao's waist, enjoying the softness of Yin Mengyao's body as he smiled evilly. Dongfang Tianqing, are you going to meddle in other people's business? The girl named Dongfang Tianxian smirked coldly. Alright, my dear sister, please give me some face in front of this beauty. How about it? Dongfang Tianqing said quickly. Seeing his excited look, it seemed that this target was very much to his liking. Dongfang Tianxian knew what kind of person this cousin of hers was. However, Yin Mengyao did not seem to be related to her. Now that her opponent had been snatched away by Dongfang Tianqing, she was no longer in the mood and turned to leave. However, she was suddenly hugged by a stranger. Furthermore, Dongfang Tianqing's words made her feel very uncomfortable. Yin Mengyao's expression turned cold as she pushed Dongfang Tianqing away. "Little thief, let go of me." "Who are you calling a little thief?" "Little girl, you're really pretty, and you've even joined the Dongfang clan. Look, we're so fated." Dongfang Tianqing reacted quickly and grabbed Yin Mengyao's fair hands. He lowered his head and looked at Yin Mengyao with a faint smile. Long Chen knew that Dongfang Tianqing was strong. However, he could not take liberties with Yin Mengyao right under his nose. No matter what, Yin Mengyao was still his adopted sister. No matter what, Long Chen would not allow anyone to bully her. Scram! Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out, startling the crowd. They then saw a young man dashing towards Dongfang Tianqing. Without saying anything, he threw a punch towards Dongfang Tianqing's face. "Who?" Dongfang Tianqing's expression changed. He had not expected someone to attack him here. For a moment, he lost his elegant demeanor and let go of Yin Mengyao pathetically. He took a few steps back, and only then was he able to dodge Long Chen's attack. Long Chen took the opportunity to catch Yin Mengyao, shielding her behind him. At this moment, the rest of the crowd finally reacted. They looked at Long Chen in astonishment. "Which beast are you?" Looking at Long Chen, Dongfang Tianqing's demeanor was ruined. His initially evil eyes turned cold instantly. "Beast, who are you insulting?" Long Chen shouted at Dongfang Tianqing without the slightest bit of fear. Seeing that this lad still dared to shout at him, Dongfang Tianqing's expression sank as he shouted coldly, "Beast, I'm insulting you." "So, it's a beast insulting me. Hee, no wonder." Long Chen suddenly burst out laughing. Ever since he was young, he had played this little trick countless times. However, it always worked. Towards Long Chen's laughter, the crowd could not understand it. However, they soon figured out the reason behind it, causing their faces to twitch. When Dongfang Tianqing insulted him as a beast, Long Chen asked in return, "Beast, who are you insulting?" Dongfang Tianqing was provoked, and was immediately tricked by Long Chen into saying that Dongfang Tianqing was a beast. "You're courting death." Being toyed with by Long Chen, Dongfang Tianqing's expression instantly darkened. Just as he was about to make a move, Long Chen coldly said, "Dongfang Tianqing, if I tell my foster father about you harassing my big sister Mengyao, you know my foster father's personality. Touching his foster daughter is equivalent to slapping his face. If you have the guts, you can try." After hearing Long Chen's words, Dongfang Tianqing thought of Dongfang Xianxiao, and his expression sank. Dongfang Xuanxiao's personality was unfathomable. If he knew that he had bullied Long Chen and Yin Mengyao, his fourth uncle would definitely give him a good beating. Dongfang Tianqing's mother was Dongfang Xuanyu. He knew that even his mother couldn't do anything to Dongfang Xianxiao, and could only rely on his eldest uncle's prestige. Therefore, even though he wanted to teach Long Chen a lesson, he stopped. "You're that Long Chen?" Dongfang Tianqing coldly stared at him. "I'll never change my name or surname," Long Chen said. After learning that he was Long Chen, who had performed the best in the inner tribe selection, the crowd sized him up. No one else had the guts to go against Dongfang Tianqing. At this moment, the young girl, Dongfang Tianxian, was also looking at Long Chen. Initially, she didn't care much about this young man. However, after seeing how he dared to carry Dongfang Tianqing on his shoulders and force him to stop, Dongfang Tianxian couldn't help but admire his courage. However, how could Dongfang Tianqing reduce the anger in his heart? It was impossible for Dongfang Tianqing to swallow his anger. He rolled his eyes and said with a cold smile, "You dare to insult me? It seems like your strength is quite extraordinary. I wonder if you dare to fight me in the arena of life and death." There was an arena of life and death in the outer tribe, and so did the inner tribe. In the arena of life and death, as long as both parties agreed to it, they could have a real battle, with life and death disregarded. But, although this was the case, most of the participants didn't have to fight to the death. After all, they were all from the same tribe, so there was no need for them to have a deep grudge. "I'm not interested in the arena of life and death. I've just broken through to the Earth Core realm, and you're already a Heavenly Core warrior. Don't you think it's funny and embarrassing to fight me in the arena of life and death?" Long Chen teased. "Quibbling?" A mocking smile emerged on Dongfang Tianqing's face. "You don't even dare to accept a challenge? Long Chen, are you a man? I don't think you're a man, otherwise, why wouldn't you have the guts to fight me?" Dongfang Tianqing's words caused the crowd to burst into laughter. Since Long Chen dared to offend Dongfang Tianqing, and at the same time, he didn't have the guts to accept the challenge. At first, when Dongfang Tianqing saw how tough Long Chen was, she thought he was a tough guy. That's why she was interested in him. But, when she saw Long Chen didn't have the guts to accept the challenge, she immediately lost her interest. Right at this moment, Long Chen's expression didn't change at all. He didn't get angry, instead, he laughed and said, "If I accept the challenge, not only will I not have the guts, I'll also lose my brain. As for whether I'm a man or not, I'll have to prove it in bed. So, do you have any good girls that you want to recommend to me? As long as they look good enough, I won't reject you, haha." You. Dongfang Tianqing was once again defeated in the battle of words. If you don't have the guts to accept the challenge, then you're a coward. Looking for an excuse to avoid the challenge, Long Chen, you're a coward among the cowards. Long Chen didn't want to waste any more time with Dongfang Tianqing. He held Yin Mengyao's hand, and without another word, they left the profound rain pavilion under the gazes of the crowd. During the entire process, Yin Mengyao was scared out of her wits by Long Chen. She thought that Long Chen would be beaten up by Dongfang Tianqing, but Long Chen used the pressure from Xian Xiao to defuse the situation. This made Yin Mengyao feel admiration for her younger brother. Although Long Chen's talent in cultivation is slightly lower than Xiao Lang's, his willpower and wisdom are much stronger than that silly child Xiao Lang. Looking at Long Chen, Yin Mengyao was a little dazed. Compared to the first time they met, Long Chen seemed to have grown a lot stronger. When they arrived at the entrance of the profound rain pavilion, they happened to bump into Dongfang Tianyu, who was walking in. Long Chen and Dongfang Tianyu looked at each other, and fierce sparks flew between the two of them. However, Long Chen didn't dare to stay here any longer, and quickly left. After Long Chen left, Dongfang Tianyu arrived. Seeing the atmosphere, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly moved in front of Dongfang Tianqing and said, "Brother Tianqing, how was it? The Yin Mengyao that I recommended to you is to your liking, right?" Dongfang Tianqing's gaze turned gloomy. "She is, but she's fourth uncle's adopted daughter, so it's not easy to make a move on her." Dongfang Tianyu suddenly had an idea, and pulled Dongfang Tianqing to the side. "Fourth uncle is indeed difficult to deal with, but you don't have to make a move on him. Now that the two of them are in the clan, we have plenty of opportunities." Dongfang Tianqing's eyes lit up. "Little brother, you have quite a lot of ideas. I still want to kill Long Chen. What ideas do you have?" Long Chen. Dongfang Tianyu smiled. "When we fight for the Blue Dragon battle halberd, I will kill him." Chapter 200. After returning to his residence, Long Chen began to cultivate again. He continued all the way until dawn, and the battle for the Blue Dragon halberd was just around the corner. This time, Long Chen didn't dare to be negligent. After all, the matter regarding Xiao Lang would depend on his performance this time. The next day, when Long Chen was still cultivating, Yin Mengyao knocked on his door excitedly and said, "Long Chen, I have some good news for you." "What is it?" Long Chen opened the door and asked in confusion. "It's a secret." "You'll see it in a bit," Yin Mengyao said mischievously. Long Chen had helped her out of trouble yesterday, and the two of them had become even closer. "Alright, don't play games with me. Hurry up and tell me," Long Chen threatened. "Alright." Yin Mengyao was being mischievous for once, but Long Chen didn't appreciate it. She returned to normal and said with a smile, "Your sister from the Beitang family, Ong Lingqing, has come to look for you. She's on her way here right now." "Ah." Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. This was indeed a great surprise for him. Speaking of which, Long Chen felt a little sorry for Yang Lingqing. Long Chen should have gone to see her first after coming to the inner race. However, because of the Star Demon prison, he had been delayed for more than 10 days. Now that Yang Lingqing had heard that he had entered the inner race, she came over first. After a while, he saw Yang Lingqing walking over under Dongfang Xuanxiao's lead. Dongfang Xianxiao knew that the siblings hadn't seen each other in a long time, so he and Yin Mengyao gave them some space. Yang Lingqing was wearing a light green dress, and her appearance was getting more and more beautiful. She had a pair of charming eyes, and there was even a hint of green in them, which made her look very lively. "Brother." Yang Lingqing was very excited to see Long Chen. "Let's talk inside." He pulled Yang Lingqing and asked her to sit down. Long Chen looked at her for a while and said with a smile, "Little girl, I haven't seen you for a while. How come you've become so beautiful? Loquacious, you only know how to lie to coax me." Knowing Long Chen's trick, Yang Lingqing was not easily deceived by him. However, Long Chen was sincere this time. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and both of them had a lot to talk about. Once they started talking, they chatted from morning until noon. Long Chen mainly talked about his experiences during this period of time, and so did Yang Lingqing. However, her life was pretty boring. After getting a few good cultivation methods and powerful resources, she spent all her time cultivating. In less than a month, she had formed her mortal core and entered the mortal core realm. After obtaining the correct cultivation method, the mysterious Yin body was indeed extraordinary. "Oh right, where's Sister Lingxi?" Yang Lingqing asked. "She's sleeping. She needs to sleep for a long time every day." Long Chen replied. "Oh, I see." Yang Lingqing nodded her head. She looked around inside. "When you said you wanted to participate in the inner family selection, I knew it would be very difficult, but I also knew that you would definitely succeed. Just as I expected." "Hee, of course. With your brother's ability, basically, money, power, women, everything is within my grasp. You only know how to brag." Chatting with Long Chen made Yang Lingqing happier. Right now, she was covering her mouth and laughing so hard that her stomach hurt. However, Long Chen noticed that deep inside Yang Lingqing's eyes, there was a trace of worry and distress. "Little Qing, tell your brother, in the Beitang family, is there anyone who dares to bully you? If there is, your brother will definitely smack their butt." Long Chen knew that if he asked her seriously, with her personality of silently enduring everything, she wouldn't say it out loud. Therefore, he asked in a joking tone. Yang Lingqing was shocked. Looking at Long Chen's smiling face, she let out a sigh of relief and said, "Your sister is so likable, how could there be any trouble? But you, wherever you go, you always make a lot of enemies. I'm so worried about you. Hee, they see that I'm too handsome, that's why they are jealous of me. They are just clowns, nothing to be afraid of." Long Chen laughed and said. However, he secretly remembered Yang Lingqing's matter in his heart. That Dongfang Tianqing just came back, and he already has designs on Big Sis Mengyao. Ling Qing went to the Beitang clan alone, and everything was under Beitang Mo's control. If Beitang Mo isn't a good person, Ling Qing will be in big trouble. Thinking of this, Long Chen's heart felt as if it was being weighed down by a heavy stone. There really isn't anyone who dares to bully you. Long Chen recalled Lu Lan's words. Those who entered the inner clan would usually be detained in the form of marriage. Young Lingqing was getting more and more beautiful, and she even had the rare mysterious Yin physique. How could there not be people who had designs on her? There really isn't anyone. Don't think too much, just focus on your cultivation. I'm still waiting to praise you in front of others. Yang Lingqing stretched out her hand and slapped Long Chen's chest. All right, I believe you. Although this was what Long Chen said, he didn't think so in his heart. With Ling Qing's abnormal behavior, she must have encountered some big trouble. However, she was worried about me, and felt that I wasn't strong enough. Afraid that I would be implicated, she didn't dare to tell me. Long Chen made a mental note. Regarding this matter, Long Chen didn't mention it again. Instead, he started to talk to Yang Lingqing about cultivation. After another 2 hours or so, noon had passed. Lingxi finally woke up, and the moment she saw Yang Lingqing, she was extremely excited. The two girls chattered non-stop, and Long Chen was left to the side. Long Chen watched them talk quietly. These are the two girls I'm going to protect. Long Chen felt bitter in his heart. Because of the green nether soul fruit, Lingxi's matter had a certain degree of protection. However, his heart couldn't calm down when he left Yang Lingqing alone in the Beitang clan. Yang Lingqing only went back in the evening. Long Chen could see the reluctance in her eyes when she left. However, Long Chen knew that she had to go back. As someone who was being nurtured by the Beitang clan, she had no choice but to go back. I feel that Ling Qing has something on her mind. After Yang Lingqing left, Lingxi suddenly said solemnly. I know. If even Lingxi could see it, then it couldn't be fake. A person's emotions would be blocked in the heart. No matter how Yang Lingqing tried to conceal it, it was still there. Let's go and find Xian Xiao. At this time, Long Chen could only seek help. The Beitang clan was a colossus in front of him, and he couldn't rely on his own strength to deal with it. Dongfang Xianxiao was currently in the Profound Heaven Pavilion. Your sister left? Dongfang Xianxiao asked. Long Chen nodded. He didn't have anything to hide from Dongfang Xianxiao, so he went straight to the point. Foster father, can you help me investigate if there are people in the Beitang clan who are forcing my sister to do anything? For example, forcing her into a marriage. Dongfang Xianxiao fell silent for a moment before nodding his head. Under his beckoning, an armored guard soon walked in. Dongfang Xianxiao told him about Long Chen's request, and the guard nodded his head before disappearing. You can go back first. I'll inform you when there's news. Thank you, foster father. Long Chen was assured that he could handle this matter. Thus, he turned around and left. Long Chen. Dongfang Xianxiao suddenly called out to him. What is it? Long Chen turned around. Dongfang Xianxiao looked at him and said indifferently, Don't worry, it'll be fine. Dongfang Xianxiao tried to calm Long Chen down, but Long Chen couldn't. He originally wanted to prepare for the battle for the Blue Dragon Halberd, but Yang Lingqing's matter made him feel terrible. No one is allowed to touch the person I'm protecting. Otherwise, I'll tear them to pieces even if I have to risk my life. Sitting in a pavilion in the courtyard, Long Chen's eyes were gloomy. When it was almost midnight, Long Chen finally saw Dongfang Xianxiao. Dongfang Xianxiao immediately came to inform Long Chen when he saw that it was him who had received the news. Obviously, he was very concerned about Long Chen's matter. Foster father, what's the situation? Long Chen asked anxiously. You guessed correctly. Bei Tang Mo has already proposed to her, and the betrothal gifts have already been sent to Baiyang town. However, your sister is quite capable and is still delaying it. However, this marriage is the idea of the current head of the Beitang family, Bei Tang Mo's father, Bei Tang Ming. Your sister won't be able to delay it for long before she gives in. If they still use your Baiyang town as a hostage, your sister will definitely give in. Crack. Long Chen directly crushed the wooden railing in his hand. A blood-red ferocious glint burst out from his eyes. Do you dare to kill your way into the Beitang family? Dongfang Xianshao asked indifferently. Back then, I was the one who encouraged her to enter the Beitang family. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I don't want Lingqing to do something she doesn't want to do. I don't want her to force herself. She's my sister, so I have to stop her even if I have to die. Long Chen clenched his teeth and said coldly. You really don't know what's good for you. Dongfang Xianshao said helplessly. I guess the reason your sister came to see you today is because she is under too much pressure. After seeing you and returning to the Beitang family, I think she will give in. Although she has the mysterious Yin body, her starting point is too slow, and she has only just broken through to the mortal core realm. In front of a powerful family like the Beitang family, she is as weak as an ant. Tell me, what are you going to do? What should I do? I was the one who made her lose her freedom, so I can only use my life in exchange for her freedom. Thinking about how stupid he was to push young Lingqing to that place alone, Long Chen felt terrible. Don't be so pessimistic. Both of them are in love with each other. Bei Tang Mo is also a good junior, and his strength is on par with Tian Chen. He is one of the top geniuses in the Beitang family. No. Long Chen shook his head. If Lingqing really liked him, she would have told me about it happily today. Besides, if she really liked him, why did she delay it? Father, looks like I can't participate in the battle for the Blue Dragon Halberd. Long Chen's plan was to bring young Lingqing and his family to a faraway place. You're saying that you want to leave the Lingwu family? Dongfang Xianshao turned around and looked at him indifferently. I'm sorry. You've done so much for me, but I haven't given you anything in return. Long Chen really couldn't repay what Dongfang Xianshao had done for him. Silly boy. Dongfang Xianshao suddenly laughed. He patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, Get ready, I'll accompany you to the Beitang family tomorrow. Chapter 201. When the sun rose the next day, Long Chen was ready to go to the Beitang family with Dongfang Xianshao. Dongfang Xianshao had already said that no matter how overboard Long Chen was, he would support Long Chen. Long Chen understood that Dongfang Xianshao had treated him too well, and this made him feel bad. However, he wasn't a hesitant person. This was Yang Lingqing's important matter, and if he didn't handle it well, it might ruin Yang Lingqing's life. Therefore, even if it would cause Dongfang Xianshao a lot of trouble, Long Chen still had to go to the Beitang family, and he had to use a more forceful method. The Dongfang family wasn't too far away from the Beitang family. Soon, Long Chen and Dongfang Xianshao arrived at the Beitang family's residence. Not far from the entrance, some men from the Beitang family saw them and immediately went inside to report their arrival. After a while, a middle-aged man who was about the same age as Dongfang Xianfeng walked out and said with a loud and enthusiastic voice, Brother Xianshao, what a rare guest. What a rare guest. Please come in. Long Chen squinted his eyes. This man looked very similar to Bei Tang Mo, and he should be Bei Tang Mo's father, the current leader of the Beitang family, Bei Tang Ming. To be able to become the leader of the Beitang family, he must have reached the late heavenly core realm, and he must be someone like Dongfang Xianshao, whose combat strength was much higher than the 9 great supreme elders from the other families. Under Bei Tongming's lead, Long Chen and Dongfang Xianshao arrived at a main hall that was dark green in color. The few of them sat down, and Long Chen sat next to Dongfang Xianxiao. He looked around, then looked at Bei Tangming. He felt a little nervous. After all, these people were much stronger than him, and any one of them could easily kill him. It wasn't hard to imagine how difficult it would be for Long Chen to handle Yang Lingqing's matter in this group of people. After noticing Long Chen's gaze, Bei Tangming asked someone to pour tea for him and asked with a smile, "This is my godson, Long Chen. He just passed the inner family selection not long ago. I believe Brother Bei has heard of him before," Dongfang Xianxiao said indifferently. "Of course, Long Chen's name is quite well known these days. All the juniors in my family are talking about him. I heard that he even defeated the guy who claimed to be the #1 genius from the other families, and he's only at the early Earth Core realm." "That's true. But speaking of which, Long Chen and Brother Bei have some other relationship." Dongfang Xianxiao stared at Bei Tangming with an expressionless face, and no one could tell what he was thinking. "I know. I adopted a daughter a few days ago, and her name is Yang Lingqing. She has a rare mystical body, and I heard she's Long Chen's cousin. I'll ask someone to bring Yang Lingqing here so you can meet her." Bei Tangming had a smile on his face, but when he saw Long Chen and Dongfang Xuanxiao's strange expressions, he had a bad feeling in his heart. However, when he remembered that this was Yang Lingqing's business, and Dongfang Xianxiao couldn't do anything about it, he felt relieved. After that, someone went to call Yang Lingqing. As for Bei Tangming, he was very interested in Long Chen. When he was chatting with Dongfang Xianxiao, he would always bring the topic of Long Chen to Long Chen, and he would even ask about his well-being. This old fox is really hard to deal with. Long Chen's expression was in agreement with Bei Tangming's words, but his heart was actually very cold. Little Qing is just a weak little girl. Under this old fox's coercion, how can she resist? Therefore, he had to solve this matter. At this moment, Yang Lingqing's energetic figure walked into the hall. She saw Long Chen at first glance, and her eyes were filled with surprise. However, it was soon replaced by doubt and worry. She had just met Long Chen yesterday, so why was Long Chen here today? "Qing, come and sit here." Bei Tangming smiled and greeted the two who had just entered. Behind Yang Lingqing, Bei Tangmo was following behind Yang Lingqing with a cold expression. As soon as he entered the hall, he looked at Long Chen with a surprised expression. The first time he saw Long Chen, it was in the underground city of the Red Blood Holy Church. At that time, Long Chen was only at the late mortal core realm, but he had already killed an early Earth Core warrior. Now, Long Chen had broken through to the Earth Core realm, and he had even defeated Jin Sheng and who was at the early mortal core realm. This immediately made Bei Tangmo have a whole new level of respect for that inconspicuous young man. Under Bei Tangming's arrangement, Yang Lingqing and Bei Tangmo sat down obediently with different thoughts in their minds. Long Chen's heart was filled with anger, because he saw that Yang Lingqing's eyes were red and swollen. This meant that she had been crying. Thinking about how much mental torture his sister had gone through, Long Chen felt like his heart was being pierced by a knife. At the same time, his ruthlessness was slowly growing. "You two siblings have just met, why are you acting so distant?" Don't mind us elders, let's have a good chat," Bei Tangming said with a smile. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. While Bei Tangming was still drinking his tea, Long Chen suddenly looked at him and said in a cold voice, "Senior Bei Tang, I heard that Bei Tangmo is going to marry Ling Qing, and he has already sent betrothal gifts to my family." When Bei Tangming and Bei Tangmo heard this, they didn't think much of it. However, Yang Lingqing's body trembled. In her eyes, it was as if a painful matter had suddenly been exposed. She looked at Long Chen helplessly. Long Chen, I was just about to tell you about this. My Mo, and Qing, are in love, and they have already decided last night to hold a grand wedding on the 7th day of next month. As he spoke, he looked at Yang Lingqing with a hint of reproach. "Qing, you're really something. You were so focused on informing your family that you forgot about your brother." I forgot." Yang Lingqing's heart was in a mess, especially when she saw Long Chen's eyes turn colder and colder. At this moment, everyone except for Dongfang Xianshao was shocked when Long Chen smashed the table beside him. He stood up and stared coldly at Bei Tangming. "Long Chen, what are you doing?" Bei Tangmo frowned and said coldly. Here, Long Chen's target was not Bei Tangmo, but Bei Tangming. Under Bei Tangming's surprised gaze, he said coldly, "Falling in love? What a good falling in love. Senior Bei Tang thinks that falling in love is because you used your power and strength to pressure my younger sister and force her to marry your son." Long Chen's sudden and illogical move caused Bei Tangming and Bei Tangmo to be stunned. Yang Lingqing was even more shocked. The longer she stayed in the inner tribe, the more she knew how powerful the inner tribe was. Long Chen's move was undoubtedly digging his own grave. Nonsense. Bei Tangming's expression turned gloomy. He looked at Dongfang Xianshao immediately. If it wasn't for Dongfang Xianshao, Long Chen would be an ant that he could kill with a single slap. Long Chen wouldn't even have the right to be arrogant in front of him. When Bei Tangming saw that Dongfang Xianshao was still drinking his tea without any expression, he knew that Dongfang Xianshao had tacitly agreed to all of this. Is there something wrong with this Xuanxiao's brain? He doesn't give me any face at all. This is too infuriating. Bei Tangming's anger gradually grew. To him, it was a great humiliation for a brat to question him in the main hall. However, Dongfang Xianshao had tacitly agreed to it. This humiliation caused Bei Tangming to look at Long Chen with killing intent in his eyes. How am I talking nonsense? Ling Qing, come over here. Long Chen didn't seem to have any intention of backing down. He continued to look at Bei Tangming with cold eyes. Yang Lingqing's mind was blank. She only felt that Long Chen's performance was too shocking. When Long Chen called her name, she subconsciously leaned towards Long Chen. Ling Qing, what are you doing? Bei Tangmo's cold voice caused Yang Lingqing to tremble in fear. She stopped in her tracks. Trust me. Come over here. Big brother will guarantee that you'll be fine. While Yang Lingqing was in a dilemma, Long Chen looked at her with a serious expression and said something that made Yang Lingqing feel safe. Ever since Long Chen saved her several times, she had developed a blind reliance on him. Therefore, she gritted her teeth and walked to Long Chen's side under Bei Tangmo's cold gaze. Big brother, what should I do? Yang Lingqing's eyes were brimming with tears. I'm confident. Don't look down on me. Just do as I say and it'll be fine. He reached out and hugged Yang Lingqing's shoulders. To his surprise, Long Chen realized that she had slimmed down. That made sense. She was a weakling in the Lingwu inner tribe. Why didn't she slim down? No elder brother would allow his younger sister to be bullied by others. Long Chen should have known that Ling Qing wasn't doing well, but after entering the inner tribe, he had been delayed by other matters, which prevented him from taking care of her immediately. Long Chen knew that this was his fault. Yang Lingqing nodded with tears in her eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that Long Chen had given her so much confidence and protection, she would never have stood on Long Chen's side at such a critical moment. Qing, what are you doing? Have you forgotten what I said to you? At this moment, Bei Tangming's face was gloomy. His words were filled with killing intent. Don't scare my little sister. Senior Bei Tangming, you've lived for so long. Don't you know that a melon that's forcefully picked won't be sweet? Ling Qing is unwilling. As her godfather, it's fine if you don't take good care of her. What right do you have to force her to marry your son? Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing as he confronted Bei Tangming. In fact, Entering the inner tribe and being forced to marry the younger generation of the inner tribe was a tradition of the Lingwu family. However, Long Chen didn't believe that he would be bound by this tradition. Could it be that he would have to marry the daughter of the Dongfang family because of the elder's order? At the very least, Long Chen was against it. Being questioned by Long Chen like this, Bei Tangming couldn't keep his face any longer. At this moment, he couldn't hold it in anymore and released a powerful burst of true qi. He looked at Dongfang Xianxiao coldly and growled, "Dongfang Xianxiao, what do you mean? Just say it. If you don't like me, Bei Tangming, don't use a junior to shout in front of me. If you have the guts, just say it." Chapter 202. Bei Tangming was humiliated by a junior like Long Chen. If it wasn't for Dongfang Xianxiao, Long Chen would have already killed him. Long Chen's thoughts are my thoughts. Brother Ming, you grew up with me, so I believe you understand my character. Since the lady doesn't agree to it, why do you have to force it? Dongfang Xianxiao didn't react much to Bei Tangming's anger. He placed the teacup on the table and looked at Bei Tangming indifferently. However, there was a resolute look in his eyes. Long Chen was secretly grateful for Dongfang Xuanxiao's attitude. Senior Bei Tangming, I might have gone overboard with what I said earlier, but I'm also thinking for my younger sister. Please forgive me. However, I don't want my younger sister to submit to threats. Even if I get her, I believe that brother Bei Tang Mo wouldn't be willing to do so, right? Long Chen knew when to stop. He was arrogant just now because he wanted to give Bei Tangming a warning. Now that he had softened his tone, Bei Tangming might be able to accept it a little. Bei Tang Mo wanted to forcefully marry Yang Lingqing, which was not the behavior of a gentleman. However, Long Chen put the hat of a gentleman on Bei Tang Mo's head. Even though he knew that Long Chen was spouting nonsense, Bei Tang Mo's face turned red from embarrassment and anger. Only now do you realize that your words have crossed the line. Long Chen, you've insulted me with your arrogant words. As the head of the Bei Tang clan, if word of this were to spread, where would I put my old face? At this moment, Bei Tangming could already tell that Dongfang Xianxiao was letting Long Chen do as he pleased. Senior Bei Tang can do whatever you want. However, the matter regarding Ling Qing should not have spread out yet. As long as Senior Bei Tang cancels the marriage today, it is not impossible for me, Long Chen, to kowtow a few times in front of you. Long Chen shielded Yang Lingqing behind him and held her nervous hands tightly. At this time, Long Chen felt that Yang Lingqing's palms were sweating. Kowtowing was something that Long Chen would never do in the past. But now, in order to help Ling Qing get through this ordeal, he was ready to risk it all. Although Dongfang Xianxiao could help him, Long Chen was also aware of Dongfang Xuanxiao's difficulties. Dongfang Xianxiao and Bei Tangming were both important figures in the Lingwu family, so they were naturally under the control of the four patriarchs. Thus, they couldn't easily make a move against them. Today, Dongfang Xianxiao could only ensure that Long Chen would be fine, but Long Chen would have to use his own brain to help Ling Qing. Don't. Yang Lingqing's voice was already a little hoarse. She knew that Long Chen was a proud and arrogant fellow. Making him kowtow was harder than ascending to the heavens, but he didn't even frown for her sake today. Yang Lingqing knew that this was her brother. Hearing Long Chen's words, Dongfang Xianxiao took another look at him and nodded his head. This kind of youth wouldn't be in vain for him to help him regardless of the consequences. Kowtow. Bei Tangming sneered and said, "You spoke rudely. Do you think kowtowing can solve the problem? If you want to get what you want, Long Chen, take a palm strike from me today. If you don't die, I will let you go. We can also discuss about your sister." A palm strike? Long Chen furrowed his brows. He knew that a palm strike from Bei Tangming could definitely take his life in an instant. In other words, Bei Tangming wanted Long Chen's life in exchange. Bei Tangming. Hearing Bei Tangming's words, Dongfang Xianxiao stood up and walked to Long Chen's side. Don't ask for too much. I'll be frank with you. Long Chen is my godson, and I will definitely help you to the end. You know my character very well. Even if I have to bear the pressure from the 4 patriarchs, I will definitely not let this marriage go through. Why don't we both take a step back and let both sides live a good life? Bei Tangming knew that Dongfang Xianxiao had been rebellious since he was young. He had done more than 1 or 2 heaven-defying things. Furthermore, he had always kept his word. With his character, he might really mess up the Beitang family for the sake of Yang Lingqing. At this moment, Beitang Mo's heart was filled with anger. He looked at Long Chen coldly and his killing intent gradually filled the air. He thought that he was finally going to get his hands on Long Chen, but he didn't expect that someone would appear out of nowhere and trample on his, Beitang Mo's, face. However, he was already in his 20s, and he knew the principle of forbearance. He had heard of Dongfang Xuanxiao's matter, and it was indeed heaven-defying. At this moment, he pulled Bei Tangming's arm and said softly, "Dad, let me handle this. As for the reason, I'll tell you later." Seeing his son's confident expression, Bei Tangming stared blankly for a moment. He was familiar with his son's character, so he chose to believe him. Thus, Beitang Mo took a few steps forward, looked at Long Chen and said, "There are no outsiders here, so I'll get straight to the point. I can agree to your proposal to cancel the engagement, but I have a condition." "What condition? Just say it." Long Chen looked at the youth that he had once looked up to. "It's very simple. You can take a palm strike from me, but you can't retaliate. As long as you can survive, I, Beitang Mo, will never bring up the marriage again," Beitang Mo said. "You're the one who said it." Long Chen knew that Beitang Mo was a early heavenly core warrior, many times stronger than him. But at least, he was still weaker than Bei Tangming. Many people knew that this father and son wanted him to marry Yang Lingqing. Asking them to stop abruptly today was a huge blow to their reputation. Long Chen knew that if they didn't pay a heavy price, this father and son wouldn't stop. No way. Hearing that Long Chen agreed without hesitation, Yang Lingqing panicked. She knew the difference between their strengths, and if she asked Long Chen to take a palm strike from Beitang Mo, it would be like throwing an egg against a rock, and he would be smashed into pieces. "Lingqing, this is none of your business." Yang Lingqing had just broken through to the mortal core realm, there was no way she could fight against Long Chen. Therefore, she was pushed back by Long Chen to Dongfang Xuanxiao's side. Long Chen knew that Dongfang Xianxiao would stop Yang Lingqing for him. Indeed, Dongfang Xianxiao stretched out his arm and held Yang Lingqing tightly. Right now, Yang Lingqing's face had turned pale. She was struggling with all her might, but she still couldn't move. "Brother, I don't want you to die, I'm willing to be with him, isn't that enough?" 2 streams of tears rolled down from her face. Thinking about how Long Chen had done so much for her, Yang Lingqing's heart broke. This man who was standing in front of her looked so majestic. "Master Xianxiao, you can't let him die. He is your adopted son, are you going to watch him die like this?" Sensing Xuanxiao's presence, Yang Lingqing felt like she had found a life-saving straw. She begged with tears all over her face. Dongfang Xianxiao took a deep breath. He was struggling in his heart right now. In the end, he ignored Yang Lingqing's tears, clenched his teeth, and asked Long Chen, "Kid, are you confident?" "Yes." Long Chen said without hesitation. "Remember, you owe me a lot, and I'm waiting for you to pay me back." Dongfang Xianxiao said. "I remember." Long Chen forced a smile and looked at Yang Lingqing. "Don't you know how ugly you look when you cry? Good girl, don't cry. Watch your brother create a miracle." Yang Lingqing's eyes were already covered in tears. She cried so much that she couldn't say a single word. Her heart was filled with endless regret. She regretted meeting Long Chen yesterday and letting him see through her. She regretted that she unconsciously stood on Long Chen's side, which proved that she wasn't willing to marry Bai Tangmo. Because of this, she wanted to kill her brother. Miracle, stop talking nonsense. If you agree, then let's start. If this goes on, I will be touched by your brother-sister relationship. Bai Tangmo sneered in his heart. Let's do it. Under Yang Lingqing's heartbroken gaze, Long Chen walked to the center of the hall. With his tall and straight body, he didn't even frown when facing the #1 genius of the Beitang family. While he was walking, he had completed his dragon soul transformation. In an instant, the blood-red scale armor covered his entire body. Beast soul transformation, what kind of demon beast is this? Bai Tangming was surprised. Because Long Chen was a divine core warrior, he instinctively thought this was a mystic rank beast soul. But, among the mystic rank, there was no demon beast similar to the underground blood lizard. That's why he couldn't figure out what it was. However, none of this had anything to do with him killing Long Chen. Right at this moment, Long Chen was fully prepared. No matter if it was his true energy or thunder flame energy, he had unleashed his full potential. The energy of thunder and flame were revolving around him. Thunder flame combat body, too bad it's only a second-grade thunder flame combat body. If it was a complete third-grade thunder flame combat body, my attack wouldn't even be able to hurt a single hair on his body. Bai Tangmo's knowledge was extraordinary. Right at this moment, when he saw Long Chen was fully prepared, he sneered. Without any hesitation, he unleashed his early heavenly core true energy. In an instant, a dark green and gloomy aura spread out in all directions. Are you ready to die? Bai Tangmo sneered. After that, with the help of his true energy, he took a step forward, and with a firm body, he thrust his palm forward. Chilly Wind Poison Demon Palm. With this palm strike, a chilly wind immediately swept towards Long Chen. Long Chen didn't do anything to defend himself, he just let Bai Tangmo's palm strike hit Long Chen's chest. You're still not dead yet? After sending Long Chen flying away, Bai Tangmo burst into laughter. Brother! Yang Lingqing let out a shrill cry. Her face turned even paler, because she saw Long Chen being knocked away. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his face turned black. She was now a member of the Bai Tang family, and she knew the power of the Bai Tang family's combat skills. This chilly wind poison demon palm would invade one's internal organs, specifically destroying the meridians, bones, and internal organs. For someone like Long Chen who was hit by this attack, it would be almost impossible for him to survive. Even if he did survive, even if his meridians weren't broken, they would still accumulate, and his combat strength would be greatly reduced. Chapter 203. Right after Long Chen was sent flying, Dongfang Xianxiao caught him and placed him on the ground. In his hand, there was a herb that was emitting energy. He crushed it and stuffed it into Long Chen's mouth. After that, he circulated his true energy and helped Long Chen absorb the herb. Right now, Long Chen's eyes were tightly shut, and his mouth was stained with black blood. His body was cold, and he was emitting black gas. He looked like a dead man. Brother! Looking at Long Chen's current state, Yang Lingqing felt like the world had turned dark. She knew that Long Chen was most likely dead, and even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would be a cripple for the rest of his life. There was a total of 4 stages between the initial Earth Core Realm and the initial Heavenly Core Realm. It was such a huge gap, but Long Chen had blocked Bai Tangmo's palm strike for her. How could he possibly be unharmed? Even Dongfang Xianxiao didn't have much confidence. But, his many years of experience told him that now wasn't the time to give up. If he took the necessary measures in time, Long Chen might still have a chance. Brother, you have to hold on. Aunt and the others are still waiting for you at home. Yang Lingqing weakly fell onto the ground. She had no strength left in her body, and all she could do was stare blankly at Long Chen. It was as if her entire world had collapsed. Yang Lingqing hugged her arms, and her arms were twitching. Her face was filled with helplessness and self-blame. Looking at Long Chen's reaction, Bei Tangmo turned around and gave his father a faint smile. Bei Tangming looked at his son and felt relieved. Mo has really grown up. Bei Tangming knew that when he suggested hitting Long Chen with a palm strike, Long Chen wouldn't agree because he knew he was going to die. But, if it was Bei Tangmo, as Bei Tangmo was from the same generation as Long Chen, with Long Chen's arrogant character, he would definitely agree. That was why there was such an outcome. Father, I heard that this brat will participate in the contest for the Blue Dragon halberd. Dongfang Tianqing and I are good friends. We met up a few days ago, and I heard that his younger brother, Tianyu, will definitely kill Long Chen in the contest. However, even if Long Chen doesn't die now, his meridians will definitely be broken, and his strength will greatly decrease. At that time, he will still be killed by Dongfang Tianyu. Father, do you think that once Long Chen dies, Ling Qing will still be mine? Bei Tangming walked beside Bei Tangmo and said in a low voice. That's true. You did very well today, Bei Tangming praised sincerely. Then, they looked at Long Chen. This Long Chen should be out of breath. Bei Tangming sneered in his heart. Dongfang Xianxiao, who was currently treating Long Chen with high-grade mystic medicine, looked at Long Chen's current state and didn't have much confidence. At this moment, he also felt a little regretful. He might not wake up. Was I wrong? I only thought that a man should be brave enough to bear the responsibility at the most crucial moment. Even if his body is crushed into pieces, he shouldn't be afraid. I was wrong. When Dongfang Xianxiao looked at the helpless Yang Lingqing and recalled his own past, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Long Chen, I've let you down. He was also filled with self-blame. Just as Dongfang Xuanxiao's expression darkened, he suddenly sensed a healing energy within Long Chen's body. This energy was circulating within his body consciously. Although it was weak, it was able to heal the corners of his body that spirit medicine couldn't. This is the legendary life battle technique. Dongfang Xuanxiao's heart was in turmoil. He was pleasantly surprised that Long Chen had this legendary life battle technique. More importantly, this life battle technique was circulating consciously, which meant that Long Chen wasn't dead yet. He even had his own consciousness and was treating his injuries. Dongfang Xianxiao was overjoyed when he thought of this. He took out another high-grade mystic medicine, crushed it, and placed it in Long Chen's mouth. He then used his true qi to carefully treat Long Chen's injuries. Xianxiao, he was hit by my son's Yin wind poison demonic palm. Don't waste any more high-grade mystic medicine. Bei Tangming put on a fake smile. He was extremely displeased when Dongfang Xianxiao threatened him earlier. Now that he could return the insult, he felt extremely satisfied. Hearing that there was no hope for Long Chen, Yang Lingqing's mind went blank. Right at this moment, she suddenly saw Long Chen's finger move. Brother, you're still alive. Yang Lingqing immediately stood up from the ground and rushed to Long Chen's side. At this moment, Dongfang Xianxiao knew it was time, so he quickly helped Long Chen up and made him sit on the ground with his palms facing the sky. Although Long Chen's eyes were still closed, he could already use his true qi to absorb the medicinal strength, and at the same time, use the Yuan restoring combat skill. Long Chen knew exactly where his injuries were. Therefore, it would be better for him to do it himself. He's still alive. Bei Tangmo and Bei Tangming looked at each other. They were both surprised. Is this guy's zodiac a cockroach? Why is he so tenacious? He's just an Earth Core warrior, but he's still alive under my wind poisoned demonic palm. Bei Tang Mo thought to himself. But, even if he doesn't die, I think he'll be crippled for the rest of his life. Under Yang Lingqing's expectant gaze, the dark clouds on Long Chen's face slowly disappeared. Half an hour later, Long Chen finally opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Yang Lingqing, who had stopped crying and was smiling. Where did this slug come from? The corners of Long Chen's mouth twitched as he slowly said these words. Even though it was a very simple sentence, it made him feel very strained. After hearing what Long Chen said, it reminded her of how she was laughed at by Long Chen when she was young. That kind of joy made Yang Lingqing stunned. After a long while, she finally regained her senses. She nervously asked this godlike man in front of her, "Brother, are you all right?" "My waist is fine, my kidneys are fine, everything is fine. I haven't slacked in bed at all." Long Chen didn't want this girl to worry, so he forced a smile and said, "Brother scoundrel." This sentence made Yang Lingqing cry and laugh at the same time. Long Chen wanted to caress her face, but it was extremely difficult. His current condition didn't allow him to do so. At this moment, Dongfang Xianxiao looked at him and asked, "How are you feeling?" "I'm fine. Let's get down to business first." After saying that, Long Chen looked at Bei Tang Mo and said, "I've already taken a palm from you, but I didn't retaliate." "Bei Tang Mo, remember what you said." Bei Tang Mo was a little surprised that Long Chen was able to survive. However, he knew that Long Chen would definitely die if he participated in the battle for the Blue Dragon Halberd in his current condition. As long as Long Chen died, Yang Lingqing couldn't leave the Beitang clan. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Thus, he coldly said, "I, Bei Tang Mo, naturally keep my words." "Is that so?" Dongfang Xianxiao coldly looked at Bei Tangming and said indifferently, "I won't say much. Long Chen has already taken a palm. If one day, I find out that he took a palm for nothing, someone will have to take a palm from me. Since the matter has been settled, Brother Xianxiao, please leave." Bei Tangming didn't want to talk to him and directly asked him to leave. Dongfang Xianxiao also didn't want to stay here any longer. "Let me carry you." "Okay." Long Chen nodded. At this moment, he really didn't have the strength to walk on his own. However, he felt extremely humiliated to be carried by an old man at this age. Before he left, he turned around and looked at Bei Tang Mo from Xian Zhao's back. "Bei Tang Mo, I, Long Chen, will return this palm strike to you 10,000 times in the future. Otherwise, I will never be able to reincarnate." At this moment, Long Chen swore. "Lingqing, come out with me for a moment." Before leaving, Long Chen still had some things to tell Yang Lingqing. Bei Tang Mo wanted to stop him, but his father stopped him. "What are you stopping me for? They're going to die soon. Let them see each other again. Everyone in our Beitang clan is very kind." After leaving the Beitang clan, Long Chen tilted his head and said to Yang Lingqing on Xian Zhao's back, "I originally wanted to give you a good scolding today, but I'll let it go now. However, Lingqing, if you suffer any grievances in the future and don't tell me, it means that you're looking down on me. If I find out in the end, I won't punish you, but I will definitely tear the person who bullied you into pieces, regardless of the consequences." "Got it, brother. Are you alright?" Yang Lingqing was already scared out of her wits after today's incident, but in the end, Long Chen still performed a miracle and saved her. Right now, she was most concerned about Long Chen's health. Even if he doesn't die from the wind demonic palm, his meridians will usually be broken. In the worst case, his meridians will be clogged up and his strength will decrease, Dongfang Xianxiao added, his eyes filled with worry. "Don't worry, I'm an unkillable cockroach." Long Chen chuckled and said, "Although I've suffered some injuries, my strength hasn't decreased. I can guarantee that I'll fully recover before the battle for the Blue Dragon Halberd. In terms of toughness, Long Chen's current body was at the second level of the Thunderflame battle physique. However, it was the body of a dragon that contained the primordial divine dragon's blood essence. Its recovery ability, resistance ability, and other attributes were definitely top-notch. It wouldn't be that easy for Bei Tang Mo to cripple him with a single palm. Of course, it was also because Bei Tang Mo hadn't used his strongest move yet. Hearing Long Chen's guarantee, Dongfang Xianshao and Yang Lingqing both heaved a sigh of relief. Long Chen had survived another calamity today. Lingqing, you've already acknowledged a master in the Beitang family, so I can't bring you away now. I can only help you until now. However, Beitang Mo will restrain himself in the future, but you must be careful. If there's anything, tell me in advance. I understand. After what had happened today, Yang Lingqing knew that with Long Chen, a man of indomitable spirit, she didn't have to be afraid anymore. Brother, you're going to participate in the battle for the Blue Dragon Halberd. You have to focus on healing your injuries, cultivate, and do your best. I have high hopes for you. Yang Lingqing said with a smile on her face. Long Chen nodded his head. Looking at Yang Lingqing's pretty face, he suddenly thought of a serious question. With a gentle voice, he asked, Little Qing, did that Beitang Mo force you? What are you talking about? Yang Lingqing felt embarrassed. But, she knew that Long Chen was worried about this, so she said, Brother, you don't have to worry about this. I heard from someone that I have the mysterious Yin body, if I don't break through to the late heavenly core realm, nothing good will happen to me. So, you don't have to worry about this. Chapter 204. So that's how it is. Yang Lingqing was inexperienced, so her words were unclear. After Long Chen understood, he heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. After saying that, he laughed happily. However, he accidentally aggravated his injuries, causing him to grimace in pain. After explaining things to Yang Lingqing, Long Chen knew that it was time to go back. This time, he had to properly prepare for the upcoming battle for the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. Beitang Mo's palm strike had been engraved in Long Chen's heart. One day, he would definitely take revenge. However, the most important thing right now was to fight against Dongfang Tianyu and obtain the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. Yin Mengyao was also working very hard these days. Long Chen didn't let her know about Yang Lingqing's matter. With Dongfang Xuanxiao's help of 2 high profound rank spirit herbs, Long Chen's injuries were almost completely healed after 3 days. Yin Mengyao was in seclusion training, so she didn't even know that Long Chen was injured. However, for Long Chen, this was much easier. With Guiyuan, Long Chen could heal his injuries at any time. This kind of healing speed was much faster than the others. Although Dongfang Xianshao knew about his life battle skill, he didn't ask too much. On the morning of the 4th day, Long Chen found Dongfang Xianshao and said, Father, I have reached a bottleneck in my training. I want to go to the Star Devil prison again. I have a premonition that this time, I will be able to break through to the initial Earth core realm. Oh! For Dongfang Xianshao, this was good news. He knew that Long Chen was able to heal so quickly because of the life battle skill. Dongfang Xianshao had high expectations for Long Chen. Therefore, Dongfang Xianshao was very happy that Long Chen had hope of breaking through again. He quickly brought him into the Sky Martial Realm and arrived at the entrance of the Star Devil prison again. After greeting Yan Honghai, Long Chen, who had familiarized himself with the Star Devil prison, entered the Star Devil prison alone. He arrived at the transfer hall. Soon, he arrived in front of the 2 thick iron chains. Mo Shaolang is in that direction. Long Chen looked at the iron chains on the left and then looked into the distance. There were 5 huge shining stars. Long Chen knew that the one that was faintly cyan, it should be the blue dragon star that imprisoned Mo Xiaolang. I need to hurry up and cultivate. Breaking through to the minor earth core realm is more important. With that thought in mind, Long Chen stepped onto the iron chain on the right. He walked along the iron chain alone. After about half an hour, he finally arrived at the fork in the endless loneliness. 5 times gravity. 10 times gravity. 20. 30. 50. Looking at the signs, Long Chen was thinking about which broken star he should enter. Last time, I was still able to move around freely in the 20 times gravity. The gravitational force here is 100 times, and I think only heavenly core warriors can enter this place. That's why I'll enter the second level, 50 times gravity, 50 times gravity. That meant that Long Chen's bones and muscles had to withstand a weight of 7,000 jin, which was 7 tons. If an ordinary man were to enter this place, he would be crushed to death immediately. Within my tolerance, the stronger the gravity, the more suitable it is for me. There are only a few days left. I need to make a breakthrough in this final moment, or else I won't have another chance. With that thought in mind, Long Chen no longer hesitated and decided to enter the broken star with 50 times gravity. Long Chen walked on the chain. When he got close to the broken star, which was more than 700 meters in diameter, he was sucked in by the broken star and fell to the ground. Slap! Long Chen's body, which had just recovered, was immediately subjected to extreme torture. The pulling of his muscles and the stagnation of his blood almost caused Long Chen to stop breathing. He lay on the ground, unable to move at all. Good, very strong. Long Chen was very satisfied with this kind of gravity. He roared and began to clench his teeth. He used his hands to support himself on the yellow ground and used all his strength to prop himself up. The veins on his arms burst out one after another. They were like tiny green snakes that wrapped around his arms and neck. Fuck! Long Chen cursed. The gravity was simply too strong. At this moment, his entire body was covered in sweat. After working hard for almost a quarter of an hour, the final result was that he could only support his entire body. However, during this process, his body had received an enormous amount of training. The next goal is to be able to meditate. As long as he could meditate, Long Chen would be able to circulate his true qi. Therefore, under this terrifying gravity, Long Chen endured and began to do something that he could not do for long after he was born, and that was to sit up. After another hour, Long Chen was covered in sweat and gasping for breath. However, he had successfully sat up and got into a good posture. Next, it's time to circulate my true qi and train it. Under 50 times the gravity, it was extremely difficult to circulate his Jin qi. Long Chen had to expend 100 times more strength than usual before he could barely circulate his Jin qi. This feeling was similar to pulling an elephant when he didn't have any strength. It was not hard to imagine how difficult it was. However, Long Chen knew that as long as he persevered, he would be able to break through to the initial earth core realm in a short period of time. It would be even better than when he was using the blood refinement qi technique. He had been using the blood refinement qi technique all this time. Although Lingxi said that he was still weak and did not need to worry about his foundation, Long Chen knew that he still needed to be careful. Using this kind of training to improve was a better way. Time slowly passed as Long Chen trained bitterly. The time it took for Long Chen to complete a cycle became less and less. 5 days later, the time it took him an entire day to complete a cycle was reduced to an hour. After 5 days of training, my true qi has been compressed again. Even the degree of fusion between my true qi and the thunder flame force has increased a lot. This has made my true qi more powerful, and it should be about time for me to break through. Persevere. In these few days, Long Chen thought about Yang Lingqing and Lingxi, who still needed his help. His heart was filled with power. Long Chen knew that only a man with responsibility would continue to improve. He would protect those he wanted to protect and defeat those who wanted to kill him. After another half a day, when Longchen tried to circulate his true qi, the resistance he felt was almost the same as when he was under the 20 times gravity. Time's up. When all the true energy entered his dantian for the last time, it slammed into each other and began to fuse rapidly. The blood-red mist gradually turned into a solid blood-red earth core. This process lasted for a very short time. Soon, Longchen let out a roar. The thin true qi came out of his mouth and formed a blood-red mist around his mouth. At this moment, the size of the earth core in Longchen's dantian had shrunk a lot. Compared to before, it was much more solid and powerful. Initial earth core realm, success. Sensing the surge in his Xinqi, Longchen knew that he wasn't too far off from Dongfang Tianyu in terms of Xinqi. Of course, the prerequisite was for him to undergo the powerful dragon soul transformation. At this moment, his body was filled with power. He tried to stand up in this 50 times gravity, but he realized that it wasn't that hard. The feeling he had now was the same as when he was under the 20 times gravity. If Nangong Cheng could come here, he would be able to fight him again and use the 9 true dragon flash again. The feeling of becoming stronger is so good. This way, Long Chen was more confident in winning the battle for the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. The Blue Dragon Battle Halberd was related to Mo Xiaolang. Therefore, this time, Long Chen had to succeed no matter what. There are still 3 days until the battle, Yang Qi thought. I'll spend another 2 days on this shattered planet with 50 times the gravity to perfect the 9 flashes of the true dragon. If Xian Xiao can do it, why can't I? The enormous pressure didn't allow Long Chen to relax at all. As soon as he broke through to the small success Earth Core realm, he immediately started practicing the true dragon's 9 flash. What surprised him was that under this 50 times gravity, his understanding of the true dragon's 9 flash had deepened. If this continues, the 9th flash won't be a problem. Only now did Long Chen know that it wasn't that easy to practice a battle skill. His current talent was already quite outstanding. At least, the speed at which he practiced the 9 true dragon flash was much faster than Dongfang Xian Xiao. After 2 days, Long Chen had already completed the 9th flash. He had completely mastered the 9 true dragon flash and integrated it into his daily battles. It's time to go back and give them a big surprise. Long Chen thought. He tidied himself up and started his journey back. When he returned to the transfer palace, Long Chen said to the Blue Dragon Star, "The next time we come here, I will probably save you." Long Chen felt that this Mo Xiaolang would be the one who would fight with him for the rest of his life. He would be his left and right arms. After leaving the Star Devil prison, Yan Honghai greeted him and said, "Young Master Long Chen, Master Xian Xiao has been here for 2 days. He is waiting for you over there." Long Chen nodded and walked towards Dongfang Xian Xiao's position. Why does young Master Long Chen seem different? Yan Honghai looked at Long Chen's back and said in surprise. He has undergone a transformation. Next to him, another guard murmured. "Father." Long Chen came to Dongfang Xian Xiao's side and called out. At this time, Dongfang Xian Xiao was meditating with his eyes closed. Success. Dongfang Xian Xiao opened his eyes. Yes. Then let's go back and see your performance. Standing up, Dongfang Xian Xiao looked at Long Chen for a while. He also knew that after going through the matter of Yang Lingqing, Long Chen had really undergone a transformation. This made him look more like a responsible man, not an ignorant youth. Just like this, they set foot on the road back. "Xiao Lang, wait for me," Long Chen thought. At this time, Dongfang Xian Xiao was also looking in the direction of the Star Devil prison, lost in thought. Long Chen had no idea why that was the case. Could it be that he also has a brother who is imprisoned inside? Long Chen's imagination ran wild. Chapter 205. After returning to the Dongfang mansion, Long Chen didn't go out again. Tomorrow was the day of the Blue Dragon Halberd competition, and he had made great breakthroughs in all aspects. Therefore, it was rare for him to have some free time today. After chatting with Lingxi and Yin Mengyao for a while, time passed quickly. I really didn't expect you to break through to the initial Earth core realm at such a critical moment. Long Chen, you're much stronger than me. Up until now, I've only cultivated the flowing water holy body to the embryonic form. There was a trace of helplessness in Yin Mengyao's voice. She felt a lot of pressure staying with Long Chen. Long Chen smiled and looked at Yin Mengyao. Suddenly, he thought about Yang Lingqing, so he asked, Sister Mengyao, that Dongfang Tianqing, is he bothering you? That guy. Thinking about him, Yin Mengyao furrowed her brows and said angrily, he keeps messing with me with his strength. If I didn't learn from you and mention my foster father, the result would have been, is that so? A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. In the inner family, no matter if it was Dongfang Tianyu, Dongfang Tianqing, or even Bei Tang Mo, they were all his enemies. Alright, let's go one by one then. Tomorrow, it's Dongfang Tianyu's turn. The next morning, Long Chen followed Dongfang Xianxiao and Yin Mengyao to the Profound Wind Pavilion. Right now, the pavilion was filled with people, and all of them had strong cultivation bases. Many of them were at the heavenly core realm and above. Among them, the most eye-catching person was a skinny old man with white hair and a youthful face. This old man had a pair of sharp eyes, and just by standing there, he looked like an unsheathed sword. His white hair was like silver needles, shining brightly. This old man made Long Chen feel like there was a huge mountain in front of him, making it hard for him to breathe. Long Chen knew this man was the current family chief of the Dongfang family, a legendary warrior who had surpassed the divine core realm, a heavenly river warrior. He was the patriarch of the Blue Dragon, and his clothes were embroidered with a flying green divine dragon. Clan leader. Even Dongfang Xianxiao bowed slightly to the old man. Since everyone is here, let's go to the ancestral mausoleum. The voice of the Blue Dragon patriarch was much hoarser than Long Chen had expected. His expression was cold. Apparently, he was not someone to be trifled with. Today's competition for the Blue Dragon Halberd would be held in the ancestral mausoleum. This was what Dongfang Xianxiao had told Long Chen yesterday. The rules of the competition were simple. Among the younger generation, besides Dongfang Tianqin, Dongfang Tianxian and Dongfang Tianqing who had already obtained the qualification, all the other juniors would participate in the competition. Of course, the strongest among them was obviously Dongfang Tianyu. There was a place in the ancestral mausoleum where the super weapon, the Earth-ranked Blue Dragon Halberd, was placed. The path leading to the Blue Dragon Halberd was a huge underground space. The Dongfang family had arranged for over 1,000 golden puppets to be placed here. As long as one could obtain 100 golden hearts from this space, they would be able to sprint toward the Blue Dragon Halberd. Of course, during the process of obtaining the golden hearts or advancing toward the Blue Dragon Halberd, they could also fight against each other. This golden puppet was the newest and strongest puppet in the Lingwu family. It was much stronger than the wooden puppet or the steel puppet. When Long Chen heard this name, he immediately thought of Jin Sheng'en's golden combat body. Since the golden puppet had the word golden in its name, even if it wasn't as strong as a high mystic combat skill, it shouldn't be too far from it. Fortunately, the golden puppet only had a strong body and great offensive strength, but it didn't have any true qi. If it had true qi, combat skills, and some agility, it would be almost the same as a real warrior. Speaking of this rule, Long Chen was actually a bit speechless. In this way, Sister Mengyao and I will be completely isolated. If Dongfang Tianyu encourages them to join forces, it will be much more difficult for us. With this kind of mood, Long Chen followed the group and arrived at the front of the ancestral mausoleum. Arriving here, the juniors who were going to participate in the battle were all a bit nervous, especially those who had just broken through to the Earth Core realm. Their faces were all tensed up. "When we reach the ancestral mausoleum, don't make any noise," the old ancestor of the blue dragon said in a low voice. Immediately, everyone quieted down. Then, the old ancestor of the blue dragon opened the ancestral mausoleum and let everyone in. At this time, those who wanted to talk could only whisper. "Did you see that? When that Long Chen was carried back by fourth uncle, he was already seriously injured. I don't think he's any better now. Big Brother Tianyu's arrangement might not be of use in time. You don't have to worry about that. We just need to listen to him. Once it's done, Big Brother Tianyu won't treat us badly, hee. I really don't understand. Isn't he just a beginner Earth Core warrior? I'm already at the initial Earth Core realm. Is there a need to gather so many people? In my opinion, I can capture him by myself." What the youngsters didn't know was that their whispers could be heard clearly by Dongfang Xianshao, Lingxi, and the others. Hearing these conversations, Lingxi was a bit worried. When Long Chen heard this, he just smiled faintly. In this battle, only the strongest person would have the last laugh. Those little tricks would be useless. Soon, Long Chen and the others arrived at the ancestral mausoleum and stood in front of the ancestral tablets. Long Chen remembered that the last time he came here, there was a door behind the ancestral tablets. Behind it, there was something that caused the mysterious dragon jade to move. Although there was no movement this time, Long Chen had a strange feeling in his heart. He knew that the thing that attracted him was still there. The blue dragon halberd is in there. Dongfang Xianshao pointed at the light golden metal door behind the ancestral tablets and said in a low voice. The thing that attracted the mysterious dragon jade should be the blue dragon halberd. This blue dragon halberd is indeed an earth-rank god weapon. To be able to make the dragon jade excited, it must be a very magical treasure. Looks like I have to use all my strength this time. This is my only chance to turn things around. Long Chen thought to himself. At this moment, Dongfang Xuanxiao's generation had already started worshipping their ancestors under the lead of the patriarch of the Blue Dragon and a few other Xian elders. As for Long Chen, Yin Mengyao and the others, they were standing together with the younger generation of the Dongfang family. Among this group of people, the most dazzling person wasn't the cold beauty Dongfang Tianxian, nor was it the devilish handsome guy Dongfang Tianxing. It was the man who stood in front of the group. He had a tough face, and his face looked as if it had been carved by a sword. This man hadn't said a single word since the beginning, and his expression didn't change either. He looked similar to Dongfang Xianshao, and from him, Long Chen could sense an aura that wasn't any weaker than Bei Tang Mo's. He is the #1 genius of the Dongfang family. He has reached the early heavenly core realm, and he has cultivated the blue dragon combat skill. According to the rumors, he is really powerful. Yin Mengyao whispered into Long Chen's ears. Dongfang Tianchen. Dongfang Tianchen and Long Chen both had the word Chen in their names. However, compared to him, Long Chen was only one realm lower. Looks like the strongest among the younger generation of the Lingwu family is the early heavenly core realm. I think Mo Xiaolang was at this level as well. But, Mo Xiaolang has the heavenly wolf demon blade, I think he will be the strongest. Today, Long Chen finally understood how much stronger Mo Xiaolang was compared to Long Chen. But today, Long Chen was very close to this level as well. Yo, isn't this the Long Chen who was beaten to a pulp and came back? You really surprised me by participating in the contest today. A strange voice sounded out. Long Chen turned his head around and saw Dongfang Tianyu and his brothers and sisters, looking at him in a provocative manner. Among these people, Dongfang Tianyu wasn't the oldest, but he was the strongest. Besides that, there were a few early Earth Core warriors, and there were more than 10 who had just broken through to the Earth Core realm. These were all the people who would be participating in the contest. There are still many things that will surprise you, Long Chen said with an indifferent tone, then he ignored him. Then I'll be looking forward to your performance. When the time comes, don't piss your pants in terror and cry for your parents before I even get to do anything. Dongfang Tianyu began to laugh. The young men and women behind him also roared with laughter. Quiet. The second son, Dongfang Xuanyu, who had just finished the ceremony, walked over and shouted. Dongfang Tianyu and the others immediately stopped laughing and greeted her, Aunt. Dongfang Xuanyu nodded her head and walked in front of Dongfang Tianyu. She looked at him lovingly and said, You've grown so big in the blink of an eye. You're a real man now. Today, perform well in front of second aunt. Don't let me down for taking care of you all these years. Thank you, aunt. You will never forget aunt's care for me. Today, I'll definitely perform well and obtain the Blue Dragon halberd. I'll learn the Blue Dragon combat skill and kick some outsiders out of the Dongfang family. How can you say that? You're so talkative. Dongfang Tianyu's words were very inappropriate, but Dongfang Xuanyu just looked at him strangely and didn't stop him. From her expression, it seemed like she agreed with him. Then, she looked at Long Chen and said, You've actually recovered? Thanks to you, I, Long Chen, am still alive. Towards this woman, Long Chen didn't have a good expression. You. Long Chen was about to die, but his tone was still so impolite. This caused Dongfang Xuanyu to feel anger in her heart. To her, the more she looked at Long Chen, the more annoying he became. I really don't know what's so special about you. You've just broken through to the Earth Core realm at such a young age. There are a lot of people like you in the Lingwu family. Today, Xian Xiao will see how ridiculous his choice is. He actually went to the Beitang family and caused trouble for you. When he came back, he even quarreled with my father and even fought with him. If it wasn't for his strength, he wouldn't be standing here today. What? Xian Xiao fought with him? Long Chen didn't know about this at all. He was still wondering why Dongfang Xian Xiao seemed to be a little dispirited these days. It turned out that it was because of him. He actually fought with the ancestor of the Blue Dragon. Long Chen thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. It was not easy for the four inner families of the Lingwu family to fight side by side, but Dongfang Xianxiao actually broke the rules and came to threaten Bei Tangming. Wasn't this a slap to the face of the ancestor of the Blue Dragon? I, Long Chen, will repay this kindness no matter what. Long Chen secretly remembered this in his heart. At this moment, the ancestor of the Blue Dragon turned around and said coldly, The battle will begin now. How are your preparations? Chapter 206. The most crucial moment had finally arrived. At this moment, under the lead of the Blue Dragon ancestor, Long Chen and the others bypassed the ancestral tablets and arrived in front of the gate. A total of 20 young warriors were standing in a straight line. Long Chen was standing next to Dongfang Xianxiao. At this moment, Dongfang Xianxiao didn't have much to say. He patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, Do your best. With your current condition, you have a high chance of winning first place. I know. Long Chen nodded his head. He then looked at Dongfang Tianyu. Dongfang Tianyu was also looking at him with eyes filled with coldness. The first time he met Long Chen was still an ant-like existence, bowing and scraping in front of him. He never expected that Long Chen would become his biggest opponent this time. Going against me, Dongfang Tianyu. Long Chen, this time, I will take your life as revenge for Yunyao's brother. There's no rule against killing people in this battle. However, I won't act rashly. 17 Earth Core warriors and countless golden puppets won't be able to take your life. Dongfang Tianyu's mind was filled with these thoughts. The obvious killing intent in his eyes could be seen by anyone. Long Chen didn't care, but Yin Mengyao who was standing next to him was worried. At this moment, the blue dragon ancestor swept his gaze across every young warrior. His gaze finally stopped on Long Chen. I heard that this young man is a beast warrior, but why is his aura so strange? What kind of beast is he? How can he have such a majestic aura? He even has an ancient aura. It's actually similar to the aura of the blue dragon halberd. No matter how hard the blue dragon ancestor racked his brains, he still couldn't imagine the existence of a dragon warrior in this world. Long Chen had become a dragon warrior, but because he wasn't strong, his body had only absorbed 1,000th of the inheritance blood essence. He hadn't shown many of the abilities that a dragon warrior should have. Otherwise, his aura would be even more terrifying. The primordial divine dragon was an existence that ruled the dragon-sacrificial dragon continent in ancient times. The time was up. The blue dragon ancestor didn't think too much. Under his control, the golden gate opened. Rumble. Probably to protect the blue dragon halberd, this gate was even thicker. The entire ancestral mausoleum was shaking. Soon, the gate was completely opened. It was pitch black inside, and it was impossible to see what was inside. However, a strong killing intent could be felt from the gate. 1,000 gilded puppets, and each person needs 100 gilded hearts. In other words, only 10 people will be able to rush back, and the person who can obtain the Azure Dragon Halberd will be the first person to complete the mission. Long Chen thought to himself. Xianfeng, Feng, Blue. Blue Xianling. Xianling Long, Chen, Dragon, Long Time. Long, Dong, Xian, of Dong, Long of Dragon Chen Ling Long, he. Dongfang Xianxiao looked at Long Chen and Yin Mengyao and said, I'll be waiting for you. His words were filled with confidence. However, Dongfang Xianxiao was the only one who supported Long Chen. When the blue dragon ancestor and the others were about to reach their destination, Dongfang Xianfeng looked around and said, Are you ready? When I say start, all of you will charge in together. Yes. Dongfang Tianyu's eyes shone with a fiery light. Today, it was finally his turn to touch the Azure Dragon Battle Halberd. In the previous few times, he had participated, but he wasn't the strongest. Seeing that his 3 elder brothers and sister all had this chance, his heart was filled with envy. When I obtain the Azure Dragon Battle Halberd and learn the Azure Dragon Battle technique, I will also be able to become someone like my elder brother. Grandfather, old Xian, and father will think highly of me. Thinking of this, Dongfang Tianyu was filled with fighting spirit. Begin. Under Dongfang Xuanfeng's command, the younger generation of the Dongfang family rushed in, scrambling to be the first. Long Chen and Yin Mengyao looked at each other and rushed in as well. Sister Mengyao, follow me closely. In this battle, Long Chen's only ally was Yin Mengyao. Furthermore, Yin Mengyao was his adopted sister, and the two of them had a good relationship. While fighting for the Blue Dragon Halberd, Long Chen would also protect her. The first part of the path was a wide and long tunnel. The lighting was a little dim, but it was enough for Long Chen and the others. As soon as they entered, Long Chen burst forth with a shocking speed and followed Dongfang Tianyu closely. They rushed out of the tunnel and arrived at a huge underground space. This was a square space, and its surroundings were embedded with light green bricks. These sculptures were carved with all sorts of lifelike blue dragons. Suddenly being surrounded by so many divine dragon sculptures, Long Chen suddenly felt a strange warmth in his heart. The primordial divine dragons are still extinct. It's probably because their inherited essence blood sensed the existence of these sculptures that they reacted like this. Long Chen thought to himself. He shifted his gaze downwards and saw that there were depressions at the base of the walls on all 4 sides. Within these depressions, there were more than 1,000 humanoid things standing there. These were golden puppets, and their bodies were covered in green runes. Their bodies were shining brightly, and they looked exceptionally tough. Furthermore, their bodies were thin, and they weren't as cumbersome as the steel puppets. Presumably, they didn't have any weaknesses in speed or agility. Just as Long Chen and the others entered this square space, the eyes of the golden puppets suddenly lit up with a dazzling white light. Waves of killing intent pressed towards Long Chen and the others. Be careful. Long Chen was alerted, and he immediately led Yin Mengyao to the side. Right at this moment, the other juniors of the Dongfang family, with the exception of Dongfang Xianxiao, actually surrounded Long Chen. Exhaust him to death. Long Chen, just wait for your death. I'll go collect the golden hearts first, and I'll come and deal with you after I've collected 100. Dongfang Tianyu laughed out loud. This was his foolproof plan. More than a dozen Earth Core warriors, and all of them were geniuses of the inner family. They had countless resources, and besides their combat skills, they weren't that outstanding. Long Chen had to face their attacks, and at the same time, he had to defend against the golden puppets. His speed of collecting was naturally far slower than Dongfang Tianyu's. To be able to make everyone serve him like this, Dongfang Tianyu had really spent a lot of effort this time. At this moment, before the golden puppet could even attack, the others had already charged towards Long Chen. More than a dozen Earth Core warriors were not weak at all. As soon as they attacked, they immediately caused the ground to tremble and the mountains to shake. Long Chen didn't have anything to worry about, but Yin Mengyao was very worried when she saw this scene. She knew that this battle wouldn't be easy, but she didn't expect to be in such a predicament right from the start. You want to trap me, Long Chen, with just this? Long Chen sneered. At this moment, he had no choice but to use the dragon soul transformation. Immediately, his powerful dragon body was revealed. In front of us brothers, the beast soul transformation is nothing. At this moment, Dongfang Tianyu had already started fighting with the golden puppets. He had also learned a high mystic rank combat skill, and he also had other high mystic rank combat skills. That was why his combat strength was so strong. Although the golden puppets were agile and had extraordinary speed, and most importantly, they had strong bodies that were almost as strong as Dongfang Tianyu's, they still lacked true qi. So, they were not Dongfang Tianyu's opponents. Even if there were more than a dozen of them surrounding him, he was still calm and unruffled. Long Chen, I'll help you block them. It's more important for you to kill the golden puppets. At this critical juncture, Yin Mengyao clenched her teeth and stepped forward bravely. Who would have thought that just as she moved, Long Chen would pull her back and laugh, "My silly sister, do you really think that their encirclement will work here?" None of them were stronger than Long Chen, so Long Chen brought Yin Mengyao along and found an opening to charge forward. Dongfang Tianya, do you still remember that feeling? Long Chen's sneer immediately caused one of the youth's expressions to change. As expected, Long Chen turned into a phantom and charged toward him. What a fast speed! They were all shocked in their hearts. Hurry up and surround him. By the time they said this, it was already a bit too late. Because at this time, Long Chen had already arrived next to Dongfang Tianya. With a heaven-burning devil yang fist, he broke Dongfang Tianya's attack and let out an explosive roar. Mountain God's leg skill. This was something he had learned from Jin Sheng'en. Today, Long Chen used it on Dongfang Tianya. The storm-like attack immediately made Dongfang Tianya feel extremely embarrassed, and he was forced to retreat step by step. Hurry up and save me. Dongfang Tianya had a bitter expression on his face. Just as he shouted out, his mouth was kicked by Long Chen. A few bloody teeth flew out, and he fell to the ground. At this moment, Long Chen stepped on his face and quickly rushed out of their encirclement. Long Chen is so strong. Being able to kill a peak Earth core warrior like this, Yin Mengyao really admired Long Chen. She hurriedly followed Long Chen and rushed out of the encirclement. What? Seeing how fast Long Chen had rushed out of the encirclement, everyone was shocked. Besides two people who went to help the miserable Dongfang Tianya up, everyone else rushed towards Long Chen. However, Long Chen's speed was too fast. At this moment, he and Yin Mengyao had already rushed into the golden puppet's encirclement. They wanted to move forward, but they were already surrounded by the golden puppets. There were a total of 1,000 golden puppets, and their numbers were much more than theirs. Bastard! Dongfang Tianyu was killing the golden puppets. He was in a bad mood. He had planned for so long, but he never thought that Long Chen would be able to break through his plan so easily. Fine, even if you can catch up with my speed, the final result will still be me killing you. Thinking up to here, Dongfang Tianyu started killing the golden puppets with all his strength. While Long Chen was confronting the other Eastern geniuses, he had already obtained more than 10 golden puppets, which was a huge lead. How can your speed of obtaining golden puppets be faster than mine? Although he hated Long Chen a lot, Dongfang Tianyu had to admit that Long Chen now barely had the qualifications to be his opponent. At this moment, Long Chen finally started his crazy slaughter of the golden puppets. Same as fighting the steel puppets. Same rules, close combat. Stretching out his sharp claws, Long Chen moved his feet and arrived next to one of the golden puppets. Chapter 207. There were a total of 1,000 gold-plated puppets, and each of them had a body that could barely reach the level of a high-level mystic class. This made them much more difficult to deal with than the steel puppets. However, Long Chen's claws were exceptionally sharp. In terms of hardness, they had already reached the level of a divine weapon. Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang out. At this moment, Long Chen had already hit one of the gold-plated puppets with his shoulder. At the same time, he burst out with all the strength in his body. He twisted his waist, reached out, and pierced his sharp claws directly into the gold-plated puppet's body. The gold-plated puppet's hard body couldn't block Long Chen's powerful attack, and was directly pierced through by his claws. Fortunately, I can pierce through it. Long Chen twisted with all his might. Suddenly, his fingers touched a boiling hot crystal. Without a word, he took the crystal out of the gold-plated puppet's body, and without looking at it, he put it into his cosmos bag. Dongfang Tianyu was already in the lead by a lot. At this time, Long Chen no longer had the time to look at him. Moreover, at this time, the other gilded puppets were also rushing towards Long Chen. At the very least, they were blocking his front and left directions. With such a strong body, if Long Chen were to take a direct hit, even with Gui Yuan, he would probably be injured. More importantly, it would delay him. Therefore, he had to pay 120% of his attention. At this time, Yin Mengyao had also begun to fight the first gold-plated puppet. Although the other youths of the Dongfang family were already surrounded, they still tried to move towards Long Chen's direction. They wanted to restrain Long Chen again, so that Dongfang Tianyu could get the 100 golden hearts. Sister Mengyao has cultivated the flowing water holy body, and has also experienced the training of the wooden puppets. She should be fine. I just need to use the fastest speed to get the golden hearts. Thinking of this, Long Chen didn't care about anything else. He looked at the direction where the gold-plated puppets were the most, and went in that direction. His whole body was attacking, completely using the method of close combat. He looked like a madman, but it was this madman that made others feel like he was a wolf in a flock of sheep. Of course, Long Chen was the wolf, and those gold-plated puppets were sheep. Dong, dong, dong. Long Chen's claws and the spikes on his knees and elbows pierced into the bodies of the gold-plated puppets, making ear-piercing sounds. Around him, the gold-plated puppets began to fall, piling up into a small hill. What? Seeing Long Chen's actions, the youths of the Dongfang family were very shocked. When Long Chen became so strong, when they saw him, he of Long Tianyu of the gold-plated puppets. That's impossible. Even if he has cultivated a high-level profound rank body refining combat skill, I can't. Oh, I see. I thought of him with them. So that's how it is. I thought he was really strong. Brothers, he is about to catch up with Big Brother Tianyu. We promised Big Brother Tianyu that if he collected 100 gold-plated puppets, we would lose face. Let's go stop him. As they approached Long Chen, Dongfang Tianyu heard them and quickly looked over. When he saw that Long Chen was like a madman, he was shocked. So fast. Brothers, stop this brat for me. When I have collected all the gold-plated puppets, I will immediately go and kill him. Dongfang Tianyu was only doing this to prevent any accidents from happening. If he chose to defeat Long Chen first, it was possible that he would be injured, and after being injured, he would still have to collect the gilded puppets. That would be much more difficult. Yes. 38. When Long Chen put the 38th gold-plated heart into his spatial pouch, he saw that the others were already encircling him. He smiled coldly. You think you can trap me? Then, his silhouette moved quickly. After a few flashes, he had already broken through the encirclement that they had painstakingly prepared and arrived at another place with many gold-plated puppets. The true dragon's 9 flashes is indeed extraordinary. In this kind of situation, I can use the true dragon's 9 flashes to gain an even greater advantage. With the true dragon's 9 flashes and the dragon's soul transformation, Long Chen could definitely finish the task before Dongfang Tianyu. What? He actually broke through the encirclement. Everyone was speechless when they saw Long Chen break through the encirclement again. His movement skill just now, why does it look like the true dragon's 9 flashes? One of the youths suddenly said. How? He just came to the Dongfang clan, how could he learn the true dragon's 9 flashes so quickly? The true dragon's 9 flashes is the unique skill of 4th Uncle Xian Shao. Don't worry about it so much, let's catch him first. With the true dragon's 9 flashes, how can we catch him? Guys, I have an idea. This Yin Mengyao is with him, if we touch her, she might not come to us herself. Hearing this, the others all agreed. Without saying a word, they all charged towards Yin Mengyao. Yin Mengyao was only at the initial Earth Core realm. Her combat strength could be considered a genius in the outer family, but in the inner family, she was even weaker than these kids at the initial Earth Core realm. With so many people attacking her, how could she be a match for them? Someone like Long Chen, who could shine brightly as soon as he entered the inner family, had never existed before. There were more than 10 of them in total. If they got close to Yin Mengyao, she basically had no way to defend herself. I didn't want to fight you at first, but since you guys are looking for death, don't blame me, Long Chen, for what I'm about to do. Seeing that they were planning to attack Yin Mengyao, Long Chen was furious. He put down the sword in his hand and moved like a whirlwind, shuttling back and forth between the golden puppets while releasing a strong killing intent towards the crowd. What a flexible body, he can actually come and go as he pleases, but how could he be a match for my brothers? Seeing that Long Chen was really not afraid of death, all the young men were overjoyed. They hurriedly charged towards Long Chen. Now is a critical moment, I can't hide anymore. I must kill these guys in the shortest time possible, only then can I obtain the golden puppets with peace of mind. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen suddenly used this ability. Devouring World of Blood. In an instant, a blood-red light crazily spread towards the disciples of the Dongfang family. These guys didn't know what was going on, but they were already surrounded by the devouring world of blood. Looking at the faint blood qi around them, their expressions changed, and they asked curiously, "What is this?" However, As soon as they asked the question, they felt the blood in their bodies start to boil, and it was completely out of their control. Especially some of the children who had just broken through to the Earth core realm, their faces turned pale, and they let out painful screams. Among them, there was even a little boy who fell to the ground. Now's the time. Long Chen thought. Without saying anything, he had already arrived beside them. Under the effect of his devouring world of blood, most of the people here would need to spend a lot of energy to deal with it. But for Long Chen, it was like he was chopping melons and vegetables. He could kill one with a single palm strike. The miserable screams caused Yin Mengyao, who was right next to Long Chen, to stare blankly at Long Chen. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. When Dongfang Tianyu saw this, his hands trembled. He had almost been hit by his current opponent. Under Dongfang Tianyu's gaze, Long Chen had knocked out all the disciples of the Dongfang family one by one. Now, they didn't dare to cause any more trouble. Yin Mengyao could focus on dealing with the golden puppet, so she shouldn't be in any danger. How is this possible? Among these people, there were a few who were at the same level as Long Chen. But, he didn't expect that Long Chen would be so powerful. With just a single move, he could easily beat the crap out of those who were at the same level as him. This Long Chen can't be left alive, he has to die. Dongfang Tianyu swore an oath to himself. At this time, he didn't leave to take care of these pieces of trash. Instead, he unleashed all of his power to deal with the gold-plated puppet. By this point, he already had more than 50 gilded hearts. I'll let you all continue to annoy me. Under the effect of the blood-devouring world, the geniuses of the Dongfang family were all beaten senseless by Long Chen. Long Chen wanted them to be unable to move, so he didn't go easy on them. Long Chen, time is running out. Hurry up and collect the golden battle body. Yin Mengyao was very concerned about Long Chen, but since this battle concerned Xiao Lang, she actively reminded him. Because at this time, only Long Chen could challenge Dongfang Tianyu. The final champion could only be one of them. Dongfang Tianyu isn't affected by external factors, he's already much faster than me. Without hesitation, Long Chen immediately joined the ranks of the golden puppet, killing with all his might. At first, he was worried that the golden puppet would kill the youths who had fainted. But later on, he discovered that the golden puppet didn't attack those who had fainted. Since he had already fallen behind by so much, Long Chen had no choice but to use his offensive battle skills, as well as the True Dragon's 9 flashes, to kill the golden puppet. With the True Dragon's 9 flashes, he could move freely in the midst of the enemy's encirclement and display a higher efficiency. Basically, he could obtain a golden heart with each attack. The two of them glanced at each other out of the corner of their eyes as they crazily slaughtered. What made Dongfang Tianyu feel threatened was that although there was a gap between them, the speed at which Long Chen obtained the gilded puppets surpassed him. If this continued, Long Chen would eventually catch up to him. Brat, if I let you catch up to me, I won't be able to show my face anymore. Dongfang Tianyu sneered and also increased his speed. In the midst of the slaughter, time passed bit by bit. Finally, when Long Chen reached 90, Dongfang Tianyu let out a long laugh. Long Chen, I'm going to get the blue dragon halberd. I won't be accompanying you. Take your time killing. Goodbye. Dongfang Tianyu had originally planned to kill Long Chen here, but now it seemed that this mission was a bit difficult. Comprehending a cultivation technique from the blue dragon halberd would be troublesome if he got injured. So he forcibly suppressed his anger and went to get the blue dragon halberd. Chapter 208. With that, Dongfang Tianyu headed towards the depths of the ancestral mausoleum where the blue dragon halberd was. When he saw that Long Chen was still hunting, he knew that Long Chen had yet to complete his task. He was a little worried before, but in the end, he still managed to complete 100 before Long Chen. Long Chen, quick! Yin Mengyao was a little anxious when she saw that Dongfang Tianyu had already left. She had only collected a little over 30 golden hearts so far, and she knew that she had no hope left. She had placed all her hopes on Long Chen. Long Chen's expression was calm, as if he hadn't heard Yin Mengyao's voice. He continued to collect the golden puppets like a machine until Dongfang Tianyu's figure gradually shrank. In the depths of the ancestral mausoleum, there was another spacious space. It was a cave, and under the illumination of the torches, the cave was completely lit up, and the shadows of people were elongated. These people were the people in charge of the Dongfang family, the Blue Dragon ancestor and a few elders. Dongfang Xianshao was also here, waiting for the first person to complete 100 golden hearts. At this moment, Dongfang Xuanyu came to the Blue Dragon ancestor's side and said in a somewhat restrained manner, "Father, it's almost time, right?" The Blue Dragon ancestor nodded. Dongfang Xuanyu laughed in her heart. This meant that if Dongfang Tianyu really wanted to kill Long Chen would probably be dead by now. This brat had repeatedly looked down on her and even contradicted her, which made her very unhappy. That's good too. Now that the thorn in Yu-Er's heart has been removed, he can cultivate in peace. Although Dongfang Tianyu wasn't her biological son, Dongfang Xuanyu doted on him a lot. Don't worry, mother. That brat Long Chen isn't little Yu's match. Dongfang Tianqing crossed his arms and laughed. However, when he saw the look in Dongfang Xuanxiao's eyes, he could only laugh dryly and lower his head. Someone has appeared. Patriarch Blue Dragon was the first to sense the presence of someone with his immense strength. At this moment, everyone tensed up. They followed the gaze of the Patriarch of the Blue Dragon and looked into a pitch-black tunnel in front of them. Sure enough, they heard a series of hurried footsteps. It's Xiao Yu. When Dongfang Xuanyu and the others saw the appearance of the newcomer, their faces were filled with joy. Their tightened heartstrings were finally relieved. To them, Long Chen clearly wasn't Dongfang Tianyu's match. But when they thought of Long Chen, they couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. After all, Long Chen had already created quite a few miracles among the outsiders. Dongfang Xianshao was stunned when he saw that it was Dongfang Tianyu. He couldn't believe it. Amongst everyone here, he was the one who understood Long Chen the best. Lowering his head, he muttered, "Could it be that I fell for Tianyu's trick and was delayed? Xiao Yu, you're not bad, are you? Did you get rid of someone?" Dongfang Tianqing, who was beside Dongfang Xianshao, laughed arrogantly, ignoring the presence of the elders. His mother and Dongfang Xianshao didn't get along, so he didn't give Dongfang Xianshao any face. However, Dongfang Tianyu didn't answer him. Instead, he dashed towards the direction of the Blue Dragon halberd. What? Everyone was stunned. It was obvious that Dongfang Tianyu had won, but he didn't seem happy. Instead, he seemed to be in a hurry. Could it be, there's someone else? They turned their gazes towards the passageway, and as expected, a series of footsteps could be heard. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, a red silhouette sped towards Dongfang Tianyu. In just a few breaths of time, it had already reached Dongfang Tianyu's side, and was now running side by side with him. It's actually that Long Chen. His speed is so fast. He's actually catching up to Tianyu. Dongfang Xuanyu and Dongfang Tianqing were both taken aback. Great waves surged in their hearts. Since when did Long Chen possess such speed? The arrival of Long Chen instantly made everyone who had just heaved a sigh of relief tensed up again. They hadn't even come across the Blue Dragon halberd yet, so the outcome of the battle was still uncertain. In other words, Long Chen might also be able to obtain the Blue Dragon halberd. After Dongfang Tianyu collected 100 gilded hearts, Long Chen spent a few breaths' time before he finally completed his task. Then, he dashed towards Dongfang Tianyu. Because the tunnel wasn't short, and Long Chen's speed was slightly faster than Dongfang Tianyu's, he managed to reach Dongfang Tianyu at the last moment. Dongfang Tianyu's anxious expression was also because Long Chen had already caught up. Looking at Long Chen's figure, Dongfang Xuanxiao's eyes finally revealed a hint of relief. He knew that it was time to watch a good show. What's there to be proud of? So what if he managed to catch up? In front of Little Yu's advanced Earth core strength, he's just a clown. Looks like Little Yu was being a little too modest just now. Dongfang Xuanyu rolled her eyes at Dongfang Xianxiao and said in a strange tone. That's right. Besides, there's still Little Yu and the high profound rank blazing sun halberd. Even if Long Chen cultivated for another 10 years, he still wouldn't be his match. Dongfang Tianqing agreed with his mother and laughed. Although they were mocking Dongfang Xianxiao, he still had a calm expression on his face. He just stared at Long Chen without saying a word. The blue dragon's ancestor saw their tit for tat. All of this was because of this young man, Long Chen. The blue dragon's ancestor looked at Long Chen, then looked at Dongfang Xianxiao. From an angle that no one could see, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xianxiao, it's been 18 years. Do you really think your little thoughts can escape my eyes? The blue dragon's ancestor secretly said in his heart. No one could hear this sentence, and even if they did, no one would know what it meant. At this moment, Long Chen, who was running side by side with Dongfang Tianyu, had become the focus of everyone's attention. And the focus of Long Chen's eyes was the thing in front of him that made his heart throb. This was a strange feeling that made his blood boil. It was as if he was a wanderer who had left home for many years. When he saw the thing in front of him, Long Chen actually had the urge to cry. He knew that this thing was definitely his, and no one else could take it away from him. There was a flight of stairs at the back of the cave, and on top of the stairs was a black altar. In the middle of the altar, there was an ancient 7-colored cauldron that seemed to be made of crystal. This cauldron had 3 legs and 2 handles, and it was extremely beautiful. However, this wasn't the most important thing. In this place, this ancient cauldron was only a container. What really attracted Long Chen's attention was the thing in the cauldron. It was a halberd that was about 2 meters long. The halberd was light green in color, and the handle was made of an unknown metal. Traces of dark green light flowed on the handle, and if one took a closer look, they would discover that the handle was covered in green dragon scales. They were orderly and tightly packed, and they were extremely similar to the dragon scales on Long Chen's body. At the top of the handle was a lifelike dragon head, and in the mouth of the dragon, there was a sharp blade. It had 3 points and 2 edges, and it was extremely sharp, just like the teeth of a dragon. Anyone who saw it would feel a chill running down their spine. Such a powerful aura, it doesn't belong to the divine core realm at all. This thing must be the blue dragon halberd. Long Chen thought excitedly. The halberd in front of him was many times better than the one in his cosmos sack. Most importantly, this halberd exuded a desolate majesty that made a commoner like Long Chen feel the urge to kneel down in front of it. Long Chen could clearly sense this aura. He had also sensed it when he absorbed the blood essence. It was a dragon. This blue dragon halberd, could it be related to the ancient divine dragon? Long Chen was shocked. He knew that the Lingwu family's wealth was all because of the Sky Martial Realm, or to be more precise, the Star Devil Prison. Lingxi said that the Sky Martial Realm was a historical site, so something like the blue dragon halberd must have come from the Sky Martial Realm. Chen, I can feel that there is a weak ancient dragon soul in this blue dragon halberd. If you can get this blue dragon halberd, it will bring you great benefits. You have to do your best. Lingxi was pleasantly surprised when she saw the blue dragon halberd. It was a tense moment right now, so she didn't dare say too much, as she didn't want to distract Long Chen. Ancient dragon soul. Although he had no idea what it was, it made Long Chen's determination to get the blue dragon halberd even stronger. The two of them ran neck and neck towards the blue dragon halberd. This scene was very attractive. Who would get the blue dragon halberd in the end? Long Chen, stop running. Let's have our final battle. Dongfang Tianyu was filled with anger. At this moment, he directly punched towards Long Chen. This kind of race was completely meaningless, so he chose to fight with Long Chen. Fine, you said it. If you try to snatch the blue dragon halberd during the battle, you, Dongfang Tianyu, are my grandson, said Long Chen coldly as he dodged Dongfang Tianyu's punch. If Dongfang Tianyu wanted to have a final battle, he was more than happy to accompany him. If the two of them fought for the blue dragon halberd, with the might of the blue dragon halberd, Long Chen didn't know what would happen to Long Chen. However, Long Chen's words were indeed a little overboard. Dongfang Tianyu's grandfather was the blue dragon ancestor. Wasn't Long Chen taking advantage of the blue dragon ancestor's wife? Although it was a bet, it still made the blue dragon ancestor's face darken. The few Xian elders' faces also darkened as they shook their heads. To them, Dongfang Xuanxiao's adopted son was simply too unbearable. Long Chen's speed was faster than his, so Dongfang Tianyu was worried that Long Chen would snatch the halberd first. But now, Long Chen was actually willing to stop and fight with him. You're just faster than me, but you're still dreaming of defeating me in front of your elders. Long Chen, die. In front of the blue dragon halberd, both of them were preparing for their final battle. Don't worry, after being tempered by the 50 times gravity of the Star Devil prison, I'll give you a pleasant surprise, Dongfang Tianyu. Long Chen didn't show any signs of fear. His eyes were filled with a cold light. Enough with the nonsense, die. After saying that, Dongfang Tianyu unleashed his true energy from the Earth Core realm and charged towards Long Chen. Today, I'll let you see the difference between the geniuses of the inner and outer races. Chapter 209. Long Chen and Dongfang Tianyu were at loggerheads. Since the beginning of the battle, they had been competing against each other, but there was still no clear winner. Now that they were fighting in front of everyone, it had aroused everyone's interest. Between the two of them, within the Earth Core realm, Dongfang Tianyu was almost invincible. As for Long Chen, although his expression was shocking, because his strength had not reached the late Earth Core realm, no one except Dongfang Xianxiao was optimistic about him winning. Looking at Dongfang Tianyu who was charging towards him like a cheetah, Long Chen's expression didn't change. Within his body, the blood-red Zhen Qi was raging, and it seemed like it could explode at any time and unleash a powerful attack. Heavenly Blue Dragon Seal. In the process of advancing, Dongfang Tianyu rapidly followed up with the imprint. His palms instantly transformed into a mirage, bringing with them the faint shadow of a divine dragon. His palms howled as he ferociously attacked Long Chen. Ha! With a loud shout, Dongfang Tianyu threw out the dragon seal in his hand. Immediately, a green divine dragon shadow appeared out of nowhere and roared towards Long Chen. This was actually a seal that Dongfang Tianyu had infused with Zhen Qi. Is it also a seal related to dragons? It's even stronger than the Yang clan's profound dragon seal. However, Long Chen's eyes shone with a cold light. Just as his opponent was about to attack, he stomped on the ground and transformed into a bloody arrow that shot toward Dongfang Tianyu. He was now at the early Earth Core realm, and with the dragon soul transformation, his Zhen Qi was almost the same as Dongfang Tianyu's. Now, they were competing with combat skills, experience, and nerves of mind. In terms of combat skills, although they were both high-level profound combat skills, there was still a big difference. However, Long Chen's demon spirit sword finger was taught to him by Lingxi, so it shouldn't be too bad. As for the movement combat skill, True Dragon 9 Flash, it was definitely better than the one Dongfang Tianyu was using. Since it's a dragon seal, I'll use my dragon seal to deal with it. While moving forward, Long Chen suddenly struck out with the profound dragon seal. Immediately, 9 blood-red divine dragons merged together and turned into a powerful force, colliding with Dongfang Tianyu's heavenly blue dragon seal. Roar! The collision of the 2 divine dragons immediately caused the entire mausoleum to tremble. Violent energy spread in all directions, causing everyone's clothes to flutter in the wind. This was their first confrontation. Both of them were retreating, but Long Chen retreated more. He staggered a few times and almost fell to the ground. I already said that Long Chen is not Xiao Yu's opponent, and now it has come true. Seeing this, Dongfang Tianxing burst out laughing proudly, as if everything was under his control. That's not right, Xiao Yu is using a middle mystic class battle skill, while Long Chen's battle skill is also a type of dragon seal, but it's at most a high golden class battle skill. Using a high golden class battle skill to fight against Xiao Yu, this is a very difficult thing to do. Beside him, Dongfang Xuanyu had a look of shock in her eyes as she looked at Long Chen, who was in a sorry state, but not injured at all. Everyone present was also confused. Long Chen had displayed a battle skill that was beyond his realm right from the start, and everyone else was in disbelief. Although this battle skill is only a high golden class battle skill, he has already mastered it to the acme of perfection. Furthermore, his body is very compatible with this battle skill. Looks like this Long Chen's realm is too low, but he is a genius in cultivating battle skills. The cold voice of the blue dragon ancestor faintly rang out. So that's how it is. Only then did everyone understand. The blue dragon ancestor did not usually praise people. If he said that Long Chen was a genius in cultivating battle skills, it could only mean that Long Chen's battle skills were too heaven-defying. And all of this was thanks to the mysterious dragon Jade. At this time, Long Chen and Dongfang Tianyu were once again fighting. Dongfang Tianyu, looks like you're only a so-so. Long Chen laughed coldly, directly using the mountain god's leg technique and the heaven-scorching devil yang fist, forcing Dongfang Tianyu to retreat. Once again, Long Chen proved to everyone that he had the strength to face Dongfang Tianyu head-on. Looks like you really won't cry until you're in your coffin. Dongfang Tianyu coldly retreated, then reached into his cosmos sack. To be honest, you can indeed cause me trouble. However, you're only facing a tiny bit of my strength. There's nothing to be excited about. I'll let you know right now that the real Dongfang Tianyu is a realm that you'll never be able to touch. As he spoke, Dongfang Tianyu laughed. With a flick of his wrist, a long halberd was taken out from his cosmos sack. This halberd was extraordinary. Its entire body was a fiery red, with a fiery glow circulating around it. At the tip of the halberd, a faint fiery glow could be seen, emitting a cold light that was extremely dazzling to the eyes. This is the Sun Halberd, a high-grade profound rank divine weapon. Brat, I'm sure you've never seen it before. Although this Sun Halberd is inferior to the Blue Dragon Halberd, it's more than enough to deal with you. When Dongfang Tianyu took out the blazing sun battle halberd, Long Chen already knew that there was going to be trouble. However, he already knew that Dongfang Tianyu had a high-grade profound rank divine weapon, so he was somewhat prepared. The usefulness of divine weapons in battle is also extraordinary. With this sun halberd, Dongfang Tianyu's battle prowess will definitely be greatly boosted. If I'm able to control the blue dragon halberd like Xiao Lang, then my battle prowess will definitely soar. Thinking of this, Long Chen looked at the blue dragon halberd not far away, his eyes burning with desire. What are you looking at? The blue dragon halberd is mine. As for you, you can go find it in hell. In front of all the elders, Dongfang Tianyu felt that he was a bit more decisive. Without another word, he directly brandished the sun halberd, charging towards Long Chen. This was the first time that Long Chen had fought against an enemy who wielded a weapon. The sharpness of his opponent's weapon made him feel as if it could cut through his body at any moment, causing his scalp to turn numb. Long Chen felt that the threat that Dongfang Tianyu posed to him had instantly doubled. Die. Sun Halberd, 8 Directions Battle. Once this combat skill was unleashed, it immediately locked onto Long Chen. The fiery red Sun Halberd immediately split into 8 shadows, attacking Long Chen from top, bottom, front, back, left, right, and other directions. Their speed was extremely fast, and the strength of each attack was close to the full strength of a late Earth core warrior. Not good. Facing this kind of attack, Long Chen felt a bit depressed. He had no choice but to reveal his trump card. This time, Long Chen is finished. Seeing Dongfang Tianyu use the Sun Halberd, and seeing that Long Chen basically had no way of fighting back, the crowd all sighed. Dongfang Xuanyu and the others all had gloating smiles on their faces, but when they saw Long Chen's reaction, their faces immediately became dull. Right at this moment, Long Chen used the True Dragon 9 Flash. Movement combat skill, in front of 8 Directions Battle, can you dodge it 8 times? Dongfang Tianyu increased his strength. Those 8 attacks, Long Chen didn't dare to face them head-on, because he knew that they were too strong, and facing them head-on wouldn't bring him any good results. Who said I can't dodge 8 times? Long Chen coldly laughed. He suddenly rushed forward, and in front of everyone's shocked gazes, his figure began to change. After images appeared one after another, causing Dongfang Tianyu's blazing sun battle halberd attack to completely disappear. True Dragon 9 Flash, how is this possible? That's the 5th flash. Dongfang Tianyu's heart was filled with shock. His 5 rings attack had been completely dodged by Long Chen, and hadn't even touched a single hair on Long Chen's body. No matter how much of a genius you are, to be able to use the True Dragon 9 Flash until the 9th flash, my next 3 moves will be enough to take your life. Thinking up to here, Dongfang Tianyu seemed to have gone crazy. He unleashed all of his Jin Qi, and the Sun Halberd released waves of Jin Qi that swept towards Long Chen. True Dragon 9 Flash. Everyone turned to look at Dongfang Xianxiao out of the corner of their eyes. The True Dragon 9 Flashes had to have been taught to Long Chen by Dongfang Xianxiao. Clearly, not much time had passed, but Long Chen had actually cultivated the True Dragon 9 Flashes to such an extent. How heaven-defying was he to have reached such a level? The 7th time. At this time, Long Chen had already easily dodged 7 of the attacks from the 8 Directions Battle. He had it easy, but Dongfang Tianyu, who had the Flaming Sun Battle Halberd and whose attack power had almost doubled, was in a tragic state. His attacks all landed on empty air, and the spectators all sighed in admiration. These unintentional sighs of admiration were heard by Dongfang Tianyu, and to him, it was a monstrous humiliation. Bastard, I don't believe you can still dodge. Battle 8 Flash, dominate the world. This was the last attack of the Battle 8 Flash. In an instant, the halberd turned into a huge mountain and slashed towards Long Chen. Tianyu's attack is definitely at the Heavenly Core realm. Long Chen has already used the 7th flash of the True Dragon 9 Flash, I don't believe he can still dodge it. Dongfang Xuanyu, who used to look down on Long Chen, couldn't help but believe that Long Chen's talent was really monstrous. To be able to cultivate the True Dragon 9 Flash to the 7th flash in such a short period of time, what kind of realm was this? Right now, the one who was shocked the most was actually Dongfang Xianxiao. He had cultivated the True Dragon 9 Flash before, so he knew how difficult it was. But, when Long Chen was using it, and looking at how easy it looked, it was almost on par with him. Can he dodge the World Dominator? It was an attack that was almost at the Heavenly Core realm. If Long Chen managed to dodge it, it would definitely cause a huge shock. When everyone saw the final scene, they were all shocked. Even the Patriarch of the Blue Dragon had his eyes fixed on Long Chen and Dongfang Xianxiao. Most importantly, it was because of Long Chen. The overwhelming attack had indeed made Long Chen's hair stand up. He had to admit that Dongfang Tianyu was strong, but Long Chen wasn't weak either. Movement combat skills, when used to the extreme, are not any weaker than offensive combat skills. This was what Long Chen was thinking. Right now, facing the world dominator, he once again started moving his feet. This time, he turned into a phantom. After the 7th flash of the True Dragon 9 flash, it was the 8th flash, and then the 9th flash. After changing his body twice in a row, World Dominator finally brushed past him. That powerful attack directly smashed a large hole in the ground of the ancestral mausoleum. Instantly, mud and dirt flew everywhere, covering everyone's vision. Everyone's expression changed at this moment. Chapter 210. 9. 9 flashes. Even Dongfang Xuanyu's mouth was wide open. Her face was filled with shock. Thinking about how she had ridiculed Long Chen, it was like a slap to her face. Dongfang Tianqing was also dumbfounded when he heard his mother's words. The other members of the Dongfang clan had previously looked down on Long Chen. When they saw that Long Chen had actually mastered the 9 flashes of the True Dragon in just a month, the shock in their hearts was almost the same as Dongfang Xuanyu's. Even the Blue Dragon Patriarch's face was incomparably solemn. Looks like Xianxiao has found a true battle genius. How could this Long Chen be so special? Compared to the others, Dongfang Xianxiao was filled with pride. Although he knew that Long Chen would surprise him, this surprise was really too big. There were thousands of words in his heart, but when he saw Long Chen use the final flash and successfully dodge Dongfang Tianyu's dominating the world, he didn't need to say anything. However, after flashing dominating the world and shocking everyone, how could Long Chen stop creating miracles? It's time to decide the victor. Long Chen muttered in his heart. When Dongfang Tianyu's scorching sun halberd hit the ground, a sharp starlight suddenly lit up in Long Chen's finger. In just an instant, a resplendent sword light instantly arrived in front of Dongfang Tianyu, who had just consumed a lot of energy and hadn't even recovered from the shock. Spirit Demon Sword Finger. The biggest characteristic of the Spirit Demon Sword Finger was its speed. Long Chen had just raised his finger and the sword light had already attacked Dongfang Tianyu. No! At this critical moment, Dongfang Tianyu could only throw away the scorching sun halberd in his hand and subconsciously block. That sharp sword light had already blown apart his sleeves. The Spirit Demon Sword Finger instantly turned into countless sword shadows and rushed into Dongfang Tianyu's body, directly destroying his internal organs. Numerous sword scars instantly appeared on Dongfang Tianyu's body. These sword scars were already gushing out blood when Dongfang Tianyu was sent flying. This made his appearance particularly sinister and even tragic. With a miserable cry, Dongfang Tianyu was sent flying and heavily landed on the ground with a bang. Dust filled the air. The blood on his body immediately formed a pool of blood. Long Chen caught Dongfang Tianyu's blazing sun battle halberd, turned around and threw it. The blazing sun battle halberd firmly nailed itself between Dongfang Tianyu's legs. It was only about 5 centimeters away from the most crucial part of his body. Even so, the other people from the Dongfang family all sucked in a mouthful of cold air. If we weren't in the Dongfang family, I would have directly pierced your balls. Long Chen thought. At this time, the dust around him finally dispersed. The battle was over. Long Chen also recovered from his dragon soul transformation. His perfectly straight figure stood in front of everyone with a trace of pride in his eyes. Not far from his feet, Dongfang Tianyu was covered in blood. He had already fainted and lost consciousness. This scene was constantly replaying in everyone's mind. They discovered that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't forget Long Chen's figure in their minds. They couldn't see the arrogance in his eyes right now. He was like a wild wolf. After defeating its prey, it would flaunt its might to those who wanted to kill it but couldn't. Tianyu, he, lost. Seeing Dongfang Tianyu like this, Dongfang Xuanyu, who had watched him grow up, felt waves of pain in her heart. She looked at Long Chen with bloodshot eyes. In today's battle, Dongfang Xianfeng was overseeing the overall situation. If he saw Dongfang Tianyu's current state, his killing intent for Long Chen wouldn't be any less than Dongfang Xuanyu's. Other than Dongfang Xuanyu, Long Chen saw another person. That was Dongfang Tianchen. When no one made a move, he silently walked to Dongfang Tianyu's side and helped him heal. The sword wounds on Dongfang Tianyu's body were only superficial wounds. It was easy to stop the bleeding. However, it would take a long time for his internal organs to recover. From Dongfang Tianchen's calm eyes, Long Chen saw a dangerous aura. Among the crowd, the only gaze that made Long Chen feel warm was Dongfang Xianshao. His gaze contained too many emotions. Praise, pride, warmth, pride, etc. Long Chen being able to accomplish such a feat was really out of his expectations. At this time, everyone had to accept the fact that Long Chen had completely defeated Dongfang Tianyu and obtained the only qualification to comprehend the Blue Dragon battle technique. This made them feel as if they were dreaming. The Blue Dragon battle technique was actually comprehended by an outsider? Although the inner clan recruited talented cultivators from outside the clan, in reality, who would truly admit that a person without the Blue Dragon bloodline could truly become a member of their clan and even comprehend the highest level secret manual of their clan? After a short moment of silence, everyone thought of this problem. Dongfang Xuanyu was the first to react. She righteously said, "Father, and the other elders, I feel that it is very inappropriate to let Long Chen comprehend the Blue Dragon battle technique. Long Chen is not a true member of our clan. How can he comprehend the highest level secret manual of our clan? If he betrays us or spreads it to outsiders, what should we do?" Dongfang Xuanyu's question hit the nail on the head. Thus, the others also started to speak up, hoping that the Blue Dragon ancestor would change his mind. "Tianchen, take Tianyu back to recuperate first." No one could tell what the Blue Dragon ancestor was thinking. After Dongfang Tianchen took Dongfang Tianyu away, he would deal with Long Chen's matter. At this time, Long Chen and Xian Shao stood on one side. Everyone else stood on the other side. Dongfang Xianyun, who had a good relationship with Dongfang Xianyao, hesitated for a moment before choosing to stay beside the ancestor. "Father, you must think twice. Long Chen is vicious and merciless. He has bad intentions. He was so ruthless to little you. He injured a member of our clan. Now that he has the qualifications to comprehend the Blue Dragon battle technique, I think our entire clan will be dissatisfied with this." Dongfang Xuanyu said until here, almost crying. "Xianyao, why don't you say a few words?" The Blue Dragon ancestor didn't listen to Dongfang Xuanyu's words. Instead, he looked straight at Dongfang Xianyao. "The rules have been set. Long Chen has also acknowledged his ancestor and entered the clan. I hope that the patriarch can act according to the rules and not listen to the shallow opinions of a woman." Dongfang Xianyao said indifferently. "What did you say?" Dongfang Xuanyao's words were obviously directed at her. Dongfang Xuanyu was immediately furious. However, with so many elders here, she couldn't make a scene. She could only coldly say, "Xianyao, you're going too far. I've done my best all these years and made great contributions to the clan. Why is it that when it comes to you, it becomes a woman's opinion?" Dongfang Xianyao curled his lips and simply ignored her. Long Chen stood beside Dongfang Xianyao and observed the situation. After defeating Dongfang Tianyu, he originally thought that the Blue Dragon battle halberd was already in his hands. He didn't expect that the Dongfang family would make such a scene. It seemed that the Blue Dragon battle halberd was quite mysterious. The situation is not optimistic. Seeing how xenophobic the Dongfang family was, Long Chen was a little worried. At this time, the Xian elders discussed for a while. They moved closer to the blue dragon ancestor and said, "Big brother, why don't we forget about the blue dragon battle halberd? We'll reward Long Chen with a high-level profound rank battle skill and a high-level profound rank divine weapon. What do you think?" He spoke softly, but in this empty place, everyone could hear him. It's hopeless. After working so hard, in the end, it was impossible for Long Chen to not be angry. However, the other party was a top expert. He was just a small Earth Core realm warrior. What right did he have to speak? Even Dongfang Xianyao frowned deeply. What are you talking about? Under everyone's expectant eyes, the blue dragon ancestor suddenly laughed and said, "The Dongfang family is a big family in the Yuanling County. A big family naturally acts according to the rules. If what you said today were to spread out, aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock of other families? How can the dignified Dongfang family be so narrow-minded?" As soon as the blue dragon ancestor said this, Long Chen was a little stunned. What was going on? Long Chen knew that although the blue dragon ancestor said it appropriately, he was definitely helping Long Chen. However, Long Chen was more willing to believe that it was related to Dongfang Xianyao because when the blue dragon ancestor said this, he was looking at Dongfang Xianyao. "Ancestor, think twice before you act. Don't talk too much." The blue dragon ancestor scolded, and the others immediately became subservient and didn't dare to say anything. Even the few great Xian elders didn't dare to disobey him. Long Chen could see that this huge Dongfang family was actually dictated by the blue dragon ancestor. He was the only Heavenly River realm warrior, so it was no wonder that he had such prestige. "I have made up my mind. Now, I announce that the winner of this battle for the blue dragon battle halberd is Long Chen. He will hold and use the blue dragon battle halberd for 10 days and comprehend the blue dragon battle halberd. Long Chen, come to my side." Dongfang Xianyao once told Long Chen that the current owner of the blue dragon battle halberd was the blue dragon ancestor. If Long Chen could win the battle, he would condense a true qi into a seed and plant it in Long Chen's body. With this true qi seed, Long Chen could hold and use the blue dragon battle halberd for 10 days. During this period, the blue dragon battle halberd would treat him as its owner. After 10 days, the true qi seed would disappear, and the blue dragon battle halberd would return to the 7-colored cauldron in the ancestral tomb. And now, the blue dragon ancestor was going to plant a true qi seed for Long Chen. Chapter 211. Long Chen was a little surprised that he was still able to obtain the blue dragon halberd under such circumstances. However, he had a bad feeling about this. The blue dragon patriarch did not look at him with the concern that Dongfang Xianshao had in his eyes. In that case, why did he ignore the opinions of his family members and give the blue dragon halberd to Long Chen? What a profound old fart. I can guess what he s thinking. That s right, the older, the wiser. I think this old fart is quite shrewd. As he secretly cursed in his heart, Long Chen accepted a trace of the vital energy seed from the blue dragon patriarch and carefully integrated it into his own vital energy. Thus, his vital energy had a trace of the blue dragon patriarch s aura. Watching Long Chen accept the vital energy seed, everyone had different feelings. Some were envious, some were depressed, and some were hateful and unwilling. Child, go and take what belongs to you. You have a total of 10 days. After 10 days, the blue dragon halberd will automatically return here. Whether you can comprehend the blue dragon combat technique or not will depend on your own luck. The blue dragon patriarch smiled. I ll work hard and 1 t let you down. Long Chen said. In fact, he felt that the blue dragon patriarch s smile was somewhat malicious. What is this old man up to? Long Chen was puzzled. Next, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Long Chen approached the blue dragon halberd step by step. When he looked at the earth-grade weapon up close, Long Chen was a little excited. The blue dragon halberd actually had an ancient incomplete dragon soul as its weapon spirit. It could be seen that it was a very powerful existence among the earth-grade weapons. It should be known that ordinary earth-grade weapons would not have weapon spirits at all. The cyan dragon scales, the hard steel lines, and the sharp tip of the halberd made the blue dragon halberd full of beauty. It would be great if I could make it mine. Unfortunately, I only have 10 days. I'd better try to lift this blue dragon halberd. When he walked to the side of the blue dragon battle halberd, Long Chen didn't hesitate. He reached out and grabbed the blue dragon battle halberd. Soon, his fingers were about to touch the blue dragon battle halberd. And at this moment, Long Chen suddenly felt that the blue dragon halberd seemed to let out a mournful cry and slightly trembled. This trembling was due to fear. Long Chen guessed that the primordial dragon soul had probably sensed Long Chen's divine dragon bloodline. Such a powerful bloodline had caused it to feel fear. Among the primordial divine dragons, the blue dragon was one of the lowest-ranked dragons. The inheritance blood that Long Chen currently possessed might be the inheritance blood essence of the most heaven-defying ancestral dragon, the primordial blood spiritual dragon. Chen, the primordial dragon soul in the blue dragon battle halberd has sensed your presence. It is both familiar and afraid, so it is hiding far away like a child. Take the blue dragon battle halberd first and go back to comfort it. Lingxi's voice was transmitted to Long Chen's ears through the Lingxi sword. If it was anyone else who touched the blue dragon battle halberd, they would definitely be attacked by the primordial dragon soul. But when Long Chen appeared, the primordial dragon soul could only flee in fear. Afraid of me? Is this primordial dragon soul a little girl? Long Chen smiled and grabbed the blue dragon battle halberd. In an instant, his body trembled. Ordinary weapons would feel cold to the touch, but this blue dragon battle halberd was actually a little warm, as if it was a living thing. What Long Chen was holding was not a battle halberd, but a dragon. This primordial dragon soul has been dead for hundreds of millions of years. What is left is only a trace of obsession. After a long time, it formed this inexplicable dragon soul. Chen, put it back into the cosmos sack first. It is afraid of you now, so it will not resist, Lingxi explained. Whether or not the blue dragon battle halberd could be put into the cosmos sack was the first standard to comprehend the blue dragon battle halberd. So Long Chen put the blue dragon battle halberd back into the cosmos sack and prepared to study it properly when he returned. Today's matter came to an end after Long Chen put the blue dragon battle halberd away. He can actually put the blue dragon battle halberd away. Could Long Chen really comprehend the blue dragon battle technique? Elder Xian said. Impossible. In our generation, there are only a few people who have comprehended the blue dragon battle technique. Besides, there are also Xian Shao and Tian Chen. Even geniuses like Xian Feng and Tian Xian have not comprehended it. How could Long Chen possibly comprehend it? Elder Xian said decisively. That's true. At this moment, seeing that Long Chen had successfully put away the blue dragon battle halberd, most people had the same thought. You can be proud of yourself now. After 10 days, you will know what it means to draw water with a sieve. If Father had given this opportunity to Tianyu, he would not have been rejected by the blue dragon battle halberd since he has our blue dragon bloodline. Dongfang Xuanyu looked at Long Chen coldly. Long Chen, make good use of these 10 days. After the blue dragon patriarch finished speaking, the battle for the blue dragon battle halberd was officially over. Long Chen, cultivate well first. I once comprehended the blue dragon battle technique and have some experience. You can ask me if you don't understand anything, Dongfang Xianshao said after returning to his residence. I'll go back and think about what's going on. If I really can't figure it out, I'll look for you. How about that? Long Chen asked. That's good. You are very talented in cultivating battle techniques. I look forward to your performance. Dongfang Xianxiao smiled. He was very pleased that Long Chen was able to obtain the Blue Dragon battle halberd. I'll give him 8 days to cultivate first. The remaining 2 days should be enough for me to fulfill my final wish. Long Chen, I hope you won't blame me. If I don't do this, I will live in regret for the rest of my life. At this moment, Dongfang Xianxiao was thinking about this matter. If Long Chen heard his thoughts, he would definitely be puzzled. 10 days is enough for me to save Xiao Lang. However, I have to be very careful this time. Before that, I need to familiarize myself with the Blue Dragon battle halberd. Don't waste this great opportunity, Long Chen thought. His thoughts were similar to Dongfang Xuanxiao's, but what was Dongfang Xuanxiao's plan? With a heavy heart, Dongfang Xianxiao left the place. Yin Mengyao couldn't help but ask, Little Chen, what's your plan? Long Chen was able to obtain the Blue Dragon battle halberd, and he had completed his goal of entering the inner clan. Although Yin Mengyao was shocked, she was excited when she thought about how she could save Mo Xiaolang. For now, the only way is this. I'll find an excuse to enter the Star Fiend prison for the trial, then I'll go to the Blue Dragon planet and save Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang is a early Heavenly Core warrior, and there are 4 early Heavenly Core warriors guarding the entrance of the Star Fiend prison. But, if Xiao Lang has the Heavenly Wolf Demon Blade, he might be able to escape. Even if he doesn't have the Heavenly Wolf Demon Blade, Xiao Lang has cultivated a movement combat skill called the Phantom Godly Steps. It's extremely fast, and I think an ordinary early Heavenly Core warrior wouldn't even be able to see his face clearly. That's perfect, I know those 4 combat armor guards, so I can spare their lives. After Xiao Lang escapes, I'll be in danger. This is the best outcome. Sister Mengyao, that Phantom Godly Steps, is it really that magical? Before this, Long Chen had been worrying about something. After he saved Mo Xiaolang, what would he do if someone found out that he was the one who saved Mo Xiaolang? If Long Chen was alone, he could just run away. But, Yang Lingqing was still in the Lingwu family, and Baiyang Town's foundation was still there. He could run away, but he couldn't run away from the temple. If he was caught, he would have a miserable ending. But, if it was Yan Honghai and the others, they wouldn't be able to find out who had escaped. The Phantom Godly Steps is indeed magical. I've seen Xiao Lang use it before, and as long as he disguises himself, I can guarantee that those 4 combat armor guards won't be able to recognize him. But, Long Chen, if Patriarch Blue Dragon enters the Blue Dragon planet, he will definitely know who is missing. Also, you are a man with the Blue Dragon halberd, so it should be easy for you to be discovered in the Star Fiend prison. Yin Mengyao furrowed her brows when she said this. On one hand, she wanted Mo Xiaolang to regain his freedom, but on the other hand, she didn't want anything bad to happen to Long Chen. After hearing Yin Mengyao's analysis, Long Chen felt that things were going to be difficult. Why don't we ask foster father for help? I think foster father is quite nice to us. When the time comes, we just need to ask him to find an excuse to distract the 4 armored guards. Then, Wolf Cub can easily escape without being discovered, Yin Mengyao suddenly said. Dongfang Xianxiao. This was a good idea, but he was a member of the Blue Dragon family, so he would really agree to help instead of scolding Long Chen and Lu Qiue. How about this, Long Chen, you go and comprehend the Blue Dragon combat technique first, and I'll think of a solution. If it really doesn't work out, we can only take the risk and tell father. He treats us really well, and he doesn't get along with the others in the family. Even if he doesn't agree, he won't stop us, right? Yin Mengyao said. That's the only way for now. Long Chen actually felt that Dongfang Xianxiao was worth a try. After bidding farewell to Yin Mengyao, Long Chen returned to his room. At this time, Lingxi had already come out impatiently. After refining the azure nethersal fruit, she looked even more beautiful and enchanting. Little she, how do you think I should deal with the blue dragon halberd? Long Chen knew that Lingxi had a strong background and was rich in knowledge. She would definitely have good guidance. If it were someone else, they would have to fight against the ancient dragon's soul and obtain its approval by force. Dongfang Tianxian and the others couldn't comprehend the blue dragon combat technique precisely because their willpower couldn't contend against the ancient dragon soul. However, you're different. The ancient dragon soul has already fled to the deepest part of the blue dragon halberd. It's obviously afraid of you. As long as you try to communicate with it and appease it, it should be easy for you to succeed. You might even be able to completely control it and remove the mark that old man left on the blue dragon halberd. Then, you'll become the true master of the blue dragon halberd, just like Mo Xiaolang. What? Long Chen was surprised and said, Lingxi, you mean that old man isn't the master of the blue dragon halberd? Of course not. Lingxi wrinkled her cute nose and said, he doesn't have that ability. However, his ancestor once controlled it and left behind an inheritance. That's why he's barely qualified to use the blue dragon halberd. In other words, I have a great chance. Chapter 212. Not too big, not too small. Lingxi said. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will try my best. I only have 10 days, so I will first ponder for a day. If I can figure out the knack, then I can consider Xiaolang in a few days. After all, the blue dragon battle halberd is not something that can be kept in my hands for long. Firmly closing the door, Long Chen went to the training basement. Because she was afraid of disturbing Long Chen, Lingxi returned to the Lingxi sword at this time. Long Chen sat cross-legged in the basement and then took out the warm blue dragon battle halberd from his Qianquan bag. This time, Long Chen could carefully observe it. The more he observed, the more he felt that the halberd was perfect. Stroking the cyan dragon scales and sensing the patterns, Long Chen actually felt that there was a bloodline connection. Ancient dragon soul, how do I get close to it? In this regard, Long Chen was not good at it. He could only close his eyes and sink his mind into the blue dragon battle halberd, and then feel it with his heart. I should think of the blue dragon battle halberd as a life. The warmth in his hand also made Long Chen feel that there was a heart beating in the blue dragon battle halberd in his hand. Although it was weak, it really existed. It should be like this. Long Chen is a person who can think. Lingxi only said to get close to it, but didn't give any hint. Long Chen thought that only people of the same kind can get close to it. The blue dragon battle halberd seems to have its own thoughts, which is almost the same as a person. Long Chen can completely think of it as a life and then communicate with it. At first, he was blindly perceiving the blue dragon battle halberd in his hand. He seemed to be in a white world, without direction. He didn't know where the other party was. I need to call him out. Long Chen thought that he could not use his real voice, but he could use his heart to call for it. This was not difficult. Long Chen tried to find it while using his own source to get close to it. At this time, the mysterious dragon jade in his spiritual sea shook. Long Chen felt as if some kind of energy was flowing into his eyes. The white fog in front of him suddenly disappeared, and the world became clear. His field of vision opened up. Like this, Long Chen could easily see a huge mountain range in the distance. This was a huge mountain range. Long Chen could only see a small part of it. The rest of it was hidden in the endless void. This is not a mountain, but the ancient dragon soul. Long Chen guessed. He took a step forward and approached. Sure enough, he found that this was only the dragon body of the ancient incomplete dragon soul. This dragon body was as huge as a mountain range. Every piece of regular green scale was about 10 meters wide. Could a divine dragon from ancient times be this big? Long Chen's heart was filled with shock. I have to find its head to communicate with it. Thinking of this, Long Chen was about to move. At this time, he felt the earth tremble. The mountain-like divine dragon in front of him moved its body. A cloud of dust and clouds surged. Then, a huge dragon head appeared in front of Long Chen. It looked at Long Chen nervously and doubtfully. There was a trace of fear in its eyes. If he faced this ancient dragon soul directly, it would fight him to the death. But now that it was Long Chen, this ancient dragon soul was afraid. This is all thanks to the mysterious dragon jade. If it wasn't for the dragon jade, Long Chen might not have been able to find this incomplete ancient dragon soul. I see it too. This ancient dragon soul is very weak. But in terms of consciousness, it is stronger than you. Long Chen, try to communicate with it. It's like coaxing a child. Coaxing a child. Long Chen was depressed. But for the blue dragon battle technique, he was ready to go all out. How should he coax it? Long Chen really wasn't good at this. He could only try his best to look at the green dragon head that covered the sky with a kind gaze. The dragon whiskers that hung down like a waterfall were about to drown Long Chen. From this lowest level blue dragon, one could see how terrifying the era ruled by dragons was. Good girl, come here. Big brother will give you a candy. When it came to little Hong, Long Chen could only say shamelessly. Chen, I can't stand you anymore. Lingxi rolled her eyes. But this little girl, even if she rolled her eyes, she was still very good-looking. Just as Lingxi was thinking of a way to help Long Chen deal with this ancient dragon soul, the ancient dragon soul suddenly let out a wail. Then, in its huge eyes, a green divine light pierced through the clouds and directly poured into Long Chen's body. In Long Chen's mind, there was a lot of information out of nowhere. Blue Dragon Battle Technique. Long Chen was stunned. Lingxi said that she wanted him to get close to the ancient dragon soul. The problem was that before he could do that, the ancient dragon soul directly gave him the blue dragon battle technique. At this time, the ancient dragon soul gradually dissipated. Long Chen's consciousness also withdrew from the blue dragon battle halberd and returned to the basement. At this time, his expression was still a little dazed. Xiao Shi, I've succeeded. You really don't know shame. Lingxi covered her mouth and chuckled. In her heart, she was sincerely happy for Long Chen. I don't know the reason. Maybe the ancient dragon soul felt the aura of your dragon warrior, so it took special care of you. So that's the case. In other words, it took me less than a quarter of an hour to complete the task that Dongfang Tianxian and the others couldn't complete in 10 days. I obtained the blue dragon battle technique. Silently browsing the information in his mind, Long Chen's face immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. How is it? What did you get? Lingxi moved closer and looked at Long Chen with her big eyes and asked curiously. The blue dragon battle technique includes a general principle. Cultivating this general principle will allow my true qi to carry the aura of the blue dragon, allowing me to cultivate the blue dragon true qi. I estimate that this is the same principle as the power of thunder flame, but the blue dragon true qi is obviously stronger. This was the first time Long Chen had seen such a battle technique with a general principle. With this blue dragon true qi, Long Chen's battle technique of the blue dragon battle technique would definitely be more powerful. It's just a general principle. What about the earth rank battle technique? Lingxi asked with some anticipation. There's no hurry. The blue dragon battle technique has a total of 3 moves. The legendary earth rank battle technique is the last move, which is included in this. Since I comprehended the blue dragon battle technique so quickly, I'll first spend 5 days to cultivate the general principle of the blue dragon battle technique. At the same time, I'll cultivate the first of the 3 moves, Yellow Spring Split. 3 moves. The other two moves are, Blue Dragon Halberd, Yellow Spring Split, Blue Underworld Shatter, and an Earth rank battle technique called Dragon Battle in the Star Field. After making up his mind, Long Chen started cultivating the Blue Dragon Battle technique. With his peerless comprehension ability, he was able to easily cultivate the general principle of the battle technique. But, when the Blue Dragon True Qi was formed, something unexpected happened. When the newly formed Blue Dragon True Qi came into contact with Long Chen's original Dragon Soul True Qi, it turned into a blood-red color. Long Chen realized that the drop of inherited blood essence he had obtained was definitely from an ancient divine dragon that was much more powerful than the Blue Dragon. Using the force of nature, Yellow Spring Split. Even if it's just the first two moves, when combined with the Blue Dragon Halberd and Blue Dragon True Qi, they are much more powerful than my Spirit Demon Sword Finger. They are considered top high-rank profound battle techniques, and I can even fight a Heavenly Core warrior. When he thought of this, Long Chen was filled with fighting spirit. But too bad, the Blue Dragon Halberd will have to be returned to someone else. Long Chen stood up and looked at the halberd that seemed to be connected to him by blood. He felt a little helpless. He had been communicating with the ancient dragon soul for the past few days, but there were still no signs of it recognizing him as its master. But, Long Chen was getting more and more reluctant to part with the Blue Dragon Halberd, especially when he used the Blue Dragon Halberd to practice the first move, Yellow Spring Split. Its power was definitely not something that the mid-rank profound halberd in his hand could compare with. Are there any signs of it recognizing you as its master? There are only 5 days left. Long Chen, when are you going to leave and save Mo Xiaolang? Lingxi asked. I've already comprehended the Blue Dragon battle technique and completed the mission perfectly. Although the Blue Dragon Halberd is important, Xiaolang only has this one chance to escape. I can't ignore him just because of the Blue Dragon Halberd. Fine, let nature take its course. I'll go find Sister Mengyao now and discuss this matter. Long Chen had always been swift and decisive in his actions. At this moment, he did as he said and immediately walked out of the room. Long Chen had actually considered the matter of Mo Xiaolang. He was worried about Ling Qing in this world, so he couldn't act rashly without considering the consequences. After 5 days of thinking, he decided to prepare to ask Dongfang Xianxiao for help. Since the start of the internal clan selection, foster father has helped me so much, especially that time with Ling Qing. If it weren't for him, Ling Qing would have become a married woman. He values me so much, and with Sister Mengyao pleading from the side, there should be a chance. After carefully analyzing Dongfang Xuanxiao's character, Long Chen felt that this matter was feasible. Yin Mengyao hadn't come to disturb him for the past few days. Long Chen went to her room and knocked on the door, but found that Yin Mengyao wasn't there. I'm in seclusion. She's concerned about Xiaolang, so she should be waiting by the side. Where did she go? Long Chen was a little puzzled. He didn't have time to waste, so he went out to look for Yin Mengyao. There weren't many buildings in the Dongfang family, but the area was very spacious. Long Chen went to the Profound Cloud Pavilion and the Profound Rain Pavilion, but didn't see Yin Mengyao. Why did she disappear? Forget it, I'll find someone to ask. Long Chen walked around for a while and saw 2 youths walking over. Long Chen was about to ask them, but who knew that when the 2 youths saw Long Chen, they would run away like mice seeing a mouse. There's a problem. Long Chen rushed up and grabbed one of them with each hand. He said coldly, "You know where my sister Mengyao is." The 2 youths seemed to have been exposed and were shocked. One of them said first, "Brother Tianqing lured her to the Yunling forest. It has nothing to do with me." Chapter 213. The Cloud Ridge Forest was a dense forest not far away from the Dongfang mansion. It had a beautiful environment, and only a few of their clansmen would choose to cultivate here. It was now the middle of winter. Although the Zhangyan Kingdom's winter wasn't cold, the leaves had withered, and the beautiful scenery was no longer there. Although Long Chen hadn't been there before, he had heard about it from Yin Mengyao. But now, when he heard that Dongfang Tianqing had attacked Yin Mengyao, Long Chen's eyes turned slightly red. Sensing the brutal and stern aura coming from him, the two young men who were about the same age as him became even more frightened. During the battle for the Azure Dragon Battle Halberd, Long Chen's devouring blood world had taught them a deep lesson. Even now, they still firmly remembered it in their minds. They had already been defeated by Long Chen, and even Dongfang Tianyu had been defeated by Long Chen. It was reasonable for them to be afraid of Long Chen, especially after they had done something shameful. Lead the way, we have to get there in half a minute. If not, I don't mind letting you have another taste of what happened that day. Long Chen put them down and said with a cold voice. Originally, they were going to discuss the matter of rescuing Mo Xiaolang, but they had never expected something like this to happen. If Long Chen hadn't come out from his secluded cultivation in time, he would have regretted what he had done to Yin Mengyao. Yin Mengyao was his sister now, and she had taken good care of him. Long Chen wouldn't allow anyone to touch her, not even Dongfang Tianqing, who was a heavenly core warrior. The two youths naturally did not dare to try the terrifying and strange damage of the devouring blood world again. Under Long Chen's threat, they could only look at each other and choose to compromise. They brought Long Chen towards the direction of the Cloud Ridge Forest. Do you want to die? Hurry up. Obviously, Long Chen could feel that this wasn't their fastest speed, so he shouted. Indeed, they had increased their speed again. Long Chen was burning with anxiety, but he looked calm on the surface. After experiencing so many things, he already knew the importance of facing an accident. Dongfang Tianqing had long since set his sights on Yin Mengyao. Originally, he had wanted to use Dongfang Tianyu to get rid of Long Chen. However, Long Chen had actually defeated Dongfang Tianyu and obtained the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. This caused the anxious Dongfang Tianqing to be unable to endure it any longer. Fine, I'll use you to test the power of my Blue Dragon Halberd. Long Chen's eyes were filled with madness. In the middle of the Cloud Ridge Forest, there was a tranquil lake. At this moment, two people were standing in front of this dark green lake. Mengyao, do you see these flowers? They're all gifts I've prepared for you. I've spent a lot of money to make these flowers bloom in the middle of winter. What do you think? Beautiful, right? Dongfang Tianqing's eyes were red as he looked at the graceful girl in front of him. Yin Mengyao wore a pure white dress that was dotted with floral patterns. Even though it was late in the winter, there was still some cold wind blowing, causing her dress to flutter in the wind, outlining her exquisite curves. Her fair skin and delicate facial features were exactly what Dongfang Tianqing was attracted to. There was no lack of beautiful women in this world. Yin Mengyao was considered very outstanding, and she had her own temperament. However, this wasn't the reason why Dongfang Tianqing liked her the most. The main reason was because of Yin Mengyao's identity and strength. A talented female cultivator who didn't have the bloodline of the Dongfang clan, and wasn't an enemy of the Dongfang clan, was simply too rare. Looking at the magnificent flowers in front of her, which didn't follow the season at all, Yin Mengyao had to admit that they were beautiful. However, she felt a little disgusted by the person who had made them. You're the reason why you asked me to come here. Earlier, you said that you wanted to tell me about your experience in comprehending the Blue Dragon Halberd. That was just an excuse to lure me here. Yin Mengyao wasn't an ordinary girl. She had her own intelligence, and wouldn't be charmed by Dongfang Tianqing's idiotic method. Of course not. However, don't you think that it would be even more wonderful for the two of us to have a conversation under such a beautiful scenery? Dongfang Tianqing said with a smile. In reality, he was an extremely lustful person. At this moment, when he said these words and thought about what would happen next, he could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. His voice trembled as he spoke, and his fiery gaze lingered on Yin Mengyao's ample bosom. "I'm sorry, but I'm no longer interested in your experience. I think my little brother will be able to comprehend it by himself. Goodbye." As she spoke, Yin Mengyao was about to leave. She vaguely felt that something wasn't right with Dongfang Tianqing's naked gaze. Just now, two youths had accidentally bumped into this place, and were chased away by Dongfang Tianqing with a meaningful glance. Yin Mengyao had already seen this detail. This place was filled with the fragrance of flowers, and it smelled very good. However, Yin Mengyao felt that something was strange. It was as if something was slowly seeping into her body, but she couldn't tell what it was. At first, Yin Mengyao thought that it was just an illusion. However, the instant she decided to leave, she acutely felt that her face was a little hot, and her breathing had become a lot faster. She only felt disgust towards Dongfang Tianqing. It was impossible for her to have such a reaction. There's something wrong with this fragrance. Dongfang Tianqing, what did you do? Realizing where the problem was, Yin Mengyao turned around abruptly. Her gaze towards Dongfang Tianqing was already filled with a murderous glint. "Huh, you finally felt it? But it's too late." Dongfang Tianqing's expression instantly turned cold. He shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Don't worry, it's just a little trick. However, in order to add this aphrodisiac into the fragrance of the flowers, I've spent a total of 100,000 god jades. Are you feeling hot all over now? Are you feeling unbearably thirsty?" Dongfang Tianqing was right. Yin Mengyao could already feel that her body was reacting strangely. Her breathing quickened, and her body quickly became fiery hot. A flush spread across her cheeks, adding a hint of primal allure to her originally intoxicating appearance. The originally icy beauty suddenly displayed such a seductive look. Dongfang Tianqing gulped down a mouthful of saliva when he saw this, and his entire body became extremely hot. "I forgot to tell you, I've also added some drugs into the aphrodisiac. This way, you'll only feel weak all over. However, your big brother Tianqing will serve you well." After saying this, Dongfang Tianqing's eyes shone with a lustful light as he approached Yin Mengyao, who was gradually losing her strength. Despicable bastard. At this moment, Yin Mengyao's heart was completely stunned. She had never imagined that Dongfang Tianqing would dare to do such a thing in the Lingwu clan. "Dongfang Tianqing, how dare you use violence against me? Aren't you afraid that my foster father will kill you?" The burning sensation on her body, as well as her weakness, filled Yin Mengyao with endless fear. However, she knew that only by remaining calm would she be able to scare this lunatic. However, since Dongfang Tianqing had already made his preparations, how could he be frightened at a time like this? His fiery gaze was fixated on Yin Mengyao's heaving chest. From the astonishing whiteness of her neck, he could imagine how beautiful the scenery inside was. And in just a moment, this scenery would be under his control. Thinking of this, Dongfang Tianqing gulped down a mouthful of saliva. "Little girl, you don't understand. When the rice is cooked, you'll still have the face to tell Dongfang Xianxiao that you'd better follow me obediently and become my woman. That's much better than being some foster daughter, huh?" As he said this, a crazed look appeared on Dongfang Tianqing's face. He enjoyed the terrified look on his opponent's face. Without saying another word, he pounced toward Yin Mengyao. At this moment, Yin Mengyao could only try her best to escape. She screamed at the top of her lungs, trying to escape from Dongfang Tianqing's clutches. At this moment, she was extremely regretful. If it weren't for the fact that she wanted to do something for Long Chen, she wouldn't have been so stupid as to trust Dongfang Tianqing. "Don't run. Soon, you'll understand that becoming my woman is the most wonderful thing in the world." Dongfang Tianqing laughed coldly. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in the woods in front of them. A figure dashed out from the woods and passed by Yin Mengyao. A brilliant sword light exploded, piercing toward Dongfang Tianqing's chest. Who's there? Dongfang Tianqing was shocked. In his panic, he could only choose to back away to dodge the attack. In the meantime, he even used an advanced mystic ranked movement skill, but it wasn't the true Dragon 9 Flash. The true Dragon 9 Flash was the best movement skill of the Dongfang clan. However, due to its high difficulty, not many people would choose this skill. Upon seeing the brilliant sword light, both Yin Mengyao and Dongfang Tianqing knew who it was. Without a doubt, the only person in the entire Dongfang clan who could use the demonic spiritual sword finger was Long Chen. After successfully forcing Dongfang Tianqing to back away with the demonic spiritual sword finger, Long Chen was still unaware of Yin Mengyao's situation. However, since Dongfang Tianqing was dashing toward her so brazenly, it was obvious that he was up to no good. Long Chen, why are you here? Dongfang Tianqing's face was filled with disbelief. The meat in his mouth had flown away just like that. How could he swallow this? At this moment, Dongfang Tianqing did not know what to do. However, his anger toward Long Chen skyrocketed, reaching an unprecedented level. Why am I here? Dongfang Tianqing, how dare you do such a sneaky thing? How can you be worthy of your identity as an elite disciple of the Dongfang clan? You're worse than a beast. Although he did not see it directly, Long Chen could roughly guess what was going on. Dongfang Tianqing must have run out of patience and wanted to make a move on Yin Mengyao. The faint, strange smell in the air made Long Chen realize that things were not going well. He knew that he had to leave this place. However, at this moment, he felt a warm sensation coming from behind him. A pair of white, supple hands wrapped around his waist, hugging him tightly. Most importantly, he could vaguely feel two lumps of flesh pressing down on his back, pressing against his skin. Long Chen did not expect to feel such ecstasy all of a sudden. At this moment, he realized that Yin Mengyao had been drugged by Dongfang Tianqing. He hurriedly held his breath, and his eyes caught sight of a lake not far away. Although he was enjoying himself, she was still his sister. Even a rabbit would not eat the grass near its nest. Furthermore, Yin Mengyao was the grass in the nest. It was enough to keep her warm, but it was not worth it to eat her. Therefore, he grabbed Yin Mengyao's arm. Ignoring her resistance, he dragged her to the side of the lake and let her in. The temperature of the lake in the middle of winter was not low. Under such cold water, the heat on Yin Mengyao's body quickly subsided. However, Long Chen's killing intent did not subside. Chapter 214. How is it? Long Chen asked worriedly after pulling Yin Mengyao up and drying her clothes with his true energy. The reason why he dried her clothes so quickly was because her clothes were wet and sticking to her body. Her faintly discernible body made him feel hot. Besides, although he couldn't eat the grass in his own nest, he couldn't even look at the other rabbits. Dongfang Tianqing and the other two young men who were leading the way for Long Chen were the other rabbits. Much better. Yin Mengyao lowered her head and said awkwardly with a blushing face. This blush was different from before. Before, it was because she was aroused, but now, it was because she was too embarrassed to face Long Chen. Sister Mengyao, don't think too much about it. This isn't shameful at all, you can only blame this animal. Long Chen helped her up and said with an indifferent tone. Long Chen, who are you calling an animal? Dongfang Tianqing became angry. He was a heavenly core warrior, and not only did Long Chen save Yin Mengyao, he was also trying to force his way out. This made Dongfang Tianqing, who was about to let it go, furious once again. Now that Long Chen was here, today's plan would be ruined. If Dongfang Tianqing wanted to kill Long Chen and get Yin Mengyao, it would be too risky. Long Chen was now a popular man of the Dongfang family, and if he didn't handle this well, he might even lose his life. Therefore, Dongfang Tianqing decided to let it go for now. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future anyway. However, Long Chen's rude words had made him want to teach him a lesson. Although I can't kill him, I can at least teach him a lesson. This Long Chen ruined my plan today, he deserves to die. Just when Dongfang Tianqing was thinking about this, Long Chen raised his head and stared at him with a burning gaze. He said, "How dare you use such a despicable and shameless method? If you aren't an animal, then who is? Dongfang Tianqing, do you remember that you wanted me to fight you in the arena of life and death?" Life and death arena? Dongfang Tianqing asked curiously. Could it be that you want to fight me in the life and death arena? To him, this was simply too unexpected. Right now, he was still suppressing his anger. If he didn't vent it out properly, he wouldn't have a good time in the coming days. Dongfang Tianqing had thought that Long Chen wouldn't agree. He didn't expect him to take the initiative to bring it up. That's right, I'm asking you now, do you dare to fight me on the life and death stage? Long Chen looked straight at him, his gaze cold as he asked. Of course I dare. Go now if you have the guts. When Dongfang Tianqing thought about how he would be able to beat up Long Chen in front of everyone, he felt extremely happy in his heart. Furthermore, he would be able to show Yin Mengyao how powerful he was, so why not? However, towards Long Chen's actions, he had a little doubt in his heart. Why would Long Chen, who was only at the initial Earth Core realm, want to fight him in the arena of life and death? With the Blue Dragon halberd? Within 5 days, he hasn't even had the chance to warm up to the Blue Dragon halberd, let alone use it. Thinking up to this point, Dongfang Tianqing didn't feel any pressure anymore. His gaze towards Yin Mengyao, who was standing behind Long Chen, was still burning with passion. The more one couldn't get a woman, the more attractive she would be. Yin Mengyao's cold expression had stolen his soul. Long Chen, what are you doing? Yin Mengyao, who understood the gap between them, took some pills and had recovered a lot, hurriedly asked. Believe it or not, I've already mastered the Blue Dragon halberd. Long Chen whispered into her ear, his deep voice causing Yin Mengyao to be stunned. You mean? Yin Mengyao's face was filled with surprise. Don't say it out loud, I'll avenge you. Long Chen chuckled. When participating in a battle in the arena of life and death, it was necessary to inform the elders and have them bear witness. Long Chen and Dongfang Tianqing went to find the elders, and the news of their battle was spread to the entire Dongfang family through the mouths of those 2 young men. In the end, those who were interested in this matter had all arrived at the scene. The Dongfang family's arena of life and death was located in the mysterious Rain Pavilion. The arena of life and death was made of hard steel rock, and it was grayish-white in color. It looked like a mirror, and right now, Long Chen and Dongfang Tianqing were facing each other on this arena of life and death. There were dozens of seats around the arena of life and death. These seats were arranged according to the rules, and were currently filled with people. In the Dongfang family, apart from the Blue Dragon Patriarch and a few great Xian elders, who couldn't be present for such a small matter, everyone else had already arrived. At this moment, Feng Yunshao, the most famous member of the Dongfang family, was already standing in a row, observing the situation in the arena. Dongfang Xianfeng looked at Long Chen. Although he tried his best to remain calm, he knew that his son could have easily obtained the Blue Dragon halberd. However, Long Chen had appeared out of nowhere, and not only had he snatched the Blue Dragon halberd, but he had also injured his son. Deep in his calm eyes, there was a trace of killing intent. At this moment, Yin Mengyao was standing behind Dongfang Xianshao. Beside her was Dongfang Tianxian, who had bullied her before. Dongfang Tianxian was Dongfang Xuanyin's daughter, so she should have been on good terms with Long Chen. However, she had been arrogant and unsociable since she was young. She didn't even get along with her father, Dongfang Xianyun, let alone Long Chen Yin Mengyao. However, Dongfang Tianxian was the second strongest of the younger generation of the Dongfang family. Although she had also just reached the Heavenly Core realm, her battle prowess was a level higher than Dongfang Tianqing's. If she had comprehended the Blue Dragon battle method back then, she would have definitely been able to reach Dongfang Tianqing's level. Even so, Dongfang Tianxian had still managed to learn the only Earth-tier battle skill in the Dongfang family, allowing her to dominate the younger generation of the Dongfang family. Of course, she had only grasped a tiny bit of the Earth-tier battle skill. With just this bit of knowledge, Long Chen was still no match for her. At this moment, Dongfang Xianxiao still didn't know what Long Chen was doing. Yin Mengyao moved closer to his ear and whispered a few words. After learning that Long Chen had comprehended the Blue Dragon halberd, Dongfang Xianxiao was shocked. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's only been 5 days. Back then, it took me 9 days to comprehend the Blue Dragon halberd, and Tianxian took 8 days. Father, Long Chen said that he's been practicing the Blue Dragon battle method for the past few days. As for comprehending it, he's done it in a single day." To Dongfang Xianxiao, shock was no longer enough to describe his feelings. He sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Long Chen with an extremely solemn gaze. Words alone are no proof, let's see how he performs. Right after Dongfang Xianxiao finished his words, Dongfang Xuanyu, who was standing not far away, stared at him with a provocative gaze. With a mocking tone, he said, "Some people are weak, but they have the courage to invite a heavenly core warrior to the stage of life and death. The stage of life and death, if only one of them could live or die, it would be a good lesson for those ignorant fools." Dongfang Xuanyu's words were filled with disdain. Yin Mengyao wanted to refute her words, but when she thought about the fact that Dongfang Xuanyu was her senior, she swallowed her anger. On the other hand, Dongfang Xuanyu just stared at the two men on the stage of life and death quietly, completely ignoring Dongfang Xuanyu's words. Dongfang Xuanxiao's disregard caused Dongfang Xuanyu's sarcasm to fall through, and it made her even angrier. She stared at Dongfang Xuanyu viciously and thought to herself, "Bastard, how dare you ignore my existence? I, Dongfang Xuanyu, am also a late mortal core warrior, and you dare to act so arrogantly in front of me? Now, you're going to let Tianxing defeat Long Chen and humiliate him. Let's see what kind of expression you'll have then." Sandwiched between them, the third brother, Dongfang Xianyun, had a bitter smile on his face. "Fourth brother, your adopted son is really impulsive now. When he asked for the green nethersal fruit, I could already tell that he had this flaw in his character. But, it's good that he suffered a setback. Let's wait and see, maybe a miracle will happen," Dongfang Xuanyu said with a smile. Right at this moment, the host announced the start of the fight. The crowd stopped discussing and focused on the fight. After their discussion, they were sure that Long Chen was no match for Dongfang Tianqing. Although Dongfang Tianqing didn't know any Earth-rank combat skills, the Meteor Dragon Seal was the strongest combat skill the Dongfang family had besides the Earth-rank combat skill and the Blue Dragon combat skill. "Guys, do you think Long Chen can use the Blue Dragon halberd? If he can use it, his combat strength will be greatly enhanced." "Bullshit. How can he learn the Blue Dragon combat skill in just 5 days? That's just bullshit. He didn't even manage to learn it back then. Tianxian is such a poor kid, he was just a little bit away from learning it back then." The people who were discussing were Fengyu Yunxiao's younger brothers and sisters. Most of them were at the early Heavenly Core realm, and there were a few good-for-nothings who were still at the early Heavenly Core realm. Right at this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a strong wind was blowing, and clothes were fluttering in the wind. Dongfang Tianqing's heart was burning with passion when he thought about how he could teach Long Chen a lesson soon. He sneered and said, "Young man, you didn't just get the Blue Dragon halberd, if you have the guts, take out the Blue Dragon halberd and show me the Blue Dragon combat skill." What he said was just a sarcastic remark. The crowd immediately burst into laughter, and the young men and women started cheering. Not only had Long Chen learned the Blue Dragon halberd in just 5 days, he had also successfully learned it. This was something only a god could do. However, what shocked most of the people was that Long Chen really took out the blue dragon halberd. The halberd shone brightly under the sunlight, and the green dragon scales were shining brightly. It was a halberd that contained an endless amount of energy. It was the greatest treasure of the blue dragon family, and this was the first time many people had seen it, so they couldn't help but be stunned. Po! Dongfang Tianqing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Long Chen, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Or, have you become an idiot? Most of the others had the same thought. Crazy? I'm not crazy. I'm just following your orders, and I'm using the blue dragon halberd to fight you. Long Chen swung the blue dragon halberd with his fist, and the green halberd emitted a huge energy wave. The strength of this attack was enough to frighten everyone. The crowd burst into laughter. Dongfang Xuanyu couldn't control her laughter, and even Dongfang Xianyun had a helpless smile on her face. As for Dongfang Tianxian, who was behind her, her eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Long Chen had already succeeded in learning something that she couldn't even understand in 10 days. How was this possible? While the crowd was laughing, Long Chen actually pointed the blue dragon halberd at Dongfang Tianqing. His expression was calm, and he didn't seem to be affected by the crowd's mockery. At this moment, a powerful dragon might burst out from the blue dragon halberd, and with Long Chen as the center, a huge pressure spread out in all directions. What? The teacup in Dongfang Xuanfeng's hand fell to the ground with a bang, and shattered into pieces. Chapter 2:15. The teacup fell to the ground. The strange sound didn't cause any ripples here, because everyone's hearts were filled with disbelief. A green afterimage appeared in Long Chen's hand, and the vast and ancient power that burst out from it stunned everyone. Dongfang Xuanyu, who was laughing so hard, had her mouth wide open. She still had a smile on her face, but it had already stiffened. She had no idea how ugly she looked, because it wasn't important anymore. What was important was what was going on with Long Chen. Was it an illusion? Everyone couldn't help rubbing their eyes, but no matter how hard they tried, the result was the same. Long Chen had already used the blue dragon battle halberd and the blue dragon battle technique, and was about to start his battle with Dongfang Tianqing. This is impossible. Although Dongfang Xuanyu wasn't crying, her face looked worse than crying. Most of the others felt the same way. To reach such a level in just 5 days, was Long Chen a god? Dongfang Tianxian, who was standing behind Dongfang Xianyun, was also stunned. She had spent 10 days and racked her brains for the blue dragon battle halberd, but she still couldn't get the recognition of the dragon soul. And Long Chen didn't have the bloodline of the Dongfang clan. How did this happen? Could it be that he's a genius that far surpasses us? But his current level isn't high either. Even Dongfang Tianxian, who had always been calm, was shocked. She could no longer remain calm, let alone the others. Ever since Long Chen had unleashed the power of the blue dragon battle halberd, the noisy crowd instantly turned silent. The one who felt the power of the blue dragon battle halberd the most was Dongfang Tianqing. He had made a joke to mock Long Chen, but who would have thought that Long Chen would really take out the blue dragon battle halberd and use the blue dragon battle technique? At this moment, Dongfang Tianqing's mind was in a mess. However, when he saw the huge attack coming towards him, he didn't have time to think. Long Chen clearly wanted to decide the outcome of the battle with him in one move. At this critical moment, Dongfang Tianqing subconsciously unleashed all the true qi in his body and even stimulated his potential. He gathered all his strength and burst forth with his strongest move, the Meteor Dragon Seal. At this moment, Long Chen had a firm grasp on the blue dragon battle halberd, feeling the pulse of the power of this divine weapon. When he truly used the blue dragon battle halberd, Long Chen felt that it was a part of his body. The dragon soul in the battle halberd was firmly connected with his soul and his bloodline. This blue dragon battle halberd was another source of power for Long Chen other than his dantian. After using this blue dragon battle halberd, I've tasted the sweetness, and my strength has skyrocketed once again. It's almost the same as the increase brought by the dragon soul transformation. With such a huge boost to my strength, how could I return this blue dragon battle halberd? When thinking about this, Long Chen felt really bitter. However, the most important thing right now was to defeat Dongfang Tianqing. He was a heavenly core warrior, and although he was the weakest amongst all heavenly core warriors, he was still much stronger than Long Chen. If he didn't have the blue dragon battle halberd, Long Chen wouldn't dare challenge him. Right now, Long Chen had transformed into the dragon soul. The blood-red dragon scales on his body looked exactly the same as the green dragon scales on the blue dragon battle halberd. This gave everyone the illusion that this blue dragon battle halberd was made for Long Chen, and it was a part of his body. Use all your strength, let's try fighting him. Long Chen didn't want to waste his time here with Dongfang Tianqing. This guy had been trying to get his hands on Yin Mengyao, so he needed to teach him a lesson this time. At the same time, he needed to test the power of the blue dragon combat skill. Although the Meteor Dragon Strike was the strongest high mystic ranked combat skill of the Dongfang family, it was only possible with the help of the blue dragon battle halberd. Right at this moment, Long Chen leapt up into the sky, and the blue dragon battle halberd turned into a phantom that hovered in the sky. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the green phantom suddenly turned into a gigantic roaring green mystical dragon. The mystical dragon was vivid and lifelike, covering the entire sky and earth. At this moment, it roared and charged toward Dongfang Tianqing, like a gigantic saber slashing down from the endless void. Blue Dragon Combat Skill, Yellow Springs Break. When the Blue Dragon battle skill was truly executed, the huge aura caused Dongfang Tianqing to go crazy. He could feel a huge pressure from this move, as if a mountain was smashing down from the sky. A feeling of being unable to resist suddenly arose in his heart, but his intuition told him that if he didn't act now, he would most likely die. Dying in the hands of Long Chen was something he had never even dreamed of. This was enough to stimulate his madness. Therefore, when Long Chen was preparing the Blue Dragon battle skill, he swung his entire body with all his strength, stomping heavily on the ground, and his entire body shot towards Long Chen like a cannonball. His hands rapidly formed seals, and the blurry movements of his hands changed. A faint shadow of a dragon appeared on his fingertips, and at the same time, a small dragon-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. This was the blue dragon mark, which was similar to the vermilion bird mark. By using this mark, Dongfang Tianqing would be able to explode with even greater power. Die, Meteor Dragon Seal. As soon as the seal was formed, Dongfang Tianqing pushed it out fiercely. Instantly, a dragon-shaped mark formed by starlight shot towards Long Chen's blue dragon battle halberd. Amidst the nervous hearts of the crowd, these two types of power clashed for real. Rumble, as they clashed again and again, a huge amount of power burst forth, spreading to the surroundings and causing a huge gust of wind to blow, causing the sand and dust on the life and death arena to swirl violently. Is that all you've got? Long Chen smiled coldly. The Blue Dragon battle skill and the Blue Dragon battle halberd were indeed the deciding factors. The Meteor Dragon seal was indeed powerful, and without the Blue Dragon battle halberd, Long Chen wouldn't be a match for it at all. How can you possibly resist the true power of the Blue Dragon battle halberd? Long Chen let out an explosive roar, and the majestic energy once again turned into a sharp light that could tear the heavens and earth apart. The tip of the Blue Dragon battle halberd had already turned into the shadow of a dragon, slashing the Meteor Dragon seal into two. The remaining power was naturally directed towards Dongfang Tianqing. At this moment, Dongfang Tianqing was in a state of madness and disbelief. If he were to be struck by the halberd, he would most likely be sliced into two. At this moment, among the crowd, the only one who was still clear-headed was Dongfang Xianyao. Even Dongfang Xuanyu was in a daze, forgetting that his son had already been defeated and that he was already at the brink of death. Fortunately, at this moment, Dongfang Xianyao disappeared from his seat. When he reappeared, he was already on the life and death arena, right in front of Dongfang Tianqing. He grabbed hold of Long Chen's blue dragon battle halberd and deflected the attack. However, it seemed like the attack was a little weak. You've reached the level of being able to use Yellow Spring Break as you wish. The reason why he didn't feel any power was because Long Chen had withdrawn his own attack. Dongfang Xianyao was just being a busybody this time. However, no matter how calm he was still in a state of shock. Not only did he comprehend the Blue Dragon battle technique, but he was also able to use Yellow Spring Break perfectly. Not only that, but he had also reached the level of being able to use it as he wished. How could anyone survive this? Even Dongfang Tianqing, who was barely able to use the Earth Tier battle skill, Dragon Battles the Wild, wasn't able to use Yellow Spring Break as he wished. Barely enough. As expected, Long Chen had won. He felt a wave of relief in his heart. The Blue Dragon battle halberd was indeed an extraordinary item. Long Chen was actually able to defeat an elementary heavenly core cultivator with it. Of course, that was also because the elementary heavenly core cultivator was a little weak. If it was Dongfang Tianxian, the result might not be the same. Long Chen's words made Dongfang Xuanyao's face twitch. As for the others, they gradually recovered from their daze after seeing the situation on the life and death stage. However, this made them feel even more miserable. The Dongfang clan had never lacked geniuses, but a genius of this level was enough to make others feel uneasy. They discovered that not only was Dongfang Xuanyao's cultivation powerful, but his eyes were also extremely vicious. To be able to discover the unknown Long Chen from the tens of thousands of other clans, what kind of eyesight did one have to be able to do that? Such a heaven-defying talent made Dongfang Xianfeng and Dongfang Xianyun feel a little jealous. As for Dongfang Xuanyu, she was completely immersed in the fact that her precious son had been defeated. She was unable to extricate herself from her grief and indignation. Tianqing. Dongfang Xuanyu didn't care about anything else. She anxiously landed on the life and death stage and held onto the hand of Dongfang Tianqing, whose face was pale and whose body was still trembling. Dongfang Xuanyu felt a pang of pain in her heart when she saw her son's miserable state. This was all Long Chen's fault. She turned around and glared at Long Chen with a venomous gaze as she coldly said, "Long Chen, you're really good. There's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. You're simply courting death by causing trouble in my Dongfang family. What are you going to do today?" Dongfang Xianxiao coldly snorted and interrupted her. He coldly looked at Dongfang Xuanyu and emitted a powerful aura toward her. He said coldly, "I'll remind you once again that Long Chen has already lost to our ancestor. He's already a member of my Dongfang clan, not an outsider in your eyes. As for today's life and death duel, it was a deal made between the two of them. Furthermore, Long Chen didn't injure Tianqing. If you continue to spout nonsense, I won't be polite." Dongfang Xianxiao didn't give her any face in public, which made her so angry that her body was cramping. Her charming face flushed red and she couldn't speak a single word. At this moment, Dongfang Xianfeng came to her side and said indifferently, "That's all for today. Don't say anything else. You're embarrassing me. Everyone, go back." Dongfang Xuanxiao's expression was gloomy, so Dongfang Xianxiao didn't say anything and left with Long Chen and Yin Mengyao. "Xianxiao, it's time for you to die," Dongfang Xuanyu said viciously. Death. A bad premonition rose in Long Chen's heart. Chapter 216. In a pavilion in the courtyard in front of the bedroom, Dongfang Xianxiao was carefully looking at Long Chen, while Yin Mengyao was standing on the other side obediently. They had just returned from the stage of life and death, and Dongfang Xianxiao hadn't left yet. But, this was a good thing, as Long Chen still needed his help regarding Mo Xiaolang's matter. If he could help, this matter would be much easier. Learning the Blue Dragon combat skill in just 1 day, and learning the first skill, Death Break, in just 5 days. Long Chen, your talent in combat skills is the most heaven-defying I've ever seen. I should have thought of this when I saw how fast you cultivated the 9 flash of the true dragon. Dongfang Xianxiao said with mixed emotions. Long Chen nodded his head. He didn't deny it. Indeed, ever since the mysterious dragon Jade entered his divine sense, he could feel that one of his attributes was growing at an incredible speed. It could be said to be the comprehension ability of his soul, or it could also be said to be the comprehension ability of his brain. When he was reading and cultivating the skill, his eyes and ears were clear, as if he was born with the ability to understand these things. Of course, the reason why he was able to achieve so much was also because of his hard work. Yin Mengyao looked at Long Chen with admiration. When she thought about how she had rubbed herself against Long Chen's broad and hard back after being poisoned, she couldn't help but blush. After all, Long Chen was her little brother now, and this situation really made her feel ashamed. But, Dongfang Tianqing has only broken through to the heavenly core realm for a few months, and he is a boastful and hot-tempered man, just like his mother. He is destined to not have any good achievements in the future. Chen, this has nothing to do with you, so I think I should tell you about it. After belittling Dongfang Tianqing, Dongfang Xianxiao started talking about serious matters. Father, please tell me. Long Chen said. When you first came to the inner family, didn't I tell you that the family chief had brought Tian Chen and the others to train? Actually, this training is related to something that will happen soon. Do you know about the Beast Soul Palace in Yuanling City? Dongfang Xianxiao asked. I know, Long Chen said. It's the power in Yuan Emperor City. It seems to be at the same level as the Lingwu family. Yes, the Yang family of your Baiyang town seem to be fighting with another force for the position of the town lord's mansion. You should still remember that the position of the town lord's mansion, which is held once every 20 years in our Yuanling city, is about to usher in a rotation. 2 months later, the young disciples of the Lingwu family will compete with the young disciples of the Beast Soul Palace. The winning team will have the right to manage the entire Yuanling county for 20 years. Even the city lord's mansion is going to be contested? Could it be that the host is a member of the imperial family? Long Chen asked in shock. We are all forces under the royal family, so we naturally have to listen to the royal family's orders. The difference between us is like the difference between your family in Baiyang town and the Lingwu family. You should understand this comparison, right? I understand. In other words, the old ancestor brought them out to train so that they can improve their strength to face the battle for the city lord's mansion that is held once every 20 years. Long Chen was extremely shocked by the strength of the imperial clan. One had to know that the Lingwu clan was already a colossus in his heart. How strong was that colossus in the eyes of the Lingwu clan? How strong was their strongest expert? Yes, the battle this time is a little special. I heard that the royal family found an ancient relic treasure in Yuanling County. It's an inheritance left by an ancient expert. At that time, the young generation of the Lingwu family and the young generation of the Beast Soul Palace will enter the relic. There's only one place for the inheritance. No matter how the process is, the disciple of the force that obtains the inheritance will be the winner, Dongfang Xianxiao said. Ancient relic. Long Chen was looking forward to it as well. However, he wasn't strong right now. The strongest warriors of the Lingwu family should be at the same level as Dongfang Tianchen, Mo Xiaolang, and Bei Tang Mo. As for the early heavenly core realm, it should have nothing to do with Long Chen. Father, what's the comparison between the two superpowers? Long Chen asked. In the Lingwu family, there are 4 early Heavenly Core warriors, and there are many more outstanding ones who have just broken through to the Heavenly Core realm. There are 10 places in total, and the Dongfang family got 2. Tian Chen will definitely go, and the last place was decided by the family chief and old Xian to be between Tian Xing and Tian Xian. But since you defeated Dongfang Tian Xing today, I'm telling you this to remind you that no one knows how strong you will be in 2 months. With your speed, you might even surpass Tian Xian, Dongfang Xianxiao said. Tian Xian, she's so strong? Hearing Dongfang Xuanxiao's words, it seemed like the gap between Dongfang Tianxing and Tian Xian was huge. Tian Xian has been working hard since he was young, and he has a strong character. Now, he has mastered an Earth-rank combat skill, and although he can barely unleash it, it's still extraordinary. But, Long Chen, if you improve your cultivation level and use that Earth-rank combat skill, Dragon Battle Star Field, Tian Xian won't be your match, Dongfang Xianxiao said with an indifferent tone. Father, do we have a high chance of winning this mayor's mansion battle? At this moment, Yin Mengyao, who had been obediently standing next to Dongfang Xianxiao, asked. I don't know. The younger generation of the 4 big families have average strength, and there aren't any warriors who are absolutely heaven-defying. The Beast Soul Palace doesn't have many geniuses, but the battles here are all about the strongest. According to the rumors, one of Emperor Yuan's grandsons is a heaven-defying warrior, and he might have even reached the late Heavenly Core realm. But, that's just a rumor. Late Heavenly Core realm. Long Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. This was even more heaven-defying than Mo Xiaolang. Sure enough, geniuses were everywhere. Dongfang Xianxiao shook his head with a bitter smile and said, the 4 family chiefs are worried about this as well. If they lose the position of the mayor's mansion, the Lingwu family's resources and connections will be in a very difficult situation. Besides, there will be a spot for the Immortal Realm Divine Guard in this battle, and only the person who inherited the Immortal Realm Divine Guard will be able to take the position. It's very important. What is an Immortal Realm Divine Guard? Long Chen asked in surprise. You don't know? Oh, that's normal. Since Long Chen came from a small place like Baiyang Town, it was normal that he had never heard of the Immortal Realm. Dongfang Xianxiao said, in the Cangyang Kingdom's imperial city, there is a huge minor cosmos world. This minor cosmos world is a few hundred times bigger than the heavenly martial realm, and it's as big as 10 imperial cities. The name of this minor cosmos world is Niyang Fairy Realm. Niyang Fairy Realm, I've heard of it before. Rumor has it that the natural energies in there are 10 times denser than the outside world, and in some places, it's even 100 or 1,000 times denser. That's why there are countless herbs in this Niyang Fairy Realm, as well as rare treasures left behind from the medieval era. Speaking of the Niyang Fairy Realm, Yin Mengyao had a yearning expression on her face. 10 times, 1,000 times, herbs. Long Chen was a bit speechless. When he came to Yuanling City, he already felt that Yuanling City was boundless, and the Imperial City and the Niyang Fairy Realm were so huge and rich that they simply exceeded Long Chen's imagination. However, what he didn't know was that the world he would encounter in the future would be even bigger, and the heaven-defying realm would only be a small place. Every place not only has advantages, but also disadvantages. Although there are countless rare treasures in the Niyang Fairy Realm, there is also a terrifying force. Long Chen, you've seen a variant of the demonic beasts, the poisonous beasts, right? Dongfang Xianxiao raised his head and said. The poisonous beasts in the 9 Demon Mountain must be fresh in your memory, Long Chen said with a light smile. The poisonous beasts are a variant of the demonic beasts, and in the Niyang Fairy Realm, because of the rich and pure natural energies and the nourishment of a huge amount of herbs, another kind of demonic beasts was born, and we call them the immortal beasts. The immortal beasts are very terrifying, and there are a lot of them, and they have a strong reproductive ability. Most importantly, the intelligence of the immortal beasts is much higher than that of ordinary demonic beasts. The intelligence of the demonic beasts can also reach such a level. Long Chen had learned too much information today, which made him, who was born in a small place, a little stunned. Currently, there are two great forces in the Ni-Yang fairy realm. One is the immortal beasts of the Ni-Yang fairy realm, and the other is the imperial family of the Zhangyan kingdom. The entrance of the Ni-Yang fairy realm is completely controlled by the imperial family, and the imperial family has to fight with the immortal beasts in order to obtain a huge amount of herbs. Those who are lucky enough to enter the Ni-Yang fairy realm and carry out the tasks of the imperial family are called the divine guards of the Ni-Yang fairy realm. The divine guards of the Ni-Yang fairy realm are often injured, and the imperial family can't make up for it, so they can only recruit the youngest and most talented warriors to join the divine guards of the Ni-Yang fairy realm and serve the imperial family. Of course, the rewards they get are also generous. Dongfang Xianshao explained in detail in order to make it easier for Long Chen to understand. In other words, the divine guards of the Ni-Yang fairy realm are the most heaven-defying geniuses of the whole Zhangyan kingdom, and even the geniuses of the imperial family are included, Long Chen said excitedly. What you said is only half correct. Dongfang Xianshao wasn't afraid of hurting Long Chen's feelings. He continued, in the eyes of the imperial family, the geniuses must first break through the heavenly core realm and enter the heavenly river realm, and second, they must be no older than 25 years old. Tian Chen is already 23 years old, which means that basically, there is no one in the entire Yuanling County who can meet the standard of a genius. Long Chen, let me tell you, the path of cultivation is endless. You are progressing fast, but you can't let the performance of others restrict your vision. Dongfang Xianshao said in a serious tone. His words were like a wake-up call to Long Chen. Long Chen immediately understood and said, "Thank you, Father, I understand now. I won't be a frog at the bottom of a well and only be satisfied with the current situation in Yuanling City. It's good that you understand. I've finished explaining to you about the battle for the mayor's mansion. Also, I have a request for you today." Right at this moment, Dongfang Xuanxiao's expression suddenly became serious. He looked at Long Chen with a passionate gaze. In his eyes, there was a hint of nervousness, but also determination. It was as if this was his only chance. Long Chen was startled, because he also had a request for Dongfang Xianshao. It was about Mo Xiaolang. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.